Chapter 1. The Raven's Curse. The law of evolution dictates that the successors surpass their predecessors. Time and space have given rise to inorganic entities, which in turn have evolved into flora and fauna. From the stillness of plants, gentle and persistent women emerged, while from the vigor of animals, bold and adventurous men were born. These men and women then created children, who in turn conceived alls. Thus, the supreme deity must be the ultimate product of evolution, as noted by Qian Zhongshu in The Dream of God. W City. Upon ascending to the rooftop, Jun Lin spotted Lu Zheng standing perilously at the edge of the building. He was cautiously peering downwards, observing the bustling crowd below, which appeared as tiny ants, and the vehicles that resembled beetles in size. The vertiginous sensation from the height caused Lu Zheng to tremble, and Jun Lin noted the slight quiver in his legs. From the side, the scars etched on Lu Zheng's face from burns lent him a somewhat sinister appearance, making it difficult for Jun Lin to discern his emotional state. However, the tremors in his legs suggested an underlying tension and fear, which bolstered Jun Lin's confidence. At least he understands fear. With languid strides, Jun Lin approached. Lu Zheng glanced back, shouting, "Don't come any closer. If you do, I will jump." Jun Lin waved his hand dismissively, signaling that he had no intention of advancing. He took a few steps to the side, positioning himself approximately 5 meters away from Lu Zheng. He then climbed to the edge of the rooftop and stood still, mirroring Lu Zheng's stance. This elicited another round of gasps from the crowd below. Jun Lin settled down, resting his feet over the edge. Gazing downwards, he spoke slowly. "I have no interest in your affairs. I merely came here to leap from this height." Lu Zheng regarded him with curiosity. "Are you attempting to evoke empathy? To lower my defenses so that I might heed your advice? You negotiation specialists are all the same, aren't you?" Jun Lin chuckled lightly, choosing not to engage with Lu Zheng's retort. Instead, he continued to muse aloud. "I have contemplated numerous methods of suicide. Poisoning is rather painful and does not guarantee death. Survival would only prolong the agony. Hanging also entails a torturous process, not to mention the unsightly manner of death. Drowning? I can swim, and instinct would likely compel me to stay afloat, followed by regret. Ultimately, the most straightforward method appears to be jumping from a building. It is simple, with a brief duration of suffering. The only concern is finding a sufficiently high place. Otherwise, if one survives the fall, it becomes yet another hassle." Lu Zheng fell silent for a moment. Despite his reservations, Jun Lin's words resonated with him. Every individual contemplating suicide likely considers the means by which they might end their life, and indeed, jumping from a height is the most direct approach. Jun Lin continued, "In fact, I have also pondered another method: committing a heinous act. To kill or to set fire to something, then to be executed." Lu Zheng, taken aback, glanced at Jun Lin's police uniform and asked, "You are a police officer, yet you entertain such thoughts?" Jun Lin shot him a disapproving look. "Is it not permissible to entertain thoughts? Just because one thinks of something does not mean it will manifest in reality." Lu Zheng paused, contemplating. Indeed, who decreed that police officers were devoid of malevolent thoughts? Jun Lin added, "Strangely enough, I seem to possess an innate bad luck, as if I were cursed with a kind of prophetic ability. Sometimes the nonsensical things I utter inexplicably come to fruition that if he had attempted to console Lu Zheng, it is likely that Lu Zheng would have resisted internally and might have truly jumped. Yet at this moment, he was narrating a tale, significantly piquing Lu Zheng's curiosity. For instance, Jun Lin replied, "Once, a fellow took his own life due to a heartbreak. I approached him and said, 'I too have experienced a similar loss. In fact, my situation was more dire, as I could not afford the exorbitant bride price, which led to my separation. But see, I have persevered and emerged stronger from it.'" Lu Zheng scoffed. "You negotiators are all full of nonsense. You are deceiving him." Jun Lin shrugged. At that moment, it was indeed a deception. Lu Zheng paused. "Are you implying?" Jun Lin nodded. Eventually, it became reality. Lu Zheng huffed. "Nonsense, I do not believe you." Jun Lin chuckled. "Come on, you're not contemplating jumping off a building due to a heartbreak. What purpose would I have in deceiving you? Are you aware of my situation? If you wish to counsel someone, you must first understand them." Jun Lin's voice grew somber. He looked at Lu Zheng and said, "You are too innocent, not deserving, truly not deserving." Lu Zheng was a hero who had recently graced the news that on a night shift returning home, he intervened to protect a solitary woman from 2 ruffians. One of them doused him in gasoline and set him ablaze, resulting in minor burns. This incident stirred considerable commotion, not due to the ruffians, but because the woman he saved fled the scene. When the police sought evidence, she obstinately refused to appear, claiming fear of retaliation. Ultimately, she publicly lamented that Lu Zheng had meddled, asserting that had he not intervened, she would not have faced such peril. It seemed she merely sought to escape. What was more infuriating was the fact that many harbored similar sentiments. They believed Lu Zheng's plight was self-inflicted, a consequence of his meddling. Had he not been involved, matters would not have escalated to such severity. Of course, the moral compass of the majority was intact, leading many to condemn the girl. As a result, she became ensnared in a whirlwind of public opinion. Ultimately, she took her own life. Now, Lu Zheng was branded as the prime instigator of her suicide. Under the manipulation of ill-intentioned individuals, public sentiment swiftly shifted, portraying Lu Zheng as the one who drove her to despair. Rumors circulated that the two young men, now apprehended, had originally only sought some verbal advantage. It was Lu Zheng's forceful intervention, leading to a physical altercation that provoked their retaliation. The gasoline was claimed to have been spilled by Lu Zheng himself, and a cigarette, but was said to have ignited the flames. In summary, Lu Zheng found himself unable to defend himself, transforming from hero to villain. With such experiences, one can comprehend why Lu Zheng stood there. Jun Lin softly remarked, "To be a good person is exhausting, is it not?" Lu Zheng could no longer contain the sorrow swelling within him. He wept uncontrollably, exclaiming, "I no longer wish to be a good person. What is the point of being a so-called good person? I have never committed a wrongdoing in my life. Why should I suffer like this? If I hadn't been there, that Yu Mingzhu would have been violated by them. Yet, in the end, she shifted all the blame onto me. I never accused her of anything. I simply cannot comprehend why she chose to take her own life. How did it come to the point where I am considered the one who drove her to despair?" His burned visage twisted in anguish, revealing an especially grotesque countenance. An ugly exterior masked a wounded soul. "Something feels amiss," Jun Lin murmured. "Girls like her typically lack the courage to commit suicide. Yet, one can never be sure. The instinct for survival is inherent in every individual. Yet we often relinquish our precious lives for various reasons. If given the choice, who truly desires to die?" Lu Zheng stared at him blankly. "Do you genuinely wish to die?" Jun Lin nodded. "Why is that?" Lu Zheng inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Jun Lin replied, "All right, I shall share with you. I have been diagnosed with terminal lung cancer. I am nearing the end." Lu Zheng gasped in astonishment. "Is that true?" In a hushed tone, Jun Lin recounted, "Once I implored a would-be suicide to reconsider. He was overwhelmed by a sudden illness and unbearable pain. I deceived him, claiming that I too was afflicted with cancer and suffering greatly. Yet I chose to remain silent about it, because I resolved to live with strength. Life is precious even amidst adversity. One must endure and cherish every moment of beauty, to not squander the gift of existence, a plethora of uplifting platitudes that ultimately saved him." Lu Zheng regarded him intently. Jun Lin's voice grew somber. "A crow's curse is indeed a crow's curse. That time, I was merely lying to him. Who could have foreseen that a month later, I would be in the hospital receiving my own cancer diagnosis? Damn, what a farce this is." At this, Jun Lin chuckled despite the gravity of the situation. Lu Zheng's mouth fell agape in surprise. "Are you speaking the truth?" Jun Lin leisurely withdrew a piece of paper from his pocket. He approached Lu Zheng, handed it to him, and then retreated, harboring no intention of exploiting the moment to distance himself from Lu Zheng. As Lu Zheng accepted the paper, he discovered it was indeed a hospital diagnosis. The words Jun Lin, terminal lung cancer, loomed large upon the page. Jun Lin continued, "I am unlike you. I have not endured the painful experiences you have faced. My life has been smooth sailing. That I once believed that being an expert negotiator was merely the beginning of my journey. That my future would be even brighter and more glorious. Do you understand? What could be more torturous than a life of unbroken success, only to have it abruptly halted? All happiness can vanish in an instant, and all beauty can cease to exist. Your desire for death stems from a lack of attachment to this world. I wish to live, yet I cannot escape death. If you were in my position, which would you choose?" Lu Zheng sat in stunned silence for a moment before shaking his head. "I suddenly feel that you are more pitiable than I. You are younger, with a promising future. Yet you are faced with such a fate. No wonder he slumped down, inadvertently swaying and nearly toppling over, inciting another wave of gas from those below. Fortunately, Lu Zheng managed to steady himself. Several police officers approached to apprehend him, But Jun Lin shook his head, signaling them to halt. Lu Zheng murmured, I lack the courage to take my own life, I merely wish to show them, to reveal to those online critics the dreadful power of their words, to make them see that it is they who have driven a person to the brink. Reaching this point is already significant enough, Jun Lin remarked with a sigh. He rose and approached Lu Zheng, extending his hand. Lu Zheng glanced at Jun Lin and embraced him, weeping uncontrollably. Hey, don't shake me so violently you nearly toppled me. As they descended from the rooftop, Captain Li Dezhang approached, embracing Jun Lin and saying with a smile, Well done. Did you resort to your usual spiel about having cancer again? Jun Lin stretched lazily. It's not about the method being old, it's about its effectiveness. When it comes to saving lives, who needs innovation? It's quite rare that you even prepared a fake medical report for this. Better safe than sorry, Jun Lin laughed heartily. All right, my task is complete. I'm off to rest now. He turned to leave. Hey, you still have a report to write. Jun Lin waved his arm dismissively. We'll take a leave, we can discuss it later. Upon returning home, he opened a refrigerator and retrieved a can of cola. Jun Lin flopped onto the sofa and turned on the television. The news was broadcasting a peculiar incident. It seemed that witnesses in some location had spotted an unidentified flying object, and there was a video, though it was rather unclear. Such trivial news has become increasingly common lately, though most have been debunked as false. Jun Lin paid it no mind, merely zoning out while watching a drama, then took out the medical report to glance at it, suddenly smiling. What would you think if you knew this was true? The medical report was indeed authentic. Jun Lin had cancer. However, he had confided in no one until one day, a colleague accidentally glimpsed the report, and when everyone came to comfort and sympathize with him, Jun Lin felt an inexplicable wave of annoyance. He despised the pity, the sympathy. It made him feel like a failure, a weakling, who could only elicit compassion through his own helplessness and despair. Jun Lin held such sentiments in disdain. Thus, he fabricated a lie, claiming he had created the report to deceive those who were contemplating despair. It is indeed ironic that a man tormented daily by illness, who would gladly wish for an early death and rebirth, must often counsel others on the preciousness of life and the importance of cherishing every moment. Perhaps it was this very reason that, while hypnotizing others, he also hypnotized himself, compelling Jun Lin to endure through gritted teeth. Yet, his body gradually succumbed to the toll. This compelled Jun Lin to frequently take leave. 2 days prior, when he visited the hospital again, the doctor informed him that under his current condition, without chemotherapy, he could last no more than 3 months. Yet, Jun Lin still refused. He loathed the idea of merely lingering on. He would not take his own life, but neither did he wish to exist in such a manner. Apart from painkillers, he requested nothing else. At that moment, pain surged over him once more like a tidal wave. Jun Lin retrieved the pillbox from his pocket. The box bore the label of vitamins for confidentiality. Jun Lin had swapped it out. Opening the medicine box, Jun Lin poured a few pills into his hand and swallowed them, only to be seized by a violent cough that a crimson hue appeared at the corners of his mouth. Well, I suppose this is fate. You have saved the lives of many, but at the cost of your own. Perhaps it is a form of prophecy. Jun Lin muttered to himself, unexpectedly chuckling at his own words. The so-called prophecy had indeed materialized. He had not deceived Lu Zheng. His misfortune was palpable. From the process of persuading others, the tales he spun often turned into reality. His girlfriend, whom he had been discussing marriage with, suddenly found the bride price soaring from 200,000 to 400,000. That alone might have been bearable, but the requirement for a home had escalated from 60 square meters to 120. That was absurd. Naturally, the outcome was his girlfriend's departure, but on another occasion. While advising a bankrupt business owner, he casually mentioned being owed money by a friend. The next day, a childhood friend who had borrowed 100,000 from him vanished without a trace. After several instances of his benevolent fabrications transforming into harsh realities, Jun Lin grew cautious. He hastily claimed he had won a lottery. The result? The other party took their own life. That was the most devastating failure in his negotiation history. He did not win anything afterward. Thus, Jun Lin continued to curse himself until he received a cancer diagnosis. From that moment onward, he no longer needed to deceive others. With a readily available medical report and wholly authentic emotional experiences, he no longer needed to fabricate stories. He spoke from the heart, and the impact was unparalleled. His career flourished while his health declined. In reflection, even Jun Lin couldn't help but exclaim, "How ironic it is that the good fortune fails while the misfortune prevails." I'm not a prophet, just a cursed jinx. If you have the ability, make it happen again. If I leap from this window, I shall traverse time. As he spoke, he could not contain his laughter, even as he coughed blood. Then he heard a voice. I assure you, this time your words will indeed come to pass. In bewilderment, Jun Lin turned to see a figure seated behind him. If the person truly existed, it was difficult to articulate their presence. Jun Lin experienced a dual sensation. On one hand, he felt that this person was an illusion, as he could clearly see all the elements of his room: the sofa, the window, the stove, and the trash canoni of which were obscured by a human form. That on the other hand, he sensed that this being was undeniably present. They occupied the space before him, unobscured, yet not transparent, as though he could simultaneously perceive them and everything behind them. However, he could not articulate their appearance, even the term they felt inaccurate, for he could not discern if the figure was male or female. It was as if everything he beheld had become a jumble in his mind, something he could grasp but not convey. Existence and non-existence coalesced before Jun Lin in a strange manifestation, akin to 2 feet stepping simultaneously into 2 points in the river of time, coexisting yet unperturbed, much like the palm of his right hand touching the back of the same hand, contradictory yet harmoniously unified. A profound sense of astonishment surged within Jun Lin. He shook his head as if to dispel an illusion and blurted out, "No way." The figure smiled. Jun Lin could not see, or rather, he could not perceive the smile of the other, yet he was acutely aware that the other was indeed smiling. He spoke. If he truly exists, then this is no mere illusion. Taking a deep breath, Jun Lin endeavored to ascertain the other's position, only to feel as though he existed everywhere. No matter where he looked, he could sense the other's presence. Steadying his mind, he remarked, "I have not heard of technology reaching such a level. This is not technology, but rather consciousness transmission." Consciousness transmission? Jun Lin exclaimed in astonishment. "Are you suggesting?" The other gently waved a hand, and Jun Lin beheld a transformation of his surroundings. It was as if he had traversed realms, finding himself amidst an expansive sky in a vast world. Looking down, he observed towering mountains, flowing rivers, verdant meadows, and lush forests, yet the flora and fauna were entirely unfamiliar to him. Involuntarily, Jun Lin exclaimed, "This is not Earth. Have you transported me across dimensions?" Perhaps due to his extensive reading of novels, although Jun Lin was astounded, he was not overwhelmed. Yet the other's response made him sputter. "I merely wish to show you have not yet leapt from any heights." Jun Lin nodded thoughtfully. "So, how about I, the harbinger of misfortune? Make a prescient guess? You are an unfortunate deity from another world, defeated by a god of your own realm, who then fled to Earth in search of a host to be his grandfather." The other chuckled. "You have indulged in quite a number of novels, which fuels your imagination, but proves of little utility to the truth. Nonetheless, it would be wise to refrain from frivolous conjecture. Such musings serve only to squander your potential." What do you mean?" Jun Lin detected layers within the other's words. "Let us begin anew. Allow me to introduce myself. I hail from the distant dimension of the battlefield, the birthplace of the great ascended civilization." At least I did not err in this regard. It is indeed another world," Jun Lin muttered. "Dimension, not world. Their distinction. There is. In your terminology, a dimension refers to the universe, while a realm signifies a world. Is it significant?" "Very much so." "Fine, if you say it is important, then so be it." "So, you are from a universe called the battlefield?" "I prefer to call it the battlefield dimension, as that is the nomenclature adopted by the ascendant civilization and has thus been widely propagated." "It seems our universe has yet to be named," Jun Lin continued to muse. "Your focus is rather peculiar," the other remarked with a smile. Jun Lin spread his hands. "I am currently feeling quite disoriented." Anyone in such a situation would feel the same, would they not? "So, you're not only an alien, but an extraterrestrial from a different universe? And you're communicating with me through consciousness? You may interpret it in that manner. Why have you sought me out?" Jun Lin gazed downwards. He still stood upon the clouds, beneath which the ever-changing white clouds danced, the world flowing like rippling water, filled with magnificent illusions. This sensation was so ethereal, yet so undeniably real. It was truly not a dream. The other's voice resonated. "The matter is rather lengthy to explain, so let me describe it in the simplest terms. I require you to be my soldier and to engage in battle." "Wow." Jun Lin whistled. "That sounds impressive. But if you're already so formidable, why do you still require my assistance? Are you not strong enough?" "On the contrary," The Ascendant civilization was once the mightiest ultimate civilization in the Battle Realm dimension, unifying the entire dimensional universe. Let me guess. Following the conventional narrative, you eventually encountered a formidable adversary and were ultimately eradicated. Thus, driven by a desire for vengeance, you traversed the dimensional barriers, sought me out, and became my devoted elder, placing your hopes upon me and entrusting your vendetta to my hands. Jun Lin chuckled. Jun Lin felt a sense of relief, finding amusement in such a scenario. The other party chuckled as well. You overthink matters. The Ascendant civilization indeed no longer exists, but was not vanquished by a powerful foe, it was extinguished by our own hands. By your own? The usurpers? Do not perceive the situation through the narrow lens of your earthly perspective. The Ascendant civilization harbored grand aspirations. We held no interest in the strife for power, or rather, our unification of the dimensions was merely a means toward a greater pursuit. The Ascendants were united, with a singular purpose, their degree of solidarity surpassing your imagination. How then did you meet your demise? Jun Lin inquired, perplexed. Without external enemies or internal strife, how could they have perished? We chose to perish voluntarily. Jun Lin was taken aback. Voluntarily perish? Indeed, to transcend this dimension and ascend to a higher realm, all Ascendants ultimately opted to relinquish their individual selves, merging all consciousness into one. Thus, forming what I am now, the collective consciousness of the Ascendants, the initial and ultimate deity of dimensions. Goodness, Jun Lin exclaimed, you truly are remarkably unified. Through his dialogue with this collective consciousness of the Ascendants, Jun Lin finally comprehended. After attaining the pinnacle of dimensional achievement, the Ascendant civilization realized they had reached an impasse, that a civilization devoid of aspirations and stripped of life's purpose becomes lost, ultimately risking the very essence of existence. When external foes were absent to bring about their downfall, they ventured into self-destruction. It was under such circumstances that the Ascendant civilization made their fateful decision. In pursuit of transcending dimensional limitations, they undertook a final endeavor after countless efforts, the grand fusion of Ascendant consciousness, achieving the exalted status of the true deity. They succeeded. They failed. They became the true deities of dimensions, yet could not genuinely transcend the endless dimensions. Since their grand objective remained unfulfilled, they resolved to continue striving to cultivate new beings, to once again devour, merge, and transcend however one might interpret it. In the absence of new subjects for fusion, they would recreate themselves. Of course, all of this was merely his design. The future may not unfold according to the plans set forth by this deity, yet that does not deter him from crafting such a scheme. At this moment, Jun Lin clarified his thoughts and allowed himself to attain complete calmness. He asked, by the way, how should I address you? I cannot simply call you the omniscient and omnipotent God, can I? Or perhaps the deity of dimensions? My name is rather lengthy, encompassing the collective names used by all beings of the Ascendant civilization, that I could convey it to you in a mere second, yet it would take you 100 years to fully comprehend. Jun Lin found the other party's words inexplicably reasonable, and a whimsical idea struck him. How about I bestow upon you a simpler title? The other smiled. That sounds delightful. His demeanor exuded an elegance reminiscent of a deity descended from the heavens, appearing in human form. Though he retained the guise of an ordinary individual, his speech was imbued with a regal grace, devoid of haughtiness, resembling a venerable elder of great wisdom. Of course, the other showed no signs of age. It was merely a sensation Jun Lin experienced. There was neither the awe-inspiring majesty of a celestial being nor an inscrutable mystery, but rather an attitude of serene detachment, as if he were at ease with the world. Jun Lin chuckled. Then I shall call you Nicola. Why that name? There is no particular reason. A name is merely a designation, chosen at random. Jun Lin implied a subtle urgency, as if he feared the other might later retract his agreement. The privilege of naming, in certain respects, carries a sense of honor. To bestow a name upon a deity is a rare distinction, one that Jun Lin believed few could claim across the vast expanse of the universe. Very well, then from this day forth, I shall be known as Nicola. The deity unexpectedly acquiesced. With his consent, Jun Lin felt a peculiar sensation within himself, as if something had been unlocked. Yet upon closer inspection, he found nothing amiss. What could this mean? Jun Lin gazed at Nicola in astonishment. It seems something has transpired within my body. Indeed, Nicola replied. What is it? You will understand once you journey there. Jun Lin then recalled that he had yet to agree to traverse dimensions. After contemplating, he said, "Give me a reason to consent to this crossing." Nicola casually spread his hands. "Your cancer, perhaps? Once you arrive there, at least you shall not perish from illness." That was indeed a compelling reason. However, after some reflection, Jun Lin replied, "Are you not concerned that I might feign agreement, only to play tricks once my terminal illness is resolved? I harbor no such worries. The future you, whether consumed by me or vice versa, shall merge into a singular entity, indistinguishable from one another. Success and failure hold no significance. What truly matters is the transcendence itself." Jun Lin laughed. "I have suddenly realized that you, as a deity, are quite intriguing." "In what way?" "On Earth, the vast majority of deities are taciturn, imposing, and exude an air of superiority, whereas you do not embody such traits." Nicola chuckled. "That is because your world lacks a true deity. The gods of your imagination require the support of faith to uphold their majesty and maintain their status. The so-called prominent figures among you need to project authority to create distance, thereby concealing their vulnerabilities. However, genuine strength never concerns itself with such trivialities. Just as a human faces an ant, one can effortlessly control its life and death. Do you need to maintain an air of superiority over it? Do you fear it discovering your weaknesses? No, none of that is necessary. Your mere existence is supreme to the ant. There is no need to prove your might to it regardless of how amiable you may appear. Your divine status remains unshaken. Conversely, it is far more absurd for a human to adopt a lofty demeanor before a swarm of ants, is it not? That is true," Jun Lin replied with a smile. Nicola continued, "However, you're not my sole target. It is impossible to place hope in just one human. Only with a multitude of options can one discern the best among them." "Understood. Since we have reached this juncture, it would be a waste to hesitate and miss the opportunity," Jun Lin remarked with a grin. "By the way, how do I get there?" "Originally, you could simply jump off a building to arrive, but considering that your country does not endorse such suicidal methods of traversal whenever you wish to go, just find a random door and state your intent to enter the battlefield." Jun Lin was taken aback. "You actually abide by the law?" Nicola did not respond to this remark and simply vanished. "Hey, I wasn't finished speaking. You haven't told me if I can return." Jun Lin exclaimed in frustration. With numerous questions still lingering in his mind, he found Nicola had disappeared, no matter how loudly he called out. This left Jun Lin feeling as though everything that had just transpired was but a dream. Did I truly converse with a deity from another dimension? Did I actually agree to traverse? Surely, this cannot be mere hallucination. Yet, even if it were, what of it? It merely involves opening a door. Moreover, his physical condition left him with little choice. With death looming, it was better to take a risk. The sky outside had darkened. Standing at the window, Jun Lin gazed into the distance, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. "I am about to embark on a truly extraordinary journey. The end of the universe lies in Teeling, and I shall traverse to the very limits. And all of this is due to my own ill-fated words. How utterly uncanny." With this thought, he murmured, "Very well, since I have come this far, I shall accept it." He chose not to traverse immediately, but first visited all his friends and family, including an ex-girlfriend who had parted ways with him over dowry issues. She, believing he sought reconciliation, was touched but politely declined, stating she would invite him to her wedding. Is this a hint for a red envelope? He withdrew all his savings and sent them to his parents back home, without mentioning his intention to traverse, and Jun Lin composed a will. Suddenly, he realized that organizing his affairs had been remarkably simple, completed in just half a day. Having arranged everything and noticing the day waning, Jun Lin made his way to the police station. Resigning, in the office, Li Dazhong stared at Jun Lin in astonishment. He slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "You've been unreachable all day, and now you suddenly appear to resign? What is this? Do you think you can disregard me as your superior just because you feel invincible?" "No, I simply wish to resign. I no longer want to continue," Jun Lin replied. "I've contemplated this all day and have come to a conclusion. That is unacceptable. I refuse to agree," Li Dazhong retorted emphatically. Jun Lin shook his head. "Come on, old Li, I'm here to resign, not to negotiate a raise. What is there to disagree with? I no longer wish to work. Can you really force me to stay? You're talking nonsense." Li Dazhong shouted angrily. "Do you think this is just any place? You can come and go as you please?" Jun Lin replied languidly. "While coming may not always be feasible, leaving is certainly within my grasp." "You, Li Dazhong was so furious he felt like punching Jun Lin in the face, but he ultimately restrained himself. Fine, you wish to resign, then submit your resignation letter first. We must follow the proper procedures. It doesn't matter to me. Jun Lin understood this was Li Dazhang's tactic to buy time and persuade him gradually. However, he meant well, and Jun Lin would not shatter his pride. As it was said, if he truly no longer wished to work, who could compel him otherwise? At worst, he would forfeit any severance pay. Let's see if anyone could make RMB universally accepted in another dimension. Li Dazhang continued to ramble. After a few exchanges, Jun Lin exited the office and encountered someone around the corner. It was Lu Zheng, who entered the nearby knife shop. Jun Lin felt a stir in his heart and followed him inside. "Boss, I want to buy a knife," Lu Zheng said with a grim expression. "What kind of knife do you need?" "A three-edged knife." "Are you joking? That's a restricted weapon." The shopkeeper shot him a dubious glance. Lu Zheng's ominous demeanor made the proprietor uneasy. Lu Zheng scratched his head, mumbling then, "What kind of knives do you sell?" The shopkeeper, now visibly frightened, waved his hands repeatedly. No, I won't sell you a knife. If you're looking for trouble, don't involve me." Lu Zheng exited the shop in disappointment and unexpectedly bumped into Jun Lin, momentarily taken aback. "It's you?" Jun Lin chuckled. "What's this? Are you contemplating self-harm again? This time with a knife?" "A fruit knife would suffice." He mimicked the gesture of slitting a wrist. Lu Zheng shook his head. "I have no such intentions, never mind. It's hard to explain to you." As he turned to leave, Jun Lin suddenly remarked, "If you're looking for a weapon, a steel pipe can be sharpened and utilized." "Right?" Lu Zheng slapped his forehead. "How did I not think of that?" Then he realized something and looked at Jun Lin with surprise, forcing a grim smile. I'm not planning to engage in any illegal activities. I just need a weapon for self-defense on a trip." Jun Lin nodded understandingly. He patted Lu Zheng on the shoulder, saying, "Take care on your journey. May we meet again by fate." Lu Zheng, taken aback by the gesture, eventually nodded. "Okay." As he watched Lu Zheng depart, Jun Lin pondered for a moment before returning to the police station. The negotiation experts of Huaxia are all officers with official status thus. Jun Lin is also armed, though he seldom finds the need to wield his weapon. Equipped with his firearm and a knife concealed on his person, Jun Lin casually sought an unoccupied space and softly murmured, "To the battlefield." Upon opening the door, a fleeting blur engulfed him, and he found himself in a dimly lit chamber. Utilizing the faint, yellowish light filtering through the window, he discerned a wardrobe nearby, a television perched atop it, and a rather worn room service sign that suggested. The place resembled an old, neglected inn. Beyond the window lay a scene of even greater disrepair. He gazed upon an utterly unfamiliar street. The dilapidated structures appeared as if they had languished in abandonment for a century, with scarcely a complete building in sight. The distant skyline was shrouded in shadow, devoid of any illumination. If this were a city experiencing a power outage, the streets would be alive with the clamor of human activity if it were the dead of night. At the very least, streetlights should be aglow. Yet none of this was present. The entire city was enveloped in darkness, with only a few streetlights flickering dimly, and the sky offered no sight of the moon or stars, merely a whisper of weak light. Silence prevailed, not a single sound to be heard, as if the entire city had succumbed to slumber. Turning back to attempt to reopen the door, he discovered it was now firmly sealed. So, does this mean I've crossed over? Jun Lin felt a sense of bewilderment. Before him materialized a three-dimensional holographic system panel. Chosen of the divine. Name, Jun Lin. Gender, male. Age, 26 years. Condition, latest stage lung cancer. Base attributes, strength, 4, agility, 4, spirit, 3, constitution, 3. Dimensional law abilities, none. Plane law abilities, none. Innate ability, blood of truth. Equipment, none. Points, none. Level, bronze tier level 0. Current status, critical, with an estimated lifespan of 3 months. The terminal illness remains unresolved. Nicholas merely offered Jun Lin an opportunity. As long as Jun Lin continuously improves himself, the issue of cancer would be trivial. Additionally, prominently displayed on the system was a task list. Current plane, the abandoned city. Plane characteristics, chaotic laws. Current mode, survival mode. Current tasks. 1. Survival. Endure in the land of abandonment for 3 months. Upon completion, earn 500 points. Point 2. Hunt. Eliminate invading creatures to receive corresponding point rewards. 3. Conquer. Defeat the final boss. Successful completion yields corresponding points, 1 chance for a lottery draw, and special rewards. Failure incurs no penalty. This description lacks sufficient detail. Could it be more specific? Jun Lin inquired. The system replied, you possess 3 inquiries. Choose your questions wisely. Initially, Jun Lin contemplated asking whether he could return to Earth afterward, but with only 3 questions permitted, he felt compelled to exercise caution. After some consideration, Jun Lin stated, first, please elaborate on the dimensional and plane laws. The distinction between dimensional laws and plane laws lies primarily in their universality. Dimensional law abilities are universally applicable across dimensions, while plane law abilities are specific to the plane in question. This is akin to the disparity in gravitational forces between the Earth and the Moon. From the perspective of the dimensional battlefield, it signifies that the laws governing different planes vary significantly. However, the acquisition of dimensional law abilities can only be achieved through self-awakening, and only those endowed with a law physique are eligible to attain this. Awakening necessitates profound mental stimulation, which is why it is not uncommon for individuals in the dimensional battlefield to experience explosive surges of power during combat. Upon hearing the explanation, Jun Lin was overcome with an unsettling sensation. He attempted to fire a shot. The bullet, upon exiting the chamber, struck the door and ricocheted, leaving merely a dent on the surface. Is it truly ineffective? Then how about this? Jun Lin drew a knife and etched a deep mark on the table, declaring, this proves useful. Thus, it appears that the simpler the law, the greater its universality. Logically, one would expect that with environmental changes, individuals would perish instantaneously. However, this did not occur among them. Turning his attention to the system, a notification appeared. Due to the dimensional compatibility, the power of this firearm has decreased by 68%. Jun Lin's second inquiry pertained to invasive entities. Invasive organisms can be categorized into 2 types: those that originate from alternate planes and intrude upon this one, and those that are fantastical beings. Upon arriving on Earth, Nicola, out of habit, conducted a search of the planet. To his astonishment, the formidable creative power of the dimensional deity led him to unwittingly generate countless life forms after perusing various artistic works from Earth. Consequently, entities from legends, myths, games, and films emerged in the dimensional battlefield, evolving into fantastical beings. The third inquiry concerned the bud of truth. Unsurprisingly, this represents his external enhancement, whose true designation should be absolute truth, a novel sequence that parallels absolute control. Absolute control essentially refers to the overarching abilities within the dimensional battlefield. The fundamental characteristic of the law abilities in this realm is the mastery over energy and matter. Ascended civilizations are experts in the absolute control sequence, while Jun Lin's talent has unveiled another sequence, the truth sequence. However, the essence of Jun Lin's absolute truth does not lie in the mastery of matter, but rather in the redefinition of all entities, including laws. This revelation startled Jun Lin. He had suspected he possessed an enhancement, yet he had not anticipated its magnitude. This also elucidates why naming Nicola resulted in his own transformation. He bestowed a name upon a deity, and the deity accepted it. The manifestation of absolute truth yielded substantial growth, consequently birthing the talent known as the bud of truth. It is precisely this aspect that caused Nicola to regard Jun Lin with newfound respect. Not just anyone is deemed worthy of engaging in extensive conversation with him. The opportunity to converse with significant figures is, in itself, a rare privilege. With the 3 inquiries resolved, the system suddenly presented a new task. Optional task, Extreme Challenge. Upon accepting this task, you will face a pursuit by a level 2 bronze tier invasive organism for 1 day. Escape the pursuit. Reward of 500 points. Successful counterattack. Reward of 1,000 points. Difficulty level, high. Novice Special Reward 1. Upon accepting this task, you may acquire partial information about this plane in advance. Novice Special Reward 2. Upon completion of the task, you will gain an additional opportunity to pose a question. Jun Lin was taken aback. What does this mean? The system replied, as a promising seed favored by Nicola, you are obligated to endure greater trials. This is a voluntary task, which means I have the right to refuse. Jun Lin inquired. Indeed. However, trials are opportunities. To forfeit the trial is to relinquish the chance. Upon hearing this, Jun Lin glanced at his current state. Critically ill, with a remaining lifespan of 3 months. Gazing at the alarming red text, Jun Lin chuckled. It appears I do not possess many choices. Very well, I consent. Jun Lin understood the significance and difficulty of the first pot of gold, recognizing that an individual's ascent often hinges upon a solid foundation. Given that he was already terminally ill, he felt it was worth a gamble. Moreover, he was acutely aware that the trial was not merely about eliminating him. Nicola, who had expressed confidence in him, would likely not allow him to perish so easily. The gaming company, catering to premium players, aimed to encourage investment rather than withdrawal. Thus he was eager to observe how Nicola balanced life and death within the trial. The door was finally able to open. Stepping out of the room, he found himself in a long corridor lined with small doors. Before each door stood a figure, both men and women, including the elderly and children, one boy around 16 or 17, pale-faced, and an elderly man whose age was indiscernible, his hair already graying. Jun Lin noticed that everyone opened their doors simultaneously, ate tea that moment. They exchanged glances, clearly aware of their circumstances, yet their mental states indicated a lack of adaptation, as most bore expressions of panic. This was due to the fact that not all had come here willingly. Nicola would consult each individual's opinion, but a refusal did not guarantee validity. Interestingly, Jun Lin indeed spotted Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng was also observing him, showing evident surprise, yet ultimately understanding the situation. He nodded at Jun Lin, and then said nothing more. They feigned unfamiliarity. In an unspoken agreement characteristic of adults, Jun Lin turned his gaze toward another individual. A woman, Yu Mingzhu. The woman whom Lu Zheng had once saved. She had indeed arrived as well. No wonder she had attempted suicide. Was it yet another scheme of Nicholas? However, Yu Mingzhu had taken her life over 10 days prior to his traversal, yet now she appeared alongside them, coinciding with their synchronized entrance, leading Jun Lin to realize that Nicola might possess the power to manipulate time. Perhaps feeling guilty, upon seeing Lu Zheng, Yu Mingzhu instinctively recoiled a step and glanced sideways. Lu Zheng scoffed, saying nothing further. After an eerie silence and mutual scrutiny, someone finally spoke. I believe everyone has come to comprehend the current circumstances, spoke a gentleman of refined demeanor, resembling a typical office worker. Clad in a suit and tie, a bitter smile graced his face. He continued, we have been brought to a new world by some deity, embarking on a magnificent journey, charged with the mission to either vanquish this god or be vanquished. Ourselves. It is utterly absurd. I truly wish this were but a dream. He sighed, running his fingers along the wooden wall beside him, the tangible texture reaffirming the harsh reality that this was no mere illusion. Opposite him sat a tall man with a scruffy beard, grinning broadly. I'm fine. I came here of my own volition. Volition? The group turned their attention to the bearded man. Indeed, he nodded emphatically. My money was taken by my wife, leaving me in a dire state with debts piling high. With no way out, a voice suddenly offered me the chance to traverse to another realm. I casually replied that I was amenable, provided my creditors were not brought along. And just like that, I was whisked away. His words elicited laughter from the tense group. The bearded man added, the problem is, Nikolai didn't take me seriously and still brought my creditors along. As he spoke, he directed his gaze at the man next door. That man appeared equally refined, sporting gold-rimmed glasses and a slight paunch, exuding the aura of a middle-aged individual. Upon hearing this, the bespectacled gentleman smiled gently. Fear not, old Zhang. I shall not demand repayment from you at this moment. Zhang shrugged in response. Thanks, Master Kong. The group stifled their amusement. It seemed even deities could possess a wicked sense of humor. Oh, you regret it now? Asked a man with a scarred face, clad in a patchwork uniform, as if he had just returned from a construction site, sharpening his nails with a knife. His physique clearly revealed he was well-trained, muscles straining against the fabric, and his calm demeanor and steady hands suggested he, too, had come here willingly. Regret? Old Zhang pondered for a moment before smiling. I wouldn't say regret, at least I am unaware of the current situation. Nikolai only permits us to ask one question. One question? Jun Lin felt a spark of interest in this moment of shared understanding. The group gradually began to converse more freely. Once again, the office worker spoke. Since we are all candidates who have traversed here, I propose we unite. Of course, I understand Nikolai's intention is to select the ultimate contender, but that does not necessitate infighting among us. Nikolai has never stated that candidates must engage in a life-or-death struggle. Indeed, the bearded man concurred. We have arrived in a new world, utterly unaware of our surroundings. Uniting is the wisest course of action. Absolutely. Indeed, the consensus resonated through the group. Seeking warmth and unity is a fundamental aspect of human nature. Let us commence with self-introductions. My name is Lu Shiping, hailing from Tongzhou, and I am 26 years old, declared the office worker, exuding the charisma of a natural leader, while Jun Lin silently observed his pretentiousness. Regrettably, not everyone can synchronize with his tempo. A capable young woman, bespectacled and reminiscent of his secretary, inquired, "May I pose a question? Has anyone among you accepted that extreme challenge task?" The group exchanged glances. The bearded man chuckled. "Such a perilous task? I dare not take it on." Everyone shook their heads in agreement. Jun Lin also followed suit. "That's good to hear. Please do not misunderstand. I merely wish to avoid the scenario where someone takes on such a dangerous task and subsequently endangers us," the secretary-like woman stated. The group collectively concurred. After a moment's contemplation, Jun Lin remarked, "I apologize for misleading you earlier. I have accepted the task." "What?" All eyes turned toward Jun Lin. The secretary-like woman's gaze hardened with a hint of menace. "Are you admitting this to jeopardize everyone?" Jun Lin smiled. "You ought to grasp a crucial point. I have acknowledged it now. My previous silence stemmed from my desire to avoid being perceived as a presumptuous fool. However, you are correct having accepted the task. My presence among you could indeed pose a risk. Hence, I have changed my stance. I have yet to bring harm upon you. So I owe you nothing and need not tolerate such tone directed at me." Upon hearing this, the secretary-like woman recognized her own overreaction and mumbled. In contrast, the bearded man raised his thumb in approval. "Now that's a real man. If you manage to survive, I would gladly consider you a friend." Jun Lin, however, shook his head. "If I survive, I would not wish to befriend you." With that, he turned away, departing alone. As they observed his retreating figure, the group was left in stunned silence. The secretary-like woman exclaimed, "What does he mean by that? Does he disdain us? Why shouldn't he?" The scarred man, sharpening his nails with a dagger, sneered. "While we claim to be united, the moment he accepted the extreme challenge task, he immediately distanced himself from us. What kind of friend is that?" Some voiced their displeasure. "We have only just met. Why should we risk our lives for him?" The scarred man replied, "Indeed, there is no obligation. Thus, he bears no responsibility to lead you. Let us. What qualifies him to do so?" The group laughed. They were all on the same starting line, and the notion of him taking charge seemed ludicrous. The scarred man countered, "Do not forget, the task comes with rewards. Should he survive, his standing will be elevated above ours." Stepping out of the corridor and arriving at the staircase, Jun Lin peered downwards, only to find the expanse below devoid of any presence. He descended the stairs and reached the entrance below, where a cash register stood nearby. The register was ajar, revealing some currency within, while the area behind it was unoccupied. Save for a scattered pile of newspapers dancing in the breeze, Jun Lin glanced at the unfamiliar money on the ground, which indeed indicated that he was situated in a relatively modern realm, now transformed into a world reminiscent of the apocalypse. A slight melancholy stirred within him as he exited the inn and ventured onto the street. The thoroughfare lay desolate, dotted only with a few dilapidated, rusted vehicles obstructing the way. This place was once a small dimension known as Haines, characterized by its rudimentary technology. The ascent of the ascendant civilization to the status of dimensional deity, Nicola, resulted in the shattering of the dimensional barrier, profoundly impacting the entire realm. This collision led to the emergence of several dimensions, and Haines fell victim to this calamity, its landscape ravaged into a wasteland, giving rise to dimensional rifts. These rifts opened into a kingdom of the undead, causing a flood of spectral beings to invade this territory. The fortunate survivors hastily fled, leaving behind a mere handful of natives, thus earning the city its name of abandoned metropolis. The arrival of fantastical creatures further animated this forsaken dimension. At this moment, as Jun Lin stepped forth, he noticed a figure standing under a nearby street lamp. The light elongated his shadow, imbuing it with an eerie aura. Upon spotting Jun Lin, the figure approached him, slowly lifting his gaze. Under the dim yellow light, Jun Lin discerned a white devilish mask adorning the stranger's face, with crimson gleams emanating from his eyes. The masked servant. Jun Lin sighed. The masked servant, one of the invasive entities of the abandoned metropolis, belonged to the undead hierarchy, classified as a bronze level 2. In contrast, a standard human from Earth was deemed a 0 level. Jun Lin recoiled. The masked servant, noticing him, emitted a low growl, seizing a nearby garbage bin and hurling it towards Jun Lin. Witnessing this, Jun Lin swiftly dodged, the bin narrowly grazing his leg and leaving behind a vivid splash of blood. A sharp pain surged through his left leg. Seizing the opportunity, the masked servant continued its pursuit with heavy strides, seemingly unfazed by the need for speed. Each step exuding an oppressive aura that weighed heavily upon Jun Lin. Limping, he retreated towards a nearby building, ascending the stairs with the intent of not drawing disaster upon others. As he climbed, he hurled every throwable object he could find in the hallway downwards. Bang! A vase shattered upon the masked servant's head. Yet it appeared oblivious to the impact. Jun Lin could only continue his retreat, grasping any item suitable for throwing. The masked servant merely tilted its head slightly, its red eyes glimmering with a chilling essence of death. It appeared formidable. Jun Lin pondered whether the absolute truth could be used for regret. He murmured, his throat emitting a hoarse growl as the masked servant lunged forward with sudden ferocity. As he lunged forward, Jun Lin had already burst through the adjacent door and tumbled inside, leaving the masked corpse servant grasping at nothing but air. He swiftly turned to shut the door, but just as it was closing, a large hand suddenly appeared, gripping the edge of the door. Startled, Jun Lin pushed with all his might, forcefully pinning that hand in the door's crack. For an ordinary person, the pain from such an impact would be unbearable, yet the masked corpse servant remained silent, exerting a tremendous force to slowly push the door open again. Damn it! Jun Lin shouted, feeling the door yield, and with all his strength, he slammed it shut once more. This time, the collision was extraordinarily forceful, contorting the trapped hand in a grotesque manner. In a moment of desperation, Jun Lin drew a knife from his side and plunged it into the palm. Black blood oozing from the wound, albeit in limited quantity. However, the damaged hand of the corpse servant surprisingly grasped the blade and twisted it, breaking it into 2 pieces. A loud thud echoed as the arm thrust through the door, tightening around Jun Lin's neck. He struggled with all his might against the iron-like grip, which refused to relent. As his consciousness began to fade, his hands instinctively groped around until they grasped a wooden stick. "I will awaken," he murmured to himself. It was as if boundless strength surged within him, coursing through his body like a raging river, and he felt as if he could command it. In the next moment, Jun Lin concentrated all his power into his right hand, focusing it on the stick, and forcefully thrust it backward. With a soft thud, the constricting grip around his neck vanished. Jun Lin pushed away the arm that had been choking him and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. He had narrowly escaped death. It was then he noticed that outside the gaping hole of the door, the masked corpse servant still stood motionless, a wooden stick protruding from its head. It must be dead, he thought. Reaching out, Jun Lin lifted the mask. Upon removal, he was confronted with a face in a state of extreme decay. The flesh nearly entirely rotted away, leaving only a gory dental ridge and a few broken teeth. The nose had disintegrated, leaving behind 2 gaping holes, within which a maggot wriggled. Indeed, it was a corpse. No wonder it was referred to as a servant of the dead. Despite his mental preparation, Jun Lin was overwhelmed by a wave of nausea. Suppressing the urge to retch, he turned his gaze to the mask in his hand, a white devil mask. As he gently raised it, he noticed a faint red glow emanating from the eye sockets, as if something were drawing him in, compelling him to wear it. This is bad. Instinctively, Jun Lin flung it away. At that moment, the mask abruptly contorted, extending countless tendrils that ensnared him. The tendrils constricted, and the mask clung to his face like a parasitic creature. As it enveloped him, an indescribable sensation washed over Jun Lin. It felt as though something were growing upon his visage, an unbearable discomfort. No matter how fiercely he tugged, the mask would not budge. An indescribable feeling surged forth. Initially a bizarre slickness, akin to a layer of grease smeared across his face, followed by a sudden onslaught of sharp pain. The sensation of pain surged forth with such intensity, akin to 1,000 needles piercing his skull, that Jun Lin could no longer suppress his cries. Yet, in the next moment, the pain vanished entirely. Not only did the agony dissipate, but all sensations within his body also faded away. Jun Lin realized that he had lost any awareness above his head, save for a chilling and malevolent thought that rose from the depths of his heart. "What is this?" Jun Lin exclaimed, only to discover that no sound escaped his lips. Instead, a low, sinister laughter echoed from his throat. "This is not my laughter." He found that his lost sensations continued to descend, extending from his head to his throat, and then further down to his body and arms. Darkness enveloped him, as if the ocean were swallowing Jun Lin whole, his consciousness gradually sinking into the abyss. "No." Gritting his teeth, Jun Lin summoned all his strength to twist his legs to the side. Just as he regained his balance, his masked face collided with the doorframe. The pain sharpened his awareness, and for a fleeting moment, he even felt the presence of his arms. Indeed, this malevolent consciousness was linked to the mask. Attacking the mask was tantamount to attacking it. Jun Lin clutched his head and hurled himself once more against the door. This impact was fierce, yet he remained oblivious. The encroaching darkness dulled his perception of pain, while the wicked thought occupying his body emitted a violent and anguished scream. He exerted all his strength to control his arms, gripping the door, and strained to extend his neck, resting his head against the doorframe. No. For the first time, the evil consciousness delivered a clear and fearful thought. "I can." Jun Lin laughed maniacally. With a sudden pull, he yanked on the door, pressing it heavily against the mask. 1, 2, 3. Jun Lin recklessly crushed his head against the door, and under that immense force, the mask began to warp, blood gushing from his face, while the malevolent consciousness howled in torment. Please, don't do this. The wicked thought pleaded loudly. I can return your body to you. Jun Lin's grip faltered momentarily. My possession. His throat emitted a voice that was distinctly his own. I shall take it back. Bang. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Jun Lin's head jerked upward, and a torrent of blood gushed forth. Along with the blood, the devilish mask shattered into 2 pieces under the force of the blow. Chapter 6. The Path of Truth Upon Awakening. A dim light greeted Jun Lin's eyes. He touched his nose, relieved to find it unbroken. Despite the ferocity of the impact, he felt only a faint ache, which even he found somewhat astonishing. Had he managed to resolve the situation? Jun Lin's mind wandered. He opened the system interface, which displayed, successfully defeated the weakened version of the masked corpse servant. Earned corresponding points. 2. Successfully executed a counterkill, rewarded with 1,000 points. Achieved beyond expectations. Granted 3 openings to the shop. Not too shabby, Jun Lin murmured to himself, just as he intended to access the shop and explore its offerings. He noticed changes in his status nearby. He had ascended to the 1st level of bronze rank, with a 1-point increase in all attributes. To his delight, his lifespan had also extended by half a month. Furthermore, a new line appeared in the abilities section. Ability 1, Blade Transformation. You can transform any object you touch into a weapon. However, this will alter the material structure, causing damage. No wonder he had thrust a wooden stick into the masked corpse servant's head, for the skull is the hardest part of the human body. It turned out that he had not merely experienced a surge of strength, rather, he had awakened an ability and simultaneously leveled up. This explained the unprecedented lightness he now felt. So, I have indeed awakened? The absolute truth has come to fruition? Jun Lin gazed at his hands. Although it is said that awakening abilities is commonplace in the battlefield dimension, especially in life and death situations, to awaken in his first battle must be related to his so-called crow's mouth. Well, if used correctly, it is not a crow's mouth, but rather a great prophecy. He casually pressed his hand upon the nearby table, and it began to emanate a metallic sheen. Indeed, it had become as hard as metal, its edges remarkably sharp. Quite impressive, he thought. Releasing his grip, the table shattered into countless pieces, leaving Jun Lin with a slight sense of fatigue. Clearly, this ability required physical stamina. Glancing at the system prompt, Jun Lin pondered, what does weakened version of the masked corpse servant mean? The system replied, the great dimensional deity has divided it into 2 parts. One physical and one conscious. Although its overall strength remains at level 2, it is effectively bifurcated, complicating your battles somewhat, but at least it is no longer insurmountable. So, Nicola is looking out for me? Jun Lin chuckled. No, this is a privilege afforded to all, you simply seized it. Why? As a candidate. The foremost qualities are not wisdom or strength, but courage. The task tests courage, relinquishment equates to failure. Combat tests strength, stimulating awakening, consciousness invasion tests self-will. So, it is thus. This so-called ultimate challenge task is, in essence, a trial. A test of courage, a test of strength, a test of self-will. No wonder the task was so easily completed. Its true difficulty lay in the choice made at the moment of accepting the task. Now, Jun Lin has been granted 3 opportunities to unlock the shop function. The system indeed possesses a shop feature. However, candidates must qualify to access it by completing a challenging task or defeating a fantasy creature, named, that does not fall below their own level. Furthermore, the cost of dimension enhancement is 30% higher than that of the enhancement after returning. Having completed a task across 2 levels, Jun Lin, therefore, has 3 chances. By the way, it seems I have 1 additional inquiry privilege remaining, correct? Yes. What would you like to know? The system responded. Let us discuss levels and such. I mean, what significance do these numerical attributes hold? What lies beyond bronze? The numbers are devoid of meaning. They merely serve as parameters. Such a simplistic response. As for levels, they are intrinsic to the dimensional battlefield. The God of Dimensions categorizes them in a manner comprehensible to you, classifying them into 8 ranks: bronze, dark iron, silver, gold, diamond, master, king, and legend. It indeed is an understandable method. Thus, upon reaching the legend rank, does that imply one has met Nicola's standards? No. It merely signifies one has exited the novice village. Once the issue of awakening is resolved, Jun Lin must confront the matter of his absolute truth. The quandary surrounding the truth sequence lies in its novelty. Its development path remains utterly unknown, even to Nicola. Hence, Jun Lin must navigate this direction on his own. From the currently available information, Jun Lin has distilled several insights. First, the invocation of absolute truth is best directed towards tangible and visible desires rather than those nebulous and difficult to substantiate. Second, one should begin with oneself. Upon this realization, Jun Lin renewed his wish. The growth path of absolute truth shall be revealed to me. There was no response. This left Jun Lin somewhat disheartened. After some contemplation, he rephrased, the growth path of absolute truth ought to be clear and visible. Still no response. Jun Lin persisted, is the fundamental growth evident? No response. Very well. Growth should be visualized. As those words left his lips, Jun Lin suddenly noticed a depiction on his system panel, where his innate ability, the bud of truth, had manifested a vision, a small sprout emerging from the boundless void with a hint of foliage. Has visualization truly succeeded? Moreover, it appears to be an inverted tree. Indeed, the path of nature arises in accordance, while truth is innate. Contrarily, the absolute truth sequence distorts reality, aligning with human will. Thus, it is inverted growth. The tree of truth is, in fact, an inverted tree. In that moment, gazing upon the inverted tree, a smile graced Jun Lin's face, only to be interrupted by a sudden cough, spitting blood. He paid it no heed and continued to murmur, this is correct. This way, I can grasp you better. Absolute truth, self-defined. If that is the case, I must first define you as you are. Your existence is birthed from my will. Hence, the path of the sequence should be one that I forge. It is not about the pre-existing path I must follow, but rather, the path I choose to take that will shape this sequence. As Jun Lin spoke, the reverse growth sapling visibly sprouted another segment, a delicate green leaf quietly emerging. Jun Lin was filled with delight. Just as he was about to make another wish, an unsettling wave of nausea suddenly washed over him. He dropped to his knees and vomited profusely, blood spilling from his lips. Concurrently, a warning echoed from the system. Warning, warning. A significant anomaly has occurred within the host's body. Life force is rapidly deteriorating. Current estimated survival time, for days. What? Jun Lin was taken aback. I merely intended to conduct an experiment. How did I end up in a state where I can only survive for another 4 days? A long sigh from Nicola followed. Indeed, it is as such. All power demands a cost. The path of your truth requires the expenditure of your life essence as its price for realization. Jun Lin gritted his teeth. This is my path, and I alone shall determine it. I did not set such conditions. Yes, you did not set them, but precisely because of this, issues arose. Nicola explained. This is the balance of the dimensions. Jun Lin comprehended. I previously stated that I would awaken, and indeed, I successfully awakened the blade transformation technique without any adverse reactions in my body. According to your assertion, the initial awakening is the simplest. The further one progresses, the more challenging it becomes. This implies that the price is likely proportional to the difficulty of realizing the truth. At that time, I was in extreme danger, already on the verge of awakening, thus incurring little cost. However, when I manifested the truth bud in visual form, although it was not a significant alteration, discomfort arose, one that I failed to recognize as backlash. Until I proclaimed that my path is the path of truth, the impact was too profound, leading to the current outcome. Indeed, Nicola concurred. As for the realization of the absolute second truth, it was inherently a cost due to my acceptance of an extreme task, hence no backlash occurred. But why did I not experience backlash when naming the deity? On one hand, the method of cost payment had yet to be determined at that time. On the other, it was due to my voluntary acceptance. Your application of it is akin to leveling up by defeating monsters. Success yields benefits, Nicola responded. Leveling up is, in a sense, a form of expenditure and reward, yet the cost is borne by Nicola as the boss. This signifies that not all realizations of truth necessitate the sacrifice of one's life. Some costs can indeed be chosen voluntarily. Having grasped this, Jun Lin promptly inquired, is there any way to extend my lifespan? The system store offers life extension potions, and evolution can also enhance physical vitality. Upon hearing this, Jun Lin hurriedly accessed the store, initially searching for potions that could amplify his life force. Life Enhancement Potion, Bronze Tier. Upon use, it enhances life, energy, and attributes. The effects of the potion diminish with repeated use and are entirely ineffective against the Xian Iron Tier. Price: 1, 300 points. The subsequent prices are subject to dimensional markups. Jun Lin currently possessed precisely 1,000 points, yet that additional 300 proved to be a significant obstacle. This left Jun Lin greatly dissatisfied. Nicola, you repeatedly claim that I am your favored seed, yet you offer no support whatsoever? If I were to perish, your hopes would vanish as well. From the moment you entered this world, the path of the truth sequence was set in motion. Though you are the inaugural traveler upon this path, the truth sequence has long existed. Even in your absence, new seekers shall rise to take your place. Were I still entitled to define truth, I would declare this a falsehood. Nicola chuckled. I can offer you a chance, but only if you resolutely pursue the path of becoming my ultimate chosen one. You must embark on the route of self-evolution. The prospect of self-evolution? Jun Lin was taken aback. Why? Because the system is my creation, and the power within it belongs to me. Jun Lin grasped the essence of Nicola's intention. He sought an entity that could merge with him. Yet mere amalgamation of one's own power would not suffice for his needs. However, if that were the case, what purpose would the system serve? It is designed to assist those who relinquish the aspiration of becoming the chosen one. As a privileged one, Jun Lin is destined to surpass others in strength. Yet this foretells a path of invincibility devoid of trials. For Nicola, this was inappropriate. Without suitable rivals, one cannot grow. Thus, the system caters to those who abandon the quest for selection, their existence serving as whetstones. This does not imply that others cannot pursue the route of self-evolution. Anyone can opt for the ultimate path, and Nicola will not forsake any possibility. Jun Lin inquired, does this mean the system holds no significance for me? No. It merely means you cannot utilize system equipment, as that would hinder your advancement. Furthermore, enhancements governed by the laws of alternate realms cannot be employed, for they offer no future. Other aspects remain unrestricted. In essence, Nicola's demand is simply to allow Jun Lin to elevate himself in the most optimal manner. As for the distinctions between early and late stages, Nicola is unconcerned, for all he requires is an absolute late-stage outcome. What? To become powerful and accumulate points in the early phase, then strategize for the late stage? If it were that simple, why would I summon you? Some paths must be determined from the outset. Understanding this, Jun Lin finally nodded. I accept. In the next moment, Jun Lin's task interface illuminated with a notification. Special task, the Pact of the Divine. You must earn 1,000 points within 3 days. Upon completion, you will gain the privilege to purchase an item at half price and receive a vial of healing potion. If you exceed the task, you may undertake an interest-free loan based on the surplus within this realm's tasks. Failure to complete the task will result in the forfeiture of all points earned within the time frame. Earn 1,000 points in 3 days? This is indeed a formidable challenge. To put it into perspective, a level 2 masked zombie servant typically yields only 2 points. Although Jun Lin managed to vanquish one, it was a hard-fought victory. By this logic, he would need to risk his life 500 times within 3 days. Is this a jest? Oh, and at that time, the masked zombie servant should not have been a weakened version. Nicola's imposition of such a task, rather than aligning with his plan, seemed more like a test of endurance. This was even less achievable than the previous extreme tasks. The most crucial point is that I am merely 300 away from purchasing the potion. Now, to acquire it for free, I must risk my life to earn 1,000? In such circumstances, have I truly lost my senses by accepting such a task? Would it not be more prudent to spend 3 days earning my own 300 points? Yet, precisely because of this, Jun Lin began to sense something amiss. Nicola could not possibly assign such an outrageous task unless. Jun Lin's eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured, could this be yet another trial? In other words, is there some special channel through which I might acquire it with ease? Nicola remained silent. However, Jun Lin's gaze brightened ever so slightly. He inquired, is there a reward for completing it ahead of schedule? The system responded, depending on the degree of early completion, additional rewards may be granted. Chapter 7. The transaction. At this moment, Lu Shiping and his companions had just emerged, standing on the street with expressions of bewilderment. Upon seeing Jun Lin exit the nearby building, drenched in blood, the female secretary appeared somewhat anxious. Did you just experience a battle? She inquired. Jun Lin replied with a smile, what does that have to do with you? This response momentarily left her speechless. It was then that the scarred man approached, stating, it seems you have completed your task. Congratulations. He extended his hand. Jun Lin reciprocated the gesture, but soon frowned. You're hurting me. Apologies, the scarred man retracted his hand. I'm Wang Xiang, a former soldier. I tend to be a bit stronger than necessary. Oh, were you testing to see what rewards I might gain from completing my task? Jun Lin retorted. Wang Xiang chuckled, acknowledging that he had indeed intended to gauge Jun Lin, though he hadn't anticipated such a candid response. Nearby, the bearded man, Lao Zhang, approached and remarked, buddy, speaking like that might cost you some friends. Jun Lin replied with a grin, I have no intention of befriending any of you. This statement drew discontent from everyone present. Despite their earlier awareness of his demeanor, a young man with floral tattoos stepped forward. What is this? You think completing a challenging task makes you impressive? Jun Lin regarded him. You speak rather arrogantly, yet you don't seem to be one of the underworld. The tattooed man spat on the ground. I never claimed to be. I'm a photographer. A photographer? Laughter erupted among the group. Lao Zhang turned to the tattooed man. What does your tattooed arm signify as a photographer? The floral tattoo artist looked at him with pity. What era are you living in? Do you still view people through such antiquated lenses? Just because someone isn't involved in the underworld doesn't mean they can't have tattoos. Nowadays, those truly entrenched in the underworld might not even have tattoos. They're quite refined. often discussing the law at the drop of a hat. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at the bespectacled man in the back. From earlier conversations, they had learned that the bespectacled gentleman, surnamed Kong, was called Kong Yicheng and was a loan shark. He indeed operated in the underworld, yet spoke with a polished demeanor. Kong Yicheng smiled. Unfortunately, in this day and age, one cannot navigate the underworld without understanding the law. However, such matters are trivial now. We have entered a new world, facing new challenges. The law is inconsequential. Debts are irrelevant. Survival is paramount. He then turned his gaze to Jun Lin. Young man, you are impressive. Could you share with us the details of the battle you just experienced? Consider it a favor, and I shall repay you in due time. Jun Lin smiled. And what would you offer in return? Kong Yicheng faltered, having casually made the offer without contemplating the means of repayment. Lu Shiping then attempted to assert his presence. If you encounter danger in the future, we can assist you. Jun Lin regarded him with sympathy. Do I appear to be the kind of fool easily swayed by flattery? Lu Shiping's face flushed with embarrassment. What do you mean by that? Ignoring him, Jun Lin surveyed the group and then leisurely stated, Does anyone have a cigarette? I'd like one. The bearded man tossed a cigarette to him and lit it up, advising him to conserve his smokes, as this desolate place might not offer another chance to procure them. Jun Lin inhaled deeply, asserting that resources could indeed be found here. Hearing this, the group perked up collectively. Kong Yicheng inquired whether Jun Lin was familiar with the circumstances. Jun Lin, stepping back while placing his backpack on the ground, opened it to reveal an array of weapons. Short swords, curved blades, cleavers, pistols, and more, totaling 22 pieces. Excitement surged through the crowd as they moved closer. Jun Lin nonchalantly grabbed a knife and pointed it at the fastest approaching tattooed man, warning him that anyone who touched the weapons would meet their demise. The tattooed man, taken aback by the knife in Jun Lin's hand, halted and offered an awkward grin. Questioning Jun Lin's intentions, Jun Lin addressed the group, reminding them that he had previously undertaken an extreme challenge without concealing any information or burdening them, to which they all nodded in agreement. He gestured towards the weapons at their feet, declaring that he owed them nothing. These items were purchased from the system store. Though they may be subpar, they were at least durable. He brandished the knife he had previously broken, making his point clear. Wang Xiang asked if Jun Lin intended to sell the weapons to them. Jun Lin replied, setting the price at 50 points each. The bearded man muttered that it was no wonder Jun Lin was reluctant to befriend them. Once business was involved, camaraderie waned. Kong Yicheng remarked that the price was likely not what Jun Lin had paid. Jun Lin chuckled, stating that without profit, who would engage in the trade? The female secretary inquired how much he had spent, to which Jun Lin shook his head, insisting it was none of her concern. She could either purchase or walk away. Her expression soured. The tattooed man scoffed, questioning Jun Lin's authority, asking if he could buy from the system store. Why couldn't they? Jun Lin retorted by asking if he had points or store access. The tattooed man faltered, realizing that access to the store required a higher-level challenge, something they had yet to experience. This realization frustrated him, and as he glanced back at the group, contemplating his next words, Jun Lin anticipated his thoughts, declaring that he had awakened to power. What? The group gasped in astonishment. Jun Lin continued, asserting that while he might not be able to take on all 30 of them at once, he could certainly manage to take a few down. He urged them not to question his courage, for there were no laws here, and he had just dispatched an opponent far superior to himself. Observing the blood and wounds that adorned his body, silence fell over the group once more. Kong Yicheng spoke up, noting their lack of points. Jun Lin reassured them that it was permissible to incur debt. With the system in place, points could be directly deducted from their future earnings, albeit with interest, only 5 points per day. Should they perish, he would consider it a risk he took. This proposition stirred the hearts of many. Although it would undoubtedly yield profit for Jun Lin, they all understood the necessity of arming themselves, having come from a commercial society. Yet, the tattooed man remained unconvinced. He let out a cold laugh, saying, if none of us purchase these items, they will remain unsold, won't they? If you wish to sell to us, a small amount of points will suffice. Jun Lin replied directly, I can return the equipment to the shop, so do not expect me to lower the price. As for you, I'm afraid I won't be selling to you. What? The tattooed man seethed with anger, advancing menacingly. However, just as he approached, Jun Lin swiftly struck, plunging his knife into the man's leg with precision and ferocity. Ah! The tattooed man shouted, clutching his wounded leg. I warned you. Attempt to rob me, and you shall suffer. I apologize for my previous failure. I shall rectify my mistakes next time. As he spoke, Jun Lin withdrew the blade from the man's leg, blood gushing forth. A chill ran through the onlookers, yet Wang Xiang remained unfazed. He stated, I possess my own weapon, so I shan't engage in your dealings. Jun Lin smiled, that is of no consequence. There are over 30 people here, yet I only have 20 weapons. It's first come, first served. He had not fully equipped himself to avoid the risk of non-compliance from anyone, and he intentionally left some gaps to create a sense of urgency regarding supply. The bearded man spoke up. I agree. I want that weapon in your possession. Jun Lin raised his hand, seized a weapon, and then tossed the bloodied short knife to the bearded man. Lu Shiping remarked, even if he can sell it back to the store, it will surely be at a loss. He was indeed astute, utilizing this method to garner support from the others. Many were swayed by his words. Jun Lin grinned, wrapped the weapon in a sheet, and prepared to depart. Wait, I want one. Lu Zhang suddenly shouted. You. Lu Shiping glared at Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang retorted, don't tell me what to do. If I wish to buy, I shall buy. Can you stop me? He strode over and accepted a weapon from Jun Lin, shooting him a knowing glance. Jun Lin lowered his voice, half price. Lu Zhang chuckled, thanks. Then came Kong Yicheng, who declared, I am a lender myself. Purchasing requires profit, and borrowing incurs interest. This is only fair, especially since his asking price is not excessive. I refuse to engage in combat with monsters unarmed just to save a few points. Money is important, but life is paramount. With that, he too decided to make a purchase. Lu Shiping inhaled sharply. He finally comprehended an important truth. To become a leader, one must first establish credibility. Words devoid of authority hold no persuasive power. Why did the bearded man, Lu Zhang, and Kong Yicheng oppose him? Perhaps it was not merely the importance of possessing a weapon, but also their desire to curry favor with Jun Lin. Jun Lin chuckled. Indeed, there are intelligent individuals among us. Given your eloquence, you and the bearded man shall have a no-interest agreement. My surname is Zhang Qing, not bearded man, the bearded man retorted, visibly dissatisfied. Chapter 8. Disintegration. Once things are set in motion, the remainder becomes manageable. All 22 weapons were sold out, and those who failed to purchase them eagerly requested Jun Lin's assistance for another round of buying, resulting in a total sale of 30 weapons. The purchase price for the inferior weapons was 10 points, while Jun Lin sold them for 50, yielding a profit of 40 points per weapon. Thus, for 30 weapons, the total profit amounted to 1,200 points, though Lu Zhang's 20 points would be deducted, and they would need to earn their points before proceeding. Next came the battles. Everything unfolded precisely as Jun Lin had anticipated. Within just 2 days, the candidates repaid all their points along with interest, with no bad debts incurred. System notification. Task completed. Upon seeing this, Jun Lin smiled with delight. Having undergone the previous 2 tasks and trials, he gradually came to understand that what Nikolai sought were warriors, not mere pawns, indicating that the initial phase would undoubtedly be less perilous, allowing newcomers time to acclimate. For Jun Lin, Nikolai served as a test of his judgment regarding all of this. However, Jun Lin was aware that this was merely the beginning, and the good days would inevitably come to an end. Completing the task ahead of schedule granted Jun Lin an additional reward of 300 points, raising his total to 2,300. With an extra 100 earned through his own efforts over the past 2 days, with a total of 2,600 points. Alongside 400 points available for interest-free borrowing at a 50% discount, he was entitled to purchase an item worth 6,000 points. Jun Lin promptly commanded, show me the rule fragment at the 6,000 points level. Before him appeared an object that resembled a small crystal, shimmering with a mysterious brilliance. This was a Thunder Law fragment, originally valued at 6,000 points. The dimensional wall had suffered damage due to Nikolai, resulting in countless law fragments scattering. Within these fragments resided the power of the law's essence, which, when utilized, could awaken dimensional law abilities. This was one of the few external methods of awakening. Aside from self-awakening, such a precious item was not available for purchase by system enhancers. Only self-evolving individuals could acquire it. Yet, it was only purchasable initially, as subsequent acquisitions would require the completion of special tasks, highlighting its rarity. However, despite its preciousness, its practical value in the early stages was relatively weak. For the same 6,000 points, acquiring a technological weapon from the primary dimension, such as a particle cannon, would undoubtedly dominate the field, and the cost, in terms of scoring, could likely be recouped. Nevertheless, having chosen to become a finalist, Jun Lin could not pursue the path of merely accumulating points. Without further hesitation, he selected the rule fragment and simultaneously acquired a potion. Upon using the life enhancement potion, all of Jun Lin's surrounding attributes increased by 1 point, and his lifespan extended by over a month. In terms of cost-effectiveness, this was quite commendable, though increased usage would diminish the potion's effects, preventing consecutive use. For Jun Lin, attributes were not his immediate priority, it was lifespan that mattered most. Meanwhile, the rule fragment bestowed upon him the power to command thunder, as sparks of electricity flickered within his palm. From that day forth, Jun Lin officially embarked on his journey of trials. In a desolate city beneath a somber sky, Jun Lin strides with a steady pace along the path of battle, neither hurried nor sluggish. Perhaps emboldened by the extreme nature of the mission, Jun Lin is swiftly acclimating to his surroundings. Operating solo and armed with ample information, his efficiency is remarkably high, leading to continuous personal growth, even achieving a level up. What was once a mere 4 days of life has, by some miracle, been extended by an additional fortnight. Today, as Jun Lin traverses the streets, he encounters a group approaching him, those candidates. Compared to their last meeting, the candidates now exude a markedly different aura, each radiating a hint of ferocity. Notably, Jun Lin observes a long-haired girl with striking large eyes who has discarded her shoes, her feet wrapped in strips of cloth. He recalls she had been wearing high heels. Indeed, when faced with life and death, everyone's adaptability is profoundly tested. Upon spotting Jun Lin, the entire group simultaneously raises their weapons. Jun Lin slowly places his hand behind him, a flicker of electricity shimmering without being revealed. With a smile, he remarks, "We are not enemies. There is no need for such hostility, is there? You damn bastard. You sold us something worth 10 points for 50. Someone curses. Is that the sole reason for your animosity towards me?" Jun Lin chuckles. "But knowing the original price suggests that some of you have completed the advanced challenges, have you not?" The group collectively scoffs, noticing their lack of prideful expressions. Jun Lin realizes something and adds, "You all acted together, did you not? This must mean Nikolai has left you a loophole." Jun Lin comprehends Nikolai's rationale. For him, a loophole is not merely an oversight but a test, a trial. "Hey, kid, things are different now," someone interjects. "You don't think you're the only one who has awakened abilities, do you?" "Of course not," Jun Lin replies. "However, I understand well that the awakening of abilities is most probable in the face of life and death. With so many of you, how many truly have the chance to experience such peril? I dare say, among you, no more than 3 will awaken their abilities. On what grounds do you make such a claim?" Someone attempts to challenge him. Jun Lin grins widely, "Simply because none of you have perished yet. All debts are settled." The bearded man chuckles, showing no disdain towards Jun Lin. "Impressive. Indeed, only 3 of us have awakened abilities. Wang Xiang, myself, and Lu Shiping. Lu Shiping was the first to awaken. I was the third." "Lu Shiping?" Jun Lin is taken aback. "How can this be? Repayment is automatically deducted by the system. As soon as one earns points, the debt is settled, so there is no possibility of a collective repayment." Reviewing the repayment records, both Lu Shiping and the secretary were among the last to repay, indicating they had little experience with brutal combat. Those who are overly calculative typically shy away from life or death struggles. Yet, Lu Shiping awakened? And he was the first? Why then, did he only earn points at the last moment? This sequence seems inverted. Jun Lin cast a glance at Lu Shiping, who frowned, evidently displeased with the bearded man's revelation of his background, yet chose to remain silent. "Zhang Qing, be quiet." The female secretary interjected. The bearded man squinted at her, retorting, "You insolent wench, who do you think you are to speak to me in that manner? Do you dare challenge me? I could easily render you powerless right now." The secretary's expression shifted. Her name was Yu Siwen, a former board secretary of a major corporation. A position far beyond that of a mere secretary, implying she was accustomed to wielding authority. Intelligent yet hot-tempered. Her past status held little sway in this new environment where brute strength dictated respect. Thus, even if her reasoning against Zhang Qing's exposure was sound, it did not guarantee compliance from others. Zhang Qing did not regard Jun Lin as an adversary. He glared at everyone, proclaiming, "The times have changed, my friends. Do not view new phenomena through the lens of antiquated perspectives. Those who dare to come have their own justifications. Learning to respect formidable individuals is fundamental to thriving here." He then turned to Jun Lin, assuring him, "Rest assured, should they choose to attack you, I will not intervene, nor should you expect my assistance." Jun Lin shrugged, acknowledging. "Understood." He then inquired, "So, does anyone intend to strike?" The group exchanged glances, yet ultimately, no one made a move. They were not fools. Jun Lin had previously accrued considerable points from them, and none could ascertain his current capabilities. Some matters could not be resolved merely by sheer numbers. And the underlying motivations were not rooted in deep-seated animosity. Wang Xiang interjected, regarding the transaction, "It is a matter of mutual consent. There is no need for resentment over this." Jun Lin smiled, recognizing the shift in attitudes, indeed, in this grim locale. Understanding the importance of respecting transactions signified a baseline of integrity. However, this sentiment was limited to Wang Xiang and a few others. And even Wang Xiang's declaration of non-aggression towards the bearded man was not something Jun Lin dared to take at face value. He remained prepared for conflict. At that moment, Wang Xiang remarked, "However, considering that we have allowed you to profit from this, Brother Jun Lin, we have a question to pose to you." "What is it?" Jun Lin inquired. "You seem quite knowledgeable about the circumstances of this dimension." Jun Lin nodded. "Somewhat. The extreme challenges offer information rewards, so I have gleaned a few insights." Could you enlighten us about the internal affairs of the abandoned city? I mean, the issues we may face in the future concerning matters of life and death. Intrigued, Jun Lin pondered before responding. The dimension we currently inhabit is a technological wasteland. Here, apart from the undead, a small number of natives exist, and they are decidedly hostile, having persistently hunted us. Fortunately, we are situated in the outer ring, while the natives are concentrated in the central area, constrained by the gods, unable to approach us. Someone asked, why do they hunt us? Jun Lin explained, we possess our abilities due to modifications by Nicola. We are all of the law body constitution. Specifically high-sensitivity law body, akin to the civilization of Ascenders, with the highest awakening probabilities and the fastest advancement rates. However, as transformed beings, our most significant distinction from other clerics in this dimension lies in our inherent trait of propagation. You mean to say that killing us could potentially enhance one's own dimensional constitution, or at the very least, augment their attributes? To others, we are but walking repositories of experience and resources. This incites the natives to hunt us down. Damn it, let us all curse together. While others level up by defeating monsters, they are the ones being preyed upon for advancement. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. Jun Lin remarked, this propagation trait is not confined to the natives of this dimension. It is applicable to all. The realization dawned upon everyone. Are you suggesting that candidates may also hunt each other in this manner? Jun Lin nodded. Indeed, although we, as the apex of dimensional constitution, find it increasingly difficult to enhance further, mutual slaying can still yield a measure of power growth. Look at them, Jun Lin continued. Do you understand now? The rules set by Nicola never encouraged unity among us from the outset. Upon hearing this, Yu Siwen's expression shifted dramatically. Do not trust him. Yet it was too late. The candidates, who had just been united, instinctively began to disperse. In that fleeting moment, all trust and solidarity had inexplicably fractured. Bastard! Yu Siwen glared at Jun Lin with indignation. She knew he had done this deliberately. After the hostility displayed by the others, Jun Lin had chosen this moment to reveal such information. With his words, unity became a distant memory. This scoundrel had effortlessly dismantled their camaraderie with just a few utterances. After delivering this statement, Jun Lin ceased to regard them and walked away, engrossed in his own thoughts. Chapter 9. The visitor. Upon returning to his residence, Jun Lin was greeted by a persistent knock at the door. When he opened it, he was taken aback to find Yu Mingzhu standing there. Is it you? He exclaimed, surprised by her unexpected visit. Like a serpent, Yu Mingzhu slithered through the doorway, a seductive smile adorning her face as she inquired, What? Am I not welcome? Observing her expression and demeanor, Jun Lin immediately discerned her intentions. He nodded, stating unequivocally, Indeed. You are not welcome. Taken aback by his bluntness, Yu Mingzhu asked incredulously, Am I unattractive? This has nothing to do with your appearance. I am well aware of your desires, but I regret to inform you that I am not interested. With that, Jun Lin gestured for her to leave. Yu Mingzhu's fury ignited as she retorted, I am not that kind of woman. I never suggested you were, he replied coolly. Do you know the primary distinction between a green tea bitch and a prostitute? The former simply commands a higher price. Jun Lin smiled. Raising her hand as if to strike him, Yu Mingzhu hesitated, met by Jun Lin's cold gaze. In that moment, he transformed into Yin Shuangying, challenging her with a smirk. I bet you won't dare to hit me. Withdrawing her hand, she turned to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Jun Lin suddenly called out, If you seek points, there are alternative methods. Yu Mingzhu glanced back at him. Jun Lin continued, What can you tell me about Lu Shiping and the nature of his awakening? Irritated, Yu Mingzhu snapped. How would I know? And his abilities? I don't know. She shot back, exasperated. He never displayed them in our presence. Since he hasn't used them. How do you know he has awakened? Why should I disclose that to you? 10 points. 1,000. Leave. With no other recourse, Yu Mingzhu relented, stating. After Wang Xiang's awakening, he and Lu Shiping had a quarrel, resulting in a fight. That was when we discovered Lu Shiping had awakened. But Wang Xiang never revealed how Lu Shiping defeated him, and we have yet to witness Lu Shiping in battle. He remains enigmatic, always a lone wolf. Is he truly a lone wolf? 10 points. Jun Lin interjected. Yu Mingzhu then clarified, he fights alone, and after combat, he mingles with everyone, claiming the need for unity. However, it is merely a guise to exploit others. Unfortunately, no one here is foolish enough to trust him. Indeed, you do not trust him. Which is precisely why you sought me out. Jun Lin pondered momentarily before stating, I need to know about Lu Shiping's abilities and the manner in which he acquired them. 100 points, but you should act swiftly. Should I learn beforehand, your opportunity will vanish. Yu Mingzhu regarded him with a piercing gaze and sneered. So, you are interested in men. With that, she turned and departed. As he observed her silhouette fade, Jun Lin coldly remarked, a common method of reclaiming dignity is to slander others. In the days that followed, Jun Lin continued his relentless pursuit of the roaming first-tier decomposed corpses, utilizing them to incessantly hone and elevate his combat skills and experience. The experience gained from his military training gradually began to take effect. With a solid foundation, he possessed sufficient skills, and the growth brought about by continuous battle offset the frailty caused by illness. He was revitalized, exuding vigor and vitality. If it weren't for the system's notification that cancer persisted, indicating a finite lifespan, Jun Lin might have almost believed he had fully regained his health. Judging by the current circumstances, it seemed that his ultimate fate was to succumb to an untimely demise once his life was exhausted. Jun Lin muttered to himself. As was his routine, Jun Lin strolled aimlessly through the streets. Not far ahead, he spotted a noodle shop, long abandoned, with only the sign swaying gently in the breeze. Yet, to his astonishment, he noticed a man seated inside the shop, enjoying a bowl of noodles, laughing cheerfully at him. Clad in a sharp black suit, impeccably neat and clean, he appeared utterly out of place in the desolate surroundings, his lips adorned with two small tufts of mustache. "You look well," the man remarked. "You must be among the earliest to acclimate in this batch of voters." Jun Lin furrowed his brow. "Are you also a voter?" The man shook his head. "A figment?" Jun Lin inquired once more. "Damn Nikolai, this useless system provides no hints upon encountering a target, only offering supplementary information after defeating an opponent and earning points. In other words, without points, there is no additional information." The man continued to shake his head. At this, Jun Lin understood. An indigenous person? We typically refer to ourselves as the remnants. "The survivors of the abandoned city," the man replied with a smile. "My name is Xieli, the brother of Xieho. Perhaps you are unaware." "White ape Xieho," Jun Lin interjected, "for he possesses a head of white hair, one of the three kings under Bai Tuesday." "Bai Tu is the leader of the local indigenous warlords," Xieli smiled. "So, it seems you have indeed completed the extreme challenge task? Only by accomplishing that task can one access this portion of information." Jun Lin remarked, "This is the outer ring area. I recall that those from the inner ring are not permitted to enter the outer ring. Indigenous people primarily reside within the inner ring." And judging by Xieli's pristine attire, he certainly did not appear to be one who lived in the outer ring. Consequently, Jun Lin added, "How did you manage to get in here? The rules are meant to be broken. Would you care to join me for a chat?" Xieli suggested, ostentatiously wiping his mouth. His demeanor was more suited for sipping wine and dining on steak rather than consuming noodles. Curiosity piqued. Jun Lin wondered where the noodles had come from, as the shop had long ceased operations. "You didn't bring them from the inner ring, did you?" That would be utterly nonsensical. However, he ultimately refrained from posing that question and simply stated, "As far as I know, the indigenous and the voters have never been friends. Due to the nature of the laws governing their existence, while voters typically viewed invading entities as prey, the indigenous often regarded voters in the same light. Particularly, the most powerful warlords of the abandoned city were known for their swift and lethal treatment of voters. Conversation need not require friendship," Xieli confidently asserted. "Fear not. To understand, I am at level 4, while you are merely at level 2. If I wished to eliminate you, it would be as effortless as crushing an ant. I harbor no concerns." Casting aside the steel pipe, Jun Lin took a seat beside Xieli. Observing the unfinished noodles before Xieli, he inquired, "Aren't you going to eat?" "Ah, I forgot that you have limited resources here." Xieli pushed the bowl of noodles toward him, saying, "If you don't mind that I've eaten from it, go ahead." When a person is extremely hungry, they will consume anything, especially leftover food. Jun Lin indeed accepted the chopsticks and began to eat the noodles. "What do you need from me?" he asked. "I wish to discuss a potential collaboration." "Collaboration? I am unsure if a partnership exists between the voters and the natives." Jun Lin continued to focus on his meal. "Nothing is impossible. Nikolai has never mandated that natives and voters must annihilate each other. All decisions are ours to make. Indeed, as long as there is a benefit, a lion can forego eating a sheep." Jun Lin chuckled. "The question is, what would the sheep do for the lion? Betray other sheep?" He slurped the noodles. Xieli lit a cigar for himself, stating, "I cannot remain here for long. I must return soon. I wish to find someone here to help me investigate a matter." "What matter?" "There is a hotel to the west. Are you aware of it?" "I know of it, but I have never been there." Jun Lin nodded. Xieli continued, "I need someone to visit that hotel, to meet with an individual and inquire about something." "What question?" "Ask who has been to see him recently. Who else is in that hotel?" "You'll find out once you go." Jun Lin paused his eating. "Why do you believe that I am not the one to go there?" Xieli shook his head. "I have observed you all day and am certain you lack the capability." "Capability? What capability?" Jun Lin was astonished. "Do not ask unnecessary questions," Xieli replied. "If you are willing to assist me with this task, I assure you that once you enter the central district, we will not trouble you." Jun Lin laughed. "You are merely Xieho's brother, not even one of the three kings. Do your words hold any weight?" Shelia's expression darkened. You would do well to believe me. This demeanor does not suggest that of a negotiation expert. Jun Lin regarded him thoughtfully for a moment. How about this? You can beat me up to compel me to go. Shelia's face grew increasingly somber. He made no move. Yet Jun Lin understood. The noodles were now finished. He split the chopsticks and gently tapped the bowl, producing a crisp sound that surprisingly resonated with rhythm. He still had the leisure to play. Meanwhile, he remarked, you cannot strike me, can you? Traversing the districts requires passing through the territories of many invasive species, and while your strength may be commendable as someone entering from the inner ring to the outer ring, the price of breaking the rules is that you cannot linger or take action. You cannot go to that hotel, so you must seek an agent here. The sound of the chopsticks tapping the bowl, in harmony with Jun Lin's speech, possessed a certain rhythmic quality. Shelia scoffed. Indeed, I cannot take the initiative. But that does not mean I cannot retaliate. If you harbor any doubts, feel free to test it. The left hand of Jun Lin, who was impatiently awaiting, suddenly rose and swiftly descended. With a sharp motion, Shelia's palm was pinned to the table by Jun Lin's chopsticks. A piercing scream escaped Shelia's lips as he attempted to retaliate, but Jun Lin's right-hand chopsticks had already pierced his neck with overwhelming force, driving his head firmly against the surface. In a fit of rage, Shelia unleashed a surge of strength, striving to break free. However, Jun Lin struck the back of his hand with a resounding slap, causing excruciating pain that sapped Shelia's strength. In the next instant, Jun Lin placed a bowl over Shelia's face, the sharp edge embedding itself into his flesh. You. Shelia trembled in agony. What is hidden within this hotel? Jun Lin inquired. What exactly is the ability you mentioned? Speak. At that moment, the chopsticks embedded in Shelia's hand disintegrated into ash, devoid of Jun Lin's support. Panic surged through Jun Lin's gaze. You shall perish. Shelia felt his left hand regain freedom and, disregarding his pain, launched a knife-hand strike aimed at Jun Lin's chest. Jun Lin neither evaded nor flinched. He firmly pressed the bowl against Shelia's head with his left hand while swiftly slicing down with the chopsticks in his right, a surge of electricity coursing through. With a crack, Shelia's cervical vertebrae were severed, even as his fingers plunged into Jun Lin's chest, each finger embedding itself to a knuckle. Jun Lin gradually extracted Shelia's fingers, darkness momentarily enveloping his vision. Well then, a level 4 truly is formidable. Even in this state, he can retaliate. Jun Lin grimaced, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Chapter 10, Robb Stark, Part 1. The assassination of Ser Jorah Mormont left Jon Snow grievously injured. The silver lining was that, although he did not earn any points from this kill, he had officially ascended to level 3. In the days that followed, Jon ventured out daily to confront the invading creatures, primarily encountering carrion eaters and faceless corpses, with the occasional level 3 invader. This relentless combat significantly enhanced his battle experience and awareness. To his bewilderment, as his combat prowess grew, he discovered that the points awarded for slaying carrion eaters were dwindling. He now earned a mere 0.3 points per kill. From initially avoiding confrontation to leisurely strolling through the streets and adapting to his surroundings, he had swiftly traversed the critical psychological transition from an ordinary person to a warrior. Today, Jon found himself in a desolate district. The surroundings were barren, save for scraps of paper dancing in the wind. At the intersection stood a large hotel, which must be the establishment Ser Jorah had mentioned. The hotel was in a state of disrepair, with its shattered revolving door still sluggishly turning, behind which a carrion eater swayed its body. Jon's presence undeniably invigorated the creature. It let out a low growl and staggered through the revolving door toward him. However, its fortune was evidently lacking, for as it crossed the threshold, it stumbled. Before it could regain its footing, Jon's foot had already come down upon its head. With a forceful stomp, he crushed its neck, rendering it incapable of rising again, leaving it to emit a frustrated roar. With a foot firmly planted on the creature's skull, Jon ground it down, not sparing a glance at the wretched thing. His gaze fixed on the interior of the hotel. He sensed danger lurking within. Yet, he did not falter. Instead, he advanced step by step into the depths of the building. The lobby was vast and empty, devoid of sound, allowing him to hear each of his heartbeats echoing in the silence. His footfalls on the shards of glass produced a crunching sound, shattering the eerie stillness, and his heart raced in response to the burgeoning sense of peril. As a chill crept upon him, Jon suddenly fell backward. A whistling sound pierced the air as a sharp blade grazed his face, striking the wall beside him and sending debris flying. It was a flash of sword light, imbued with an unbounded, chilling sharpness. At that very moment, Jon caught sight of a figure on the staircase of the second floor of the hotel. It was a tall and imposing man with blue eyes and auburn hair, wielding a steel sword and regarding Jon with a cold stare. At his feet lay a massive wolf. Jon's gaze narrowed in recognition, and he whispered in awe, Robb Stark. The figure before him was none other than Robb Stark from Game of Thrones, the eldest son of House Stark. A fantastical being, John had envisioned countless scenarios regarding which fantastical creature he might encounter first, yet he had never anticipated it would be Robb Stark. Upon witnessing Robb Stark, Jun Lin suddenly became acutely aware of a profound truth. Not all fantastical beings are malevolent. Gazing at Robb Stark, he found himself momentarily speechless. Robb Stark had raised his sword and proclaimed, "Electors." His words, though calm, carried a melancholic resonance akin to a chilling autumn breeze. Jun Lin discerned the implication. "You know of us?" Robb Stark replied, "Just as you know of me." With that, he swung his sword once more, but in that very instant, Jun Lin had already retreated from the hotel. The strike met with emptiness, the blade's light crashing against the hotel door, whereupon an invisible halo emerged, repelling the sword's luminescence. Thus, Jun Lin comprehended, a barrier of sorts? "Are you unable to leave this place?" Robb Stark offered no response, his eyes betraying a mixture of sorrow and fury. Indeed, he was trapped here, much like a dungeon boss. A mournful and wrathful growl emanated from the direwolf at his side, expressing their shared plight. "Damn that Nikolai," Jun Lin murmured. "If you wish to create a dungeon boss, why not unleash some monsters instead? Why imprison a being of flesh and blood? What is the meaning of this? A test of conscience following courage?" He gently shook his head. "I am not here to kill you. I merely seek to know if any electors have visited this place in recent days." Robb Stark remained expressionless. The barrier surrounds the entire hotel. "I have not seen any electors." "Unaware, are we?" Jun Lin pondered before responding. "Then let it be." He turned to depart, unwilling to take Robb Stark's life. If this were a trial, then let its failure be accepted. Observing Jun Lin's retreating figure, Robb Stark suddenly inquired, "Are you avoiding battle?" Jun Lin halted, glancing back at Robb. "No. I simply do not wish to make an enemy of someone like you." Robb Stark pointed his sword at Jun Lin. "You do not possess the right to utter such words." "What?" Jun Lin was taken aback. "Only those who have defeated me are entitled to speak thus," Robb Stark declared. Jun Lin stared at him in astonishment. "So his temperament remains as obstinate as ever?" Jun Lin stepped back into the hotel. "Very well, since you insist, I would not mind giving you a beating." Brandishing the steel pipe in his hand, a sharp glint radiated from it. Robb suddenly leapt into the air, twisting mid-flight as he descended, his sword aimed at Jun Lin. While the direwolf remained still, the blade sliced through the air rapidly, and Jun Lin hastily raised his steel pipe to block it. However, Robb swiftly altered his attack, thrusting from another angle toward Jun Lin. In terms of swordsmanship, he far surpassed Jun Lin. Jun Lin had not anticipated such a quick change of tactics, unable to evade in time. He propelled himself backward, the blade grazing his side and leaving a wound. Robb Stark lowered his sword. Not impressive. "Then how about this?" Jun Lin raised his left hand slightly, conjuring a sphere of lightning, a power he had acquired from the Shard of Law, mastery over thunder and lightning. As the lightning ball was released, Robb Stark raised his sword to block, the ball striking the blade and erupting in a dazzling display of blue electric light, the surging energy sending Robb Stark hurtling backwards. Yet, with a swift motion, he planted one hand on the ground and managed to flip onto the wall, sprinting a few steps before turning to deliver a powerful kick to Jon's neck. Remarkable. He could run along walls. Robb Stark swung his sword again. Instinctively, Jon raised a steel pipe to intercept it. The sword collided with the pipe, sending it flying. This adversary surpassed him in strength, speed, and swordsmanship. Before Jon could react, the direwolf lunged at him, aiming for his neck. "Grey Wind, stand down," Robb Stark commanded. The direwolf executed a rapid aerial maneuver, using a pillar for support before leaping aside. Robb Stark called out, "This is a fair contest. Do not interfere." With a reluctant whine, the wolf retreated to the side. Robb Stark pointed his sword at Jon. "Continue." Jon scoffed coldly as he slowly rose, seizing a nearby wooden stick. With a flick of his wrist, the stick transformed into a sharp and lethal weapon, crackling with electricity as he lunged at Robb Stark. However, Robb Stark simply flicked his wrist, deflecting Jon's wooden weapon. "Your swordsmanship is lacking." Seizing the opportunity, Jon charged forward, crashing his head into Robb Stark's face in a fierce headbutt. When skill falters, one must resort to brute force, refusing to grant the opponent a chance to strike. At this moment, their swords were rendered useless as they grappled and rolled together. Jon relied on his electric prowess, while Robb Stark's physicality was evidently superior. They exchanged blows, each landing punches to the face in a savage brawl. Yet, Jon began to falter under the strain. His control over the electric power was nascent, and after only a few applications, he struggled to maintain it, while Robb Stark, though singed and charred, remained vigorous. With a sudden roar, Robb struck Jon's abdomen once more, leaving Jon momentarily dazed. Robb's hands clamped around Jon's throat. "Die." Gazing into the face filled with intense hatred, Jon's will to survive surged forth as he gasped, "I'm not so easily defeated." With those words, Jon's muscles began to swell, and he gradually pried Robb's hands away. "I'm sorry, you chose the wrong opponent." John delivered a crushing blow to Rob's jaw, sending him sprawling. Just as Rob attempted to rise, John seized the wooden stick, aiming for Rob's throat. A wave of dizziness washed over John, nearly causing him to collapse. Yet, just before he fell, a surge of newfound strength surged within him, allowing him to regain his footing. Chapter 11, Rob Stark, Part 2. The staff did not pierce down. He merely glanced at the system, noting that only 10 days of life remained. Simultaneously, a new line appeared in his abilities. Activation. When harmed, one will unleash their latent potential, significantly enhancing life and stamina recovery, and slightly improving fundamental attributes. The specific effects depend on the level of injury, with greater injuries yielding better activation results. The lower one's vitality, the stronger the effects. He quickly grasped the implications. Considering the emergence of the blade transformation technique, he began to understand the mechanism of awakening. Thus, the abilities one awakens are tied to their state of mind at that moment. Rob Stark lay beneath the staff, gazing up at him, and he raised his chin, asking, "Why do you not strike?" He shook his head. "I have said before, you are not my target." With that, he flicked the staff away, and it dissolved into dust. Witnessing this, a thought stirred within him. He had previously released the staff during its transformation, yet it had not vanished then. However, the first time he awakened the blade transformation, it shattered after a single use. Could it be that his blade transformation had improved? Disregarding Rob, he turned to leave. Wait. Rob Stark stood up, still wishing to fight. He glanced at him, then at the dire wolf beside them, which had approached and was licking Rob's wounds. Rob looked at him. "Did you just awaken?" He nodded. Rob Stark smiled wryly. "How unfair. Why is it that the chosen can awaken while we must remain mere lambs to the slaughter? Perhaps this is fate. Fate is never equitable. Some are born at the finish line, while others must toil endlessly, and despite their lifetime of effort, they may never catch up. I can empathize with your anguish and indignation. Nikolai is a scoundrel. He should not manifest sentient beings and subject you to such torment." Rob Stark regarded him curiously. "Before you, I encountered other candidates, but they sought only to kill us for points. You were the first to defeat me without taking my life. So that was it?" The abandoned city was not limited to just their wave of candidates. He replied, "Perhaps it is because I follow a self-evolution path, and I do not covet points as much." Rob Stark continued, "Killing fantasy creatures grants a chance to acquire their abilities. Had you slain me, you might have gained my swordsmanship. Though there is a hassle in conversion, it would still be a gain. I suspect that would hold significance for you. You seem eager for death?" he inquired, puzzled. "If given the choice, I would prefer to die at the Red Wedding." Rob Stark responded, "Do you remember everything from the past?" Rob Stark nodded. "From the moment we existed, we knew all that was to be known. Our past experiences, why we exist, and how we were born, though those events never truly transpired." He now appeared considerably calmer, yet his voice still carried a tone of desolation and melancholy. King's Landing remained silent. He shook his head. "What of the others?" Rob Stark replied, "They are not here. Nikolai conjures fantastical creatures, but their distribution is random. Individuals of the same kind do not necessarily inhabit the same realm. In this realm, aside from Grey Wind, there is only..." He did not continue. "Who?" King's Landing inquired. Rob Stark, however, offered no response. He glanced at King's Landing and suddenly remarked, "You are remarkably strong, possessing 3 abilities in the outer ring. You must be among the elite of your cohort. However, your technique is lacking. Your swordplay is flawed." As he spoke, he lifted his sword and said, "Observe." With one swift stroke, he demonstrated the art of swordsmanship to King's Landing. King's Landing, intrigued, found another stick and, following Rob Stark's guidance, exerted force. Wielded the sword, and then turned to strike. "Yes, lower your arm a bit. Don't raise it so high. Your movements are too exaggerated." Rob Stark corrected his posture, elucidating the essentials of the technique. King's Landing listened intently to his every word. When it comes to swordsmanship, the techniques are not as complex as they seem. The true key lies in the integration of knowledge, allowing the skills in one's mind to become muscle memory. Thus, within just a few hours, King's Landing grasped the essence of Rob Stark's swordplay. At that moment, he swung the stick with vigor, feeling a newfound fluidity and strength. "Indeed, your improvement is rapid," Rob Stark praised. "I had some foundational training in the army, though they did not teach swordsmanship there." King's Landing chuckled. Rob Stark tossed his sword to King's Landing. "Try this. Come, stab me." King's Landing attempted to thrust the sword. Rob Stark easily dodged. "Do not hesitate. Your wrist lacks strength, and pay attention to your footwork. Engage your core." Again, King's Landing thrust once more. This time, it was significantly better. Rob Stark, embodying the role of a teacher, continued to urge him to strike. King's Landing was eager to learn, and thus he practiced repetitively under Rob Stark's guidance, who defended himself with a wooden stick, parrying King's Landing strikes while exclaiming, "Have you not eaten?" Or has the earlier battle drained you? You strike as feebly as a woman. Very well. King S. Landing smiled and launched another thrust at Robb Stark. This time, he put forth all his strength, utilizing everything Robb Stark had taught him to its fullest extent. Yet, an unexpected scene unfolded at that moment. Robb Stark did not evade. Thud! The blade pierced Robb Stark's chest, right at the center of his heart. Robb! King S. Landing gasped in horror. He dropped the sword and rushed to support Robb Stark. The latter merely smiled at him. Thank you. King S. Landing desperately tried to cover Robb Stark's wound. But blood continued to seep forth. He asked in a hushed tone, why? Robb Stark, however, simply stared blankly at the ceiling. I am weary of this damned fate. King's Landing shook his head. No, fate may exist, but that does not mean we must bow to it. Then Robb Stark smiled faintly. Coughing up blood, the chill of the north is a bone-deep cold, but it resides only in memory. If I could, I would truly wish to experience that which has never been felt. Alas, I am ultimately incapable of achieving it. The long night approaches from this moment. I shall stand watch until death. He softly recited the Night's Watch oath, which stirred a sense of sorrow within King's Landing. Robb Stark never completed his vow. His head gently drooped. He passed away. The dire wolf let out a mournful wail. It then charged forward, crashing into the wall. Yet it did not perish from the impact. Nearly collapsing on the ground, bloodied and weak, it crawled over, lamenting. King's Landing cradled the dire wolf in his arms. Do you wish to depart with your master? Oh, very well. Tears fell from King's Landing's eyes. Holding the dire wolf tightly, he exerted a sudden force, severing its throat. As he watched a man and a wolf die in his embrace, the sound of system rewards echoed in his ears. However, King's Landing paid no heed. He murmured, Nikolai, you are a scoundrel. Chapter 12. Solitude in a vacant lot behind the hotel. A mound had recently been erected. Jun Lin buried Robb Stark alongside his direwolf. The act of slaying Robb and his companion had awarded him 500 points, yet Jun Lin felt no elation from this. It was not merely that he no longer required points for self-enhancement. Rather, he had begun to detest the entire affair. Do you regret it? Regret choosing to become my voter? Nikolai suddenly appeared. A bit, Jun Lin replied. Nikolai continued, but you must understand, even without you, other candidates would emerge. Robb Stark's ultimate fate would still be death. As for now, it is the path he chose himself. At least he would not walk it with such bitterness. At least he would not walk it with such bitterness? Jun Lin paused, suddenly grasping the reason behind Robb's desire for death. He recognized that he could not endure indefinitely. Sooner or later, he would perish at the hands of a candidate. He wished to avoid dying at the hands of those who regarded him as mere points, prey, or meat on a butcher's block. Thus, when presented with someone who could defeat him yet chose not to kill, Robb understood that his best opportunity had arrived. If he missed this chance, he would have no option to choose his own executioner. Huh. Jun Lin exhaled deeply. So you're suggesting that since they're destined to die regardless, it is better for me to be the one to kill them? How utterly absurd. No. I am saying that everyone has the opportunity to choose their own fate. You do, and so do they. Oh? Jun Lin exclaimed in surprise. You place them in various realms, turning them into dungeon bosses. What chance do they have to choose their own destinies? That is precisely the fallacy in your thinking as well as in Robb's. In truth, the vast majority possessed the opportunity. Robb was simply too naive. I do not understand. You will come to understand as you proceed along your path. Nikolai said as he began to fade away. Nikolai, Jun Lin shouted. Clarify your words. But this time, Nikolai offered no further response. Shaking off his somber mood, Jun Lin returned to the hotel. A rumble from his stomach indicated that he was somewhat hungry. He decided to wander the hotel in search of something to eat. On the second floor of the hotel, there was a restaurant. Upon entering, he was met with a scene of utter chaos. Vast splashes of blood decorated the walls, staining the entire restaurant a deep crimson, presenting a grotesque and terrifying sight. It was evident that a massacre had transpired here, yet Jun Lin saw not a single corpse. Navigating through the restaurant, he arrived in the kitchen, where he discovered a far more orderly environment. The stainless steel countertop was lined with cutting boards, while nearby hung an array of knives on a metal rack. Across from the countertop was a row of dual-eyed gas stoves, and beside it stood a large multi-door refrigerator. Upon opening the refrigerator, Jun Lin was met with a foul odor. Indeed, there was food within, but alas, it had long since rotted. He could hardly fathom how Robb Stark had managed to survive prior to this. Jun Lin turned and approached the stove, testing it out and discovering that there was still fuel in the tank. To his delight, when he struck a match, the stove ignited. This greatly uplifted his spirits. With a kitchen at his disposal, he would no longer have to subsist solely on instant noodles. More importantly, he could prepare raw ingredients. Only by possessing the ability to process raw food could he ensure a continuous supply of sustenance. Otherwise, a stockpile of grains would be of little use. This hotel had likely remained undisturbed due to its occupation by Robb Stark, allowing the stove to survive until now. Jun Lin resolved that from this day forward, he would reside in this hotel. The living conditions here were indeed far superior to his previous lodgings: spacious rooms, soft bedding, and even water in the tank for bathing, albeit cold. Most remarkably, Jun Lin discovered a variety of beverages, particularly canned drinks that, though expired, were still consumable. That evening, he luxuriated in a bath in the hotel's presidential suite on the top floor. He lathered himself with soap repeatedly, allowing cold water to cascade down from above. After washing, Jun Lin donned a nightgown he had found in the hotel and lay on the splendid large bed, turning on the television. To his dismay, there was no power, and the screen remained dark. After pondering for a moment, he pointed at the television plug, and a flicker of electricity sparked, yet the television remained unresponsive. This was, of course, due not only to the absence of power but also because the television itself was broken. Nonetheless, Jun Lin longed to see it. His yearning to hear those familiar voices was profound. In recent days, he had traversed alone, transitioning from initial terror to gradual adaptation, only to now feel an overwhelming sense of solitude. Nikolai had never been a companion. He could seek out allies, yet those companions would only cling to him like parasites, draining his vitality without offering anything in return. The television remained dark. Yet, Jun Lin did not relent. He stared fixedly at the screen, motionless. As the electrical spark at his fingertips intensified, gradually forming into a robust serpent of electricity that slithered between the prongs of the socket. Suddenly, a current surged swiftly along the wires, igniting a flash of light that surged into the television. With a resounding crash, the screen shattered. Jun Lin remained still, allowing the fragments to rain upon him. The renewed enhancement of his abilities significantly improved Jun Lin's quality of life. The nearby corpses and masked servants were nearly all eradicated, and although a few wandering undead occasionally trespassed into the area, they posed little threat. Uncharacteristically, Jun Lin refrained from expanding his patrol radius, opting instead to remain in the hotel, diligently honing his skills each day. Most of the time, he engaged in effortless harvesting, though he occasionally encountered formidable adversaries. Not long ago, he faced a level 4 bronze poisonous corpse, its body covered in bulbous pustules filled with venom, resembling a humanoid toad. Once combat ensues, the mere act of piercing the pustules adorning the grotesque, corpulent figure of the toxic corpse will unleash a spray of venom. Even the slightest contact would corrode a significant expanse of flesh. Thus, upon encountering this repulsive entity, swollen with greenish growths and waddling in its movements, Jun Lin swiftly turned and fled. This retreat from the toxic corpse illuminated Jun Lin's awareness of his inadequacies and ranged capabilities, a considerable flaw in his arsenal. The hotel was a veritable treasure trove of various blades, encompassing an array of kitchen knives, each differing in size and purpose, from cleavers and sashimi knives to sushi knives, fruit knives, carving knives, boning knives, as well as forks and an assortment of other utensils. Even iron spoons, woks, and wine bottles could be transformed into instruments of lethality under the influence of his blade transformation technique. Jun Lin tirelessly honed his skills, meticulously experimenting with these items to discern their optimal applications, dedicating himself to mastering the art of throwing knives. During a particular session of practice, he inadvertently employed the technique of lightning orbs, successfully imbuing a dining knife with electrical energy. When the knife struck the cutting board, a resounding explosion echoed, shattering a large tree stump of approximately 1 meter in diameter into splinters. This discovery signified that Jun Lin had unearthed a more agile method of assault. Through a series of validations, he gradually mastered the use of the lightning blade. Having accomplished this, Jun Lin felt adequately prepared and confident that he could vanquish the toxic corpse. Chapter 13. Mutual Destruction. Strapping the meticulously honed dining knives to his belt, Jun Lin departed the hotel, with Robb's sword slung across his back. The venomous corpse had seemingly made its residence 3 streets away from the hotel. Upon reaching this street, Jun Lin spotted the creature wandering aimlessly. Standing at the street corner, he whistled at the toxic entity. A sly grin spread across his face as he reached behind him, retrieving 2 throwing knives. With a crackle of electric energy dancing across the blades, he released them towards the creature. Regrettably, this dramatic display failed to yield the desired outcome, as both knives merely grazed the entity without landing a hit. Jun Lin smacked his forehead, realizing that executing a double throw was decidedly challenging. In the following moment, he opted against attempting to throw both knives simultaneously and instead chose to hurl just one. This time, he succeeded. The knife struck the shoulder of the venomous corpse, but its tough skin only allowed the blade to pierce slightly. However, in an instant, the electric energy detonated at the wound, causing an explosion of light that expanded the injury tenfold. The creature let out a piercing howl and lunged at Jun Lin, yet despite its fury and roarings, its cumbersome form could not keep pace. With each strike from the electric blades, pieces of its body began to tear away. Eventually, following another strike, Blood erupted from its knee as its lower leg detached, causing it to collapse helplessly to the ground. A subsequent blade cleaved the creature's body in two. With the venomous corpse finally dispatched, Jun Lin exhaled in relief. Just as he caught his breath, he noticed a flicker of green light emanating from the lifeless body. Cautiously approaching, he skillfully avoided the remnant still oozing toxic fluid and pried open the creature's flesh with a knife, revealing a crystalline core. Memories surged through his mind, and Jun Lin realized it was a crystal. The core was a concentrated essence of life after death, albeit a rare occurrence. What he had obtained was a toxic crystal, suitable for crafting various deadly substances. As he prepared to pocket it, a faint sound suddenly echoed from behind him. A jolt of alarm coursed through Jun Lin's heart at the noise. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, narrowly evading a glint of cold light that sliced through the air. Striking the wall behind him, a figure emerged from the shadows, wielding a blade with lethal intent and no mercy. Realizing he had no time to dodge the descending strike, Jun Lin turned to face his assailant. The sound of metal clashing resonated as the blade met the great sword strapped to his back. The attacker exclaimed, clearly taken aback by Jun Lin's unexpected defense. Yet, in the next moment, the man's arm elongated unnaturally, thrusting the blade toward Jun Lin. The glint of the knife revealed a familiar face, the tattooed man. Just as the blade was about to pierce him, a surge of electric energy erupted from Jun Lin, shocking the assailant and causing his entire body to convulse. Seizing the opportunity, Jun Lin pivoted, delivering a swift kick that felled the tattooed man's weapon. As Jun Lin drew his great sword from his back, the tattooed man retaliated, his left arm extending once more to deliver a punch to Jun Lin's chest, swiftly followed by a subsequent knife slash. Due to the remarkable flexibility of his arms, his attacks were exceedingly unpredictable, allowing him to strike from any angle without the need for coordinated footwork. As he swung his blade, he erupted into maniacal laughter, exclaiming, "Die, you wretch." Jun Lin retaliated with a swift downward slash of his sword, the speed of his movement increasing dramatically. With a resounding crack, the flower-tattooed man's short blade was cleaved in two. The man, taken aback, wondered in disbelief how Jun Lin's strength had seemingly increased. While grappling with this confusion, he extended his left arm once more, landing a blow upon Jun Lin's sword-wielding joint, causing the sword to fall. Without pausing, Jun Lin charged at the flower-tattooed man and delivered a powerful punch to his face. The man's head snapped back, his visage contorting grotesquely, as his features flattened to a single plane. Yet, in the next instant, they inflated back to their original form like a balloon. He glared at Jun Lin, his voice shrill with rage, "You bastard." In truth, his ability should have been dubbed Rubber Man, rather than Limbs Contraction, for it was a formidable power, granting him not only bizarre offensive capabilities, but also a degree of defense, albeit at a significant cost to his stamina. Although Jun Lin's earlier punch had not inflicted substantial damage, it had nevertheless drained his energy considerably. With a surge of murderous intent, he elongated both arms simultaneously, attempting to strangle Jun Lin, shouting, "I will choke you to death." Jun Lin did not flinch, instead embracing him and crashing into the wall. With a thunderous crash, the wall collapsed under their impact, a cascade of stones raining down upon both of them. Then, Jun Lin lunged his head forcefully at the flower-tattooed man. Their heads collided with such force that the man felt as though he had been struck by a hammer. Despite his rubbery physique absorbing some of the impact, he was still left dazed and disoriented. In the midst of his frenzied assault, the flower-tattooed man realized his stamina was rapidly depleting like a waterfall, and he feared he could not hold on much longer. "How is this possible?" he exclaimed in horror. Jun Lin struck him again with his head, the impact serving as the final straw that drained the last vestiges of the man's strength. The two arms, coiling around Jun Lin's neck like serpents, suddenly snapped with a dismal crack, their bones shattered. "Ah!" he cried out in anguish as he collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. Jun Lin also fell to the ground, panting heavily, and began to tug down the arm still draped around his neck, like pulling on a tie. The flower-tattooed man continued to wail on the ground, his earlier bravado extinguished, replaced by profound despair and agony. He cried out, "Kill me! Kill me!" Jun Lin stepped firmly upon his body, retorting, "Desiring to end your suffering? Very well, but before you do, can you provide me with your reason for wanting to kill me?" "Reason?" The flower-tattooed man laughed maniacally. "Did you not already articulate it? By hunting down other candidates, one enhances oneself." Indeed, there was a rationale behind the flower-tattooed man's rapid ascension in power. "You have already slain several comrades, haven't you?" Jun Lin inquired. "Yes. Without such actions, how could I possibly catch up to you?" The flower-tattooed man shouted defiantly. "I will slaughter you. How dare you disregard me so? I never anticipated that you possessed two distinct abilities. Damn it, I refuse to accept this. I have eliminated 5 candidates, yet I still possess only a single ability. I am indignant. In truth, I wield 3. Jun Lin." The tattooed man was utterly taken aback. "This is impossible. he shouted, his voice distorted by pain. The shock within him overwhelming. No. Desperation filled his gaze as he pleaded with Jun Lin. Spare me. I beg you. I realize my mistakes. Jun Lin regarded him with sympathy. Do you know? After revealing the truth to you that day, I envisioned the possibility of our future encounters. I imagined it could be an ordinary meeting, where we exchanged a few words before parting ways, or perhaps we might forge a bond of trust, supporting one another. It could even be a mere passing, like strangers crossing paths. Of course, there was also the potential for a fierce battle to enhance our strengths. Which was the outcome I least desired. Do you comprehend the depth of my disappointment? He crouched down, leaning closer to the tattooed man's face, articulating each word with precision. You have shattered my expectations of the candidates, providing me with the answer I dreaded most. As your punishment, I shall not end your life. Instead, I will allow you to perish slowly amid endless agony. He turned, retrieving his axe, aiming it at the tattooed man's legs. The man's heart quaked as he screamed, No, no, please don't do this. Blood sprayed forth. One leg severed from the body. Then, another leg followed suit. Under the weight of 2 strikes, the tattooed man was brutally reduced to a grotesque form, sprawled in a pool of blood. Jun Lin remarked, the human body contains approximately 200 to 800 milliliters of blood. Typically, losing more than 30% of one's blood volume leads to imminent death. However, we are no longer ordinary beings. So it is uncertain if that still applies. I am quite curious to discover the answer, as it may prove beneficial for my future battles. Therefore, I shall use you as a subject for experimentation. Regardless, death is inevitable. Contributing something valuable is preferable. And it may also provide you with an opportunity to reflect on your errors. Chapter 14. Yi Qinxian, the tattooed man, writhed in agony for over half an hour before succumbing to death, his blood staining the street, a vivid crimson. Jun Lin estimated that he had lost approximately 2,000 milliliters of blood, nearly half of his own bodily volume. With the man's demise, Jun Lin felt an unexpected surge in his strength and physique, each increasing by a point. Most notably, his lifespan had inexplicably extended by 30 days. A glance at the corpse on the ground triggered an involuntary thought in Jun Lin's mind. Perhaps, at some point, he too would become just another lifeless body on the ground. This realization sent a chill down his spine, as he profoundly understood that in this perilous world, the only path to survival lay in relentless effort and the pursuit of strength. Today, Jun Lin ventured into a dilapidated hospital. The remnants of a Red Cross emblem, along with shattered doors and windows, indicated that this institution had endured numerous plunders, rendering it nearly devoid of any value. Upon entering, he found the hospital desolate and barren. There were no precious medicines to be found, and even the beds and bedding had been stripped bare. The only remnants were useless electrical appliances scattered amidst shards of glass and fluttering papers. He picked up a few pins from the ground and noticed several open medicine bottles in a nearby cabinet, surrounded by dozens of scattered pills. Jun Lin meticulously gathered the pills, placing them into the bottles before continuing onward. Arriving at the operating room, he was pleasantly surprised to discover a scalpel within. What a delightful find, he mused with a smile. The scalpel was remarkably sharp, and beside it lay an insulated cup. Jun Lin collected both items and, after ensuring there was nothing else of use, prepared to leave the operating room. Just as he took a few steps outside, he halted abruptly, his gaze fixed on the ground nearby. A small cart stood there, accompanied by a mop and a bucket, with trash strewn about. Jun Lin had observed this debris earlier, aside from some discarded, blood-soaked gauze. Only a rusty syringe remained, an item he had intended to retrieve later. However, the syringe was nowhere to be found. Casting a glance around the vicinity, Jun Lin lifted his head to survey the area. The hospital was eerily silent, devoid of life, yet his expression grew increasingly grave. He stepped aside and, in a sudden burst of frustration, hurled the trash bin across the room. It tumbled through the air, scattering refuse everywhere before crashing against the opposite wall with a resounding thud, shattering the profound silence, which quickly returned to its stillness. Surveying his surroundings, Jun Lin abruptly pushed the cart away as well. It skidded across the floor, creaking ominously, before it could collide with the wall. Jun Lin seized an empty medicine bottle and smashed it against the ground with a forceful strike, sending shards of glass skittering across the floor. He began to throw everything he could grasp in a frenzy. Accompanied by a cacophony of noise, this area quickly became littered with debris and broken glass. Just as Jun Lin hurled another pile of refuse, a faint sound emerged from behind him, barely perceptible amidst the chaos. The sound was faint, easily drowned out by the noise produced by Jun Lin. Yet, in that moment, he discerned an unusual noise behind him. He lunged forward, swinging his great sword horizontally behind him. It struck the empty air. Jun Lin paused for a brief moment, noticing nothing amiss behind him, but his peripheral vision caught sight of a piece of cloth, discarded on the ground near the staircase, suddenly flattening. Without a moment's hesitation, he roared and hurled his great sword forward. The blade sliced through the air, aimed at the vacant space ahead. In the next instant, a piercing scream echoed, and a figure emerged from thin air, tumbling down the stairs. The sword swept above the individual, crashing into the opposite wall, leaving a significant gash. The person rolled down the staircase, crashing to the ground with a thud, and fell silent. As Jun Lin approached, he observed a figure lying at the corner of the staircase, their head having struck the wall, blood trickling from the forehead. Eyes tightly shut, seemingly unconscious. She was a young girl, clad only in a bra and lace panties, nearly bare. It was her. Jun Lin recognized her as one of the candidates who had been with Lixiping that day. Although she had said nothing then, she had left a lasting impression on him, particularly as she was the girl who had wrapped her feet with cloth after losing her high heels, resembling a footbound maiden. The girl was youthful, possessing a delicate oval face, a pointed chin, and slender eyebrows, undeniably a beauty. Her skin was impeccable, smooth and moist, appearing as if enhanced by a filter, the kind of flawless complexion one could only find on an infant. Jun Lin noted that nearly every inch of her skin bore this quality. When he touched it, it felt like water, soft and tender. Yet, as his fingertips made contact, her skin emitted a faint glimmer of energy. Jun Lin understood that this was likely a manifestation of her abilities, from her previous actions and the condition of her skin. It was evident that while she could render herself invisible, she could not withstand an attack. Otherwise, she would not have tumbled down the stairs to avoid the sword, nor would she have made noise to evade the debris scattered on the ground. He also noticed that in her descent, she had inadvertently stepped on a shard of glass, injuring her foot. Having grasped the nature of her abilities, Jun Lin gently patted the girl's face. Her eyes remained shut, but her right hand suddenly lifted, and a syringe materialized in her grasp, aimed at Jun Lin's neck. In an instant, he had to tilt his head back sharply as the syringe grazed his neck, leaving a trail of blood. The girl, having missed her target, kicked towards him with both feet. Jun Lin intercepted with a swift motion, countering with a punch. The girl rolled away, her form gradually fading as she did. With a swift motion, Jun Lin seized her foot, trying to escape. The girl turned, throwing a punch at him. Just as he prepared to retaliate, he recalled that she had previously used this very hand to stab him, and the syringe was still in her possession. Yet now, it was nowhere to be seen. Jun Lin clenched his fist tightly, feeling a slight sting as an invisible needle struck him. Fortunately, his reflexes allowed him to retreat swiftly, sustaining only a minor injury. However, this incident caused him to irrevocably lose his chance. The girl delivered a swift kick to his chest, sending him staggering backward, while she seized the opportunity to vanish from sight. "Come out," Jun Lin bellowed, slamming his palm against the ground, unleashing a surge of lightning that radiated outward in all directions, resembling a blooming lotus of thunder. Amidst the startled gasps, the silhouette of the girl reappeared beside him. It turned out that after cloaking herself, she had not fled downward, but had attempted to ascend, taking a path contrary to expectation. Had Jun Lin directed his assault downward toward the staircase, she might have evaded capture. Alas, the lightning attack was an omnidirectional onslaught, and she had found herself in the confined space of the staircase corner, unable to escape its grasp. The combined force of the electric strike and collision sent her crashing against the wall, inflicting even greater harm than before. With a pained groan, she collapsed to the ground. Yet she endeavored to rise. Jun Lin approached, pressing his foot upon her wrist. The intensity of the pressure rendered her unable to grip her weapon, causing the syringe to tumble to the floor. Jun Lin seized her throat, hoisting her against the wall. "If you make another move, I shall end your life." A flicker of fear finally crossed her features. She widened her eyes at Jun Lin, her body trembling slightly. "What is your name?" The girl parted her lips and eventually replied, Yi Huime." Her voice was surprisingly clear and melodious. With a sudden strike, Jun Lin landed a punch to her abdomen, twisting her face in agony. "This is a lesson for your first lie. Should you attempt a second, I shall break an arm. A third will cost you an eye." The girl could only respond, "Yu Qinxian, why were you following me?" Yu Qinxian replied urgently, I entered this hospital before you, searching for something. I never expected you to appear. I feared encountering you would mean my death, so I hid. I had no intention of killing you." "Killing me? You've seen me before. You know I wooed T harm a candidate." Yu Qinxian offered a bleak smile. "That's because you were unaware of what transpired afterward." A jolt ran through Jun Lin as he recalled the tattooed man. Chapter 15. Pursuit. As Yu Qinxian elucidated, Jun Lin finally grasped the events that transpired shortly after his departure. Following that day, the candidates became acutely aware of their predicament and proactively altered their strategies. They formed trios, hunting in coordinated efforts to bolster their strength. However, they did not entirely separate. Rather, they dispersed when advancing and united in retreat, thereby establishing alliances for enhanced safety. This strategy facilitated rapid growth among them, leading to more individuals awakening their abilities. For instance, Lu Shiping, Kong Yicheng, the tattooed man, Lu Zhang, and you see when all awaken their respective powers. As the candidates' strengths began to diverge, disparities emerged, and their perspectives shifted. Those endowed with greater power sought increased distribution rights to resources, more points, and greater rewards. Previously, they had harbored a deep disdain for Jun Lin's cold-heartedness, yet within mere days, they transformed into the very embodiment of what they loathed. Moreover, mistrust festered among them, plummeting their sense of security to an all-time low. Disagreements arose, leading to disputes and even physical altercations. The tension escalated on the 7th day after that fateful event when a candidate named Lin Xing met his demise. He fell victim to a clandestine ambush, his neck gruesomely injured by poison. The perpetrator remained unknown. Perhaps it was an invasive creature or another candidate. As suspicion took root, chaos ensued, and the once fragile alliances disintegrated, devolving into a brutal self-inflicted massacre. Reflecting on those harrowing days, Yi Qingxuan's eyes brimmed with terror. On that day, everyone lost their sanity. We were all killing one another. You kill me, I kill you. The ground was soaked in blood. Jun Lin sighed deeply. Such immense psychological pressure can either drive one to madness or lead to collapse. Even I, who professes a profound love for this land, have found myself shouting at the television in frustration. I can entirely comprehend the dire circumstances faced by individuals in such an environment. And you? How did you survive? He inquired. Yi Qingxian replied softly. At that time, I had not yet awakened my abilities. Watching them slaughter each other terrified me. I desperately moved my body, seeking refuge in a corner where they could not see me. My only thought was to vanish from their sight, and I succeeded. Jun Lin understood her implication. You rendered yourself invisible. The awakening of abilities does not solely rely on combat. It is intrinsically linked to the pressures of life and death. Under the strain of such a reality, one may call forth the dimensional laws, thus awakening their powers. Consequently, numerous abilities can manifest without direct confrontation. Although the precipice of life and death often proves to be the most accessible threshold, Yi Qingxian lowered her gaze. It wasn't truly invisibility. It was merely bending light, allowing me to disappear and causing anything I touched to vanish as well. However, obscuring objects beyond myself imposes a heavier burden, which is why. Her voice trailed off. Jun Lin comprehended. So, you minimize your clothing to alleviate that burden. Yi Qingxian nodded, somewhat embarrassed, and said, I am still too weak and must conserve my energy as much as possible. Although it would be quite humiliating to reveal my true form after exhausting my stamina. It is far better than perishing. There's nothing shameful about it. There are plenty of bikinis on the beach, Jun Lin remarked coolly. To survive, one could understand shedding all clothing. Yi Qingxian turned her head away. You have quite the imagination. Jun Lin chuckled softly. The atmosphere once again fell into silence, as suddenly, no one knew what to say. Moments later, a rumbling sound emanated from Yi Qingxuan's stomach, causing her to blush and shrink back slightly. Observing her, Jun Lin opened his backpack, retrieved a piece of bread, and tossed it to her. Yi Qingxian excitedly caught it, devouring it hungrily, clearly famished. The young woman's final reservations began to dissipate. As she ate, she said, Thank you. By the way, I still do not know your name. After a brief hesitation, Jun Lin replied, Jun Lin. Noticing his reluctance, Yi Qingxian understood. Do you not trust me? Jun Lin shrugged. I hope to trust you. Understanding his sentiment, Yi Qingxian lowered her head, remaining silent as she chewed on the bread. Only after finishing the food did she speak. Will you take me with you? Jun Lin merely looked at her, remaining silent. She continued, I will listen to you. I will prove that I am useful. A prolonged moment of contemplation followed. Sitting on the steps, Jun Lin kept his head down, silent. While Yi Qingxian watched him with slight apprehension. She was uncertain if her words would sway him, but she recognized this was her chance. Upon seeing Jun Lin, she realized that this man before her represented her greatest opportunity. He was poised and composed, standing in stark contrast to the other candidates, who were either fraught with anxiety, struggling in despair, or dangerously ruthless. Jun Lin was different. He resembled a traveler meandering through a bustling city, strolling leisurely down the streets. Although Yi Qingxian had not witnessed his prowess in vanquishing monsters, she knew that those who could maintain such calm in this world were truly formidable. If she missed this opportunity, it might never come again. After what felt like an eternity, Jun Lin finally lifted his head. He said nothing, simply stood up, walked to the crumbled wall, retrieved his sword, and turned to enter the hospital. What did this mean? Had he rejected her? A pang of sorrow struck Yi Qingxuan's heart. Would he truly not trust her? Just as despair began to envelop her, she noticed a bag on the ground. It was Jun Lin's backpack, which he had set down while retrieving the bread and had forgotten to pick up as he walked away. As Yi Qingxian was about to call out, You forgot your bag. A realization washed over her, and her face brightened. She dashed to pick up the bag and hurried after Jun Lin. Jun Lin glanced back at her, said nothing, and turned to continue walking. Yi Qingxian lowered her head, a joyful smile gracing her face. continuing along the path they had previously traversed. The two individuals meticulously scoured the hospital. Despite having endured countless plunders, each visit yielded new discoveries, the most exhilarating for Jun Lin being a solitary pot of cactus. This resilient plant thrived in a shadowy corner of the hospital, standing alone yet defiantly alive. Upon noticing it, Jun Lin promptly decided to take it with him. Lacking a suitable place to set it down, and with Qingxian's hands occupied, he cradled it in his own, leaving Qingxian puzzled as to the cactus's merit. If it were intended as a weapon, it certainly paled in comparison to a syringe or scalpel, not to mention the sword strapped to Jun Lin's back. As night descended, Jun Lin escorted Qingxian to the top floor of the ward, where several beds remained untouched. "Let us rest here for the night," Jun Lin suggested. Qingxian nodded in agreement. The bed was remarkably soft, allowing her to drift into a deep slumber. Since that day, it had been a considerable time since she had slept so soundly. Yet, as she reclined on the bed, it felt as though she had ingested a sleeping aid the moment she made contact with the mattress. A wave of drowsiness surged over her like the tide, rendering her eyelids heavy. She recognized this as a manifestation of extreme mental relaxation for far too long. Her mind had been in a state of tension, and now that she had finally let go, sleep enveloped her completely, like the relentless ocean. Chapter 16. Century Egg Kanji. Upon awakening, Qingxian discovered a figure standing beside her. Startled, she gasped and instinctively withdrew her hand beneath the pillow to retrieve a syringe. However, before she could act, a strong hand grasped her wrist. A deep voice resonated. "It is I, Jun Lin." Exhaling in relief, Qingxian exclaimed, "You nearly frightened me to death. I merely came to bring you breakfast. I did not anticipate your heightened sensitivity," Jun Lin replied. "Breakfast?" Qingxian paused, finally noticing the bowl of kanji in Jun Lin's hand. A bowl of kanji. Qingxian was astonished. "This is century egg kanji?" Jun Lin affirmed. Qingxian trembled. In this wretched world, the existence of century egg kanji was nothing short of miraculous. She gazed at Jun Lin as if he were holding a precious gem, struggling to swallow her saliva. "Is this for me?" "Indeed." Jun Lin extended the bowl towards her. It was a standard hotel-sized rice bowl. Qingxian stared at the kanji in disbelief. "Where did you procure the century eggs and rice? Moreover, isn't it necessary to use a pot and water to cook kanji? I don't recall such items being available in the hospital." Jun Lin retreated a few steps and seated himself on the sofa. "By fortunate chance, I found a hotel. The century eggs were obtained from there, though regrettably, there is no meat." Qingxian exclaimed, "I am familiar with that hotel. We visited it and saw a massive wolf inside. However, I am unsure why we could not enter." "It is no longer accessible," Jun Lin replied nonchalantly. Qingxian gasped in astonishment. "Wait, when you say we couldn't enter, what do you mean?" Jun Lin suddenly recalled something and inquired. The hotel was shielded by a barrier. How could that be? Jun Lin had seen the barrier but had entered nonetheless. "When did that happen?" "Probably the day after our arrival. We stumbled upon it inadvertently," Qingxian answered. This was before she encountered Rob Stark. Thus, prior to that moment, the barrier was impenetrable, yet afterwards, it became accessible, though Rob Stark remained unable to leave. Was the barrier in a state of partial disrepair? Jun Lin was perplexed by this and asked, "Do you know who might have opened that barrier?" Qingxian shook her head. "I am uncertain." "Oh, then never mind." Jun Lin expressed a hint of disappointment. "Eat. Once you finish, you will have the strength to act." "Act? What do you mean?" Qingxian questioned, puzzled. Jun Lin halted and glanced back at her. What else could it be? To hunt down those invading creatures. Were they truly to commence battle once more? Jun Lin regarded her intently. "You may either hunt them or be hunted by them. Whether you are the hunter or the prey depends on your own choice." With that, he turned and departed. Qingxian watched his retreating figure, bit her lip, drained the kanji in one gulp, and followed him outside. On the way, Jun Lin remarked, "By the way, you mentioned that Wang Xiang and the others have awakened their abilities. Do you know what those abilities are?" Qingxian replied, "The tattooed fellow has awakened the ability of the rubber man. Lu Zheng has awakened the power of rage, growing stronger with each surge of anger. Kong Yicheng has manifested some form of spatial ability." Spatial ability? Jun Lin was astonished. Such a power is exceedingly rare. "And that lone shark has managed to awaken it?" "Indeed." Qingxian nodded. "He can directly teleport designated objects or individuals to any location within his line of sight. He can even teleport people?" "Yes, but it appears to come with a considerable burden." "And what about Lu Shiping, Zhang Qing, and that proud girl?" Qingxian shot him a glance. "Zhang Qing has awakened beast transformation, allowing him to assume a feral form. You see, one has the ability to create explosives, enabling her to grant any material explosive properties for a short duration, making her a perfect match for Kong Yicheng. As for Lu Shiping, his ability has remained a secret. Were it not for Kong Yicheng and Yu Siwen's unwavering trust in him, I would hardly believe he had awakened any power." "They listened to Lu Shiping?" Jun Lin squinted. Yes. The three of them form a small group, standing together even amidst great chaos. I do not know what Lu Shiping's power is, Jun Lin remarked. Kang Yiqing and the proud girl seemed to possess intelligence. They would never heed the words of a weakling. This person must possess considerable strength. By the way, what about Wang Xiang? Wang Xiang has not disclosed his ability, but I have witnessed his combat prowess. Each time he strikes an opponent, there are no visible wounds. Yet after a few hits, they fall lifeless. On one occasion, I secretly dissected a creature he had slain and found its insides completely decayed. It resembles an ability akin to striking from afar or inflicting internal damage that ignores defenses. However, Yi Qingxuan's audacity to dissect a slain beast did elevate Jun Lin's regard for her. As they conversed, they had exited the hospital and emerged onto the street, where a few carrion corpses were aimlessly wandering, colliding with one another and occasionally emitting low, guttural growls. Jun Lin handed over a surgical knife. Go and eliminate them. Upon seeing the carrion corpses, Yi Qingxian visibly relaxed. If they were merely carrion corpses, she would not be overly concerned. Yet, in the next moment, Jun Lin's words plunged her into despair. No invisibility allowed. What? Yi Qingxian exclaimed in shock, gazing at Jun Lin. He remained silent, merely observing her. With a huff of indignation directed at Jun Lin, she ultimately steeled herself and approached the three carrion corpses. The distant corpses had also spotted Yi Qingxian, staggering toward her. As the trio drew nearer, Yi Qingxian turned and fled. However, after just a few steps, Jun Lin approached and kicked her back. Do not even think of escaping. Unleash the skills you used against me yesterday. With your physique, if you are willing to fight, defeating them should be a trivial matter. Jun Lin, you bastard. Facing the onslaught of the three carrion corpses, Yi Qingxian screamed, desperately resisting. The most critical moment arrived when she was ensnared by the flesh-eating corpse. Even her ability to become invisible was rendered futile. These mindless creatures did not care whether they could see her. They would seize any opportunity to bite without hesitation. As long as one was willing to fight. Jun Lin's voice echoed in her ears, and at that moment, the grotesque visage of the corpse seemed to fade into the distance, leaving only Jun Lin's words resonating like the rhythmic toll of a bell. She had to confront them. Yi Qingxian murmured to herself. A flesh-eating corpse opened its maw before her, and she could even detect the foul stench emanating from its mouth. Just as it was about to bite down, a flash of light ignited, and a scalpel pierced the creature's mouth, puncturing its skull entirely. The woman had already thrust her blade into the eye of a second corpse, while a third lunged forward. Yi Qingxian recoiled, feeling the sharp teeth sinking into her waist, piercing her flesh. In desperation, she grasped the creature's head, straining to wrench it aside. Her knife had been lost due to the second corpse, leaving her to confront her adversary with bare hands. The two were entangled, rolling on the ground in a fierce struggle. Moments later, Yi Qingxian suddenly cried out, twisting the flesh-eating corpse's head with all her might, and with a sickening crack, she snapped its neck. Perched atop the corpse, she was drenched in blood, wounded in countless ways. She let out a wail and turned to Jun Lin, exclaiming, "Are you satisfied now?" Gazing at her eyes ablaze with fury, Jun Lin took a few steps forward, saying, "You are intelligent, yet you lack a measure of courage." He slowly raised the great sword in his hand and continued, "I never promised to lead you. You chose to follow." Yi Qingxian regarded him with cold disdain, remaining silent. "Whether to continue depended on your ability to keep pace with me." With a swift motion, the great sword flew forth, grazing Yi Qingxian's body as it struck a mask-clad corpse that had just reached for her from behind, pinning it against the wall. Chapter 17. Advancing to central in front of the hospital, there existed a vacant lot adorned with a railing. Yi Qingxian removed her outer garment. Gripping the railing with both hands, a towel clenched between her teeth. Jun Lin stood behind her, seemingly searching for something. Suddenly, he pulled forcefully, and a spout of blood erupted from Yi Qingxian's back, causing her to stifle a groan, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. With a swift motion, Jun Lin discarded what he held. It rolled across the ground like a pebble, revealing that it was a tooth of a corpse, left behind due to excessive force applied to Yi Qingxian's wound. After wiping the blood from his hands, Jun Lin remarked, "There, that is the last wound. All has been cleaned, no need for bandaging." As the candidates possess an innate ability to heal themselves, Yi Qingxian silently donned her clothing, asking, "Will it become infected?" She crossed her arms and leaned against the wall. Jun Lin replied, "Have you not been clawed by a corpse? This is not an apocalyptic zombie world. You will not transform into one of them." Yi Qingxian could not help but retort, "Not apocalyptic? Do you truly believe there is a distinction between here and the end of days?" Jun Lin chuckled lightly. "The difference lies in the fact that the apocalypse belongs solely to the abandoned city. Beyond this place, a far more vibrant world awaits. A more vibrant world." Yi Qingxian pondered this notion, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "You mean, it will be more beautiful than here?" Jun Lin responded, that is difficult to ascertain. The battle realm comprises numerous dimensions, each possessing its own unique charm. Some may indeed be more pleasant, while others could prove even more brutal, regardless of the nature. None will be as desolate as the abandoned city. Sustenance should be relatively accessible. Yet, that may not necessarily be advantageous. Why not? Yi Qingxian queried, perplexed. Nicholas did not select this dimension without reason. Do you recall what I mentioned before? We are the hunted of the natives. A shiver coursed through Yi Qingxian's heart as realization dawned upon her. Venturing into broader dimensions might yield greater resources, yet it also signified the inevitability of greater challenges. The apocalyptic world, while a harbinger of doom, also represented their lifeline. If they could not swiftly strengthen themselves in this realm, upon entering a complete native world, they could face a situation infinitely worse than their current plight. Having grasped the gravity of their situation, Yi Qingxian bowed to Jun Lin. Thank you for imparting this knowledge. From this moment forth, I shall dedicate myself to training and self-improvement. Observing her earnest expression, an unprecedented smile flickered across Jun Lin's face. Now that you understand, let us proceed. To where? Yi Qingxian inquired. To hunt other monsters, of course. Surely, you do not believe that slaying 3 corpses concludes our endeavor? Jun Lin inquired with a grin. But I have just been injured, Yi Qingxian protested. Jun Lin raised his great sword, stating, monsters do not inquire about the condition of their prey before they feed. Yi Qingxian swallowed hard, conceding, very well. Thus, Yi Qingxian embarked alongside Jun Lin on a long and arduous path of battle. With each confrontation, she rapidly evolved and matured. Today has proven to be fortuitous. They have slain a level 4 dark bull, a native creature of the abandoned city, parts of which are edible. That evening, the 2 individuals crafted a delectable beef dumpling from the flour they had scavenged. The aromatic beef dumplings, despite lacking any seasoning, constituted the most exquisite meal Li Qingxian had savored since her arrival in the abandoned city. As she indulged in the dumplings, tears of joy welled up in her eyes, and she suddenly felt that the struggle was worthwhile, all for the sake of these dumplings. In contrast, Jun Lin, who seemed somewhat detached from worldly concerns, maintained a calm demeanor. Apart from the dumplings, he was more intrigued by the bull's horn and hide. Jun Lin procured an iron rod, employing a sharpening technique to pierce the base of the horn, subsequently securing it with rope and wire, thus creating a spear. He handed the horn spear to Li Qingxian, who blushed as she accepted it, murmuring her gratitude. She had accumulated some points, yet had not yet unlocked her shop privileges. As for Jun Lin himself, having broken his sword, he was fortunate to have found an axe. Jun Lin remarked, I recall your ability allows for partial invisibility? Li Qingxian nodded. Jun Lin continued. Then you ought to hone this skill further. The horn of this spear is quite sharp. You might attempt to conceal the horn while exposing only the iron rod. This would enable you to strike unexpectedly in battle without expending much energy. If successful, you could consider pursuing the path of the Punisher, engaging in long-range attacks, firing invisible arrows, which would be quite exhilarating. Li Qingxian shook her head. That is not feasible. If I conceal it, I must cloak the entire spear. I cannot allow energy to bypass the iron rod and directly reach the horn unless I hold the horn in my hand. Unlike you, objects you've sharpened retain their edge for a time even after departing from your grasp. Jun Lin replied, Did you think I mastered this from the outset? This answer evidently invigorated Li Qingxian. Evolution of abilities? How does one achieve that? Jun Lin responded, That depends on you. The vast majority of abilities possess various developmental pathways. The specific route is determined by individual choice. As he spoke, Jun Lin scattered a handful of tablets, half of which formed into nail-like entities, while the other half remained perfectly rounded without a hint of sharpness. This left Li Qingxian astounded. All rule-based abilities stem from fundamental abilities and are capable of evolution. The sharpening technique can yield numerous effects: release sharpening, non-destructive sharpening, eternal sharpening, directional sharpening, or even mere metallization without sharpening. Jun Lin gestured toward the tablets. I can transform them into nails, or they can simply remain as flat iron pieces. Ah! Li Qingxian marveled in deep admiration. He had discerned so many developmental directions in such a short span of time. This is for you. With a flick of his wrist, Jun Lin produced a crystalline core of poison and a syringe. How do I use this? Li Qingxian inquired, somewhat bewildered. That is your concern. 3 days later, due to dwindling resources, Jun Lin resolved to depart for the central ring. Upon exiting the building, he was met by Lu Zhang, who was walking down the street wielding a knife. Imposing and brimming with confidence, it is evident that the trials of recent times have fostered growth in each individual. Upon seeing Jun Lin, Lu Zhang smiled. Ah, it is you. He approached with purpose. Yi Qingxian subtly aimed her spear at Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang halted. Not bad. You've made progress. At least you understand the need for vigilance. Jun Lin pressed down on Yi Qingxian's spear. They are friends. He moved towards Lu Zheng. Is it just you? Lu Zheng chuckled. Not entirely. I've indeed made some advancements recently, but with more people around. The stimulation is insufficient for substantial improvement. Indeed, to ascend swiftly, one must tread the fine line between life and death, Jun Lin mused. Lu Zheng glanced at the bag slung over Jun Lin's shoulder. What is this? Do you also feel the lack of excitement and plan to venture to Central? Indeed. Jun Lin inquired. Would you care to join me? Lu Zheng replied with a smile. I would be delighted, yet I have a matter to attend to first. Once it is resolved, I shall seek you out. You Mingju? Jun Lin asked. Lu Zheng nodded. Jun Lin patted his shoulder. Some matters. It is better to adopt a more open-minded approach. Rest assured, I know what must be done. Lu Zheng smiled. Once I have settled my issues with her, I will come find you. Very well, Jun Lin readily agreed. After bidding farewell to Lu Zheng, Jun Lin and Yi Qingxian departed. After a few steps, he suddenly recalled something and turned back. Old Lu, what is it? You mentioned that I also feel the excitement is lacking. Do you know that others have ventured to Central before us? Jun Lin queried. Lu Zheng nodded. Yes, it was Lu Shiping, Kong Yicheng, and Yu Siwen. They went yesterday. So it was them three. They must be considered the strongest combination among that batch of candidates, wouldn't you agree? However, Lu Zheng abruptly hesitated. However, what? Jun Lin pressed. Lu Zheng shook his head. Those three exhibit peculiarities. What peculiarities? Qingxian must have informed you about the events that transpired between us after that transaction, correct? Jun Lin nodded slightly. Lu Zheng continued. I suspect that there is someone orchestrating events behind the scenes. Jun Lin's expression grew serious. Why do you think so? Lu Zheng shook his head. I cannot say for certain, but I sense something amiss. In any case, be cautious. Do not place your trust in any of the candidates. I will, and you should as well. Chapter 18, Volcanic High School, Part 1. In stark contrast to the desolation of the outskirts of the abandoned city, the central region appeared even more desolate. Standing upon the long street, gazing at the bleak surroundings, Yi Qingxian remarked. It seems there are hardly any inhabitants or invading creatures here. On the contrary, they are merely concealed, Jun Lin replied casually. Concealed? Yi Qingxian's eyes widened in surprise. Are you suggesting that? Indeed, creatures of level 4 and above possess a degree of intelligence. They know how to hide and even ambush. However, the moment there is any sign of disturbance, they may surge forth in droves, Jun Lin elucidated. I would indeed like to witness such a spectacle, Yi Qingxian chuckled. Ding. The system taskbar chimed. A storm of refuse from an alternate dimension will be transmitted through the chaotic streams of time and space. Though it consists solely of rubbish, it may yield some treasures. However, the issue lies in the fact that you will not be the only one interested in this debris. Special task, battle for rubbish. Within the refuse storm, seek resources that will empower you and strive to survive. Completing the task will yield 200 points and additional rewards. Jun Lin and Yi Qingxian were taken aback. Is this for real? It just appears out of nowhere. As the notification emerged, a colossal whirlpool of time and space abruptly formed in the sky. Dark clouds surged forth from the vortex, rushing in all directions, causing all life within the abandoned city to erupt in chaos. A piercing wail resonated through the heavens once more, as various forms of life burst forth from their long-hidden havens, howling and racing in every direction. The forsaken metropolis transformed into a primordial jungle where the undead, beasts, and humans joined in a frenzied celebration amidst the ruins. The refuse storm. As a forsaken dimension, the abandoned city was resource poor, yet every so often, refuse would be dumped here through the vortex of time and space. This was neither the first occurrence nor the last. For the indigenous inhabitants of the abandoned city, this was the very foundation of their survival. At this moment, as a deluge of rubbish fell like rain, heavier materials such as weapons, metals, relatively intact artifacts, and even corpses quickly plummeted after bursting forth from the vortex, primarily landing in the city's core area. Lighter debris, however, continued to soar with the winds, drifting gracefully and soon blanketing a significant portion of the city. Observing this scene, Jun Lin adjusted the handle of his axe. Very well. It is my turn to take the stage. He cast Yi Qingxian a knowing glance, and she vanished from sight. Jun Lin strode forward with purpose. Suddenly, a formidable skeletal claw lunged forth. The massive bony claws menacingly swept towards Jun Lin's head. Just as it was about to pierce his skull, Jun Lin raised his left hand, and a brilliant flash of lightning erupted from his palm, resembling a dazzling burst of electric sparks that illuminated the sky. The ferocious current struck the skeleton, sending it hurtling into the air as if it had been dealt a crushing blow. The skeletal frame leapt upward, electric arcs dancing across its form, revealing every detail in the twilight. Amidst the howling winds, the battle axe soared through the air, cleaving into the skeletal figure with claws of darkness. A metallic shimmer erupted from its obsidian bones. A flickering blue electric spark penetrated the skull, and the flickering soul fire, as if stimulated by some immense force, surged forth from the cranium, morphing into a visage that contorted in agony as it twisted toward the heavens. It let out a silent scream, gazing skyward, before dissipating into countless starry specks carried away by the wind. As the soul fire faded, the skeleton collapsed with a thunderous crash, scattering hundreds of bones across the ground. Most of these bones regained a grayish hue, yet the skeletal parts of the right claw remained inky black. A thought stirred within Jun Lin's mind as he picked up the smallest phalanx, attempting to activate the blade transformation technique. To his astonishment, a radiant aura emanated from the black bone. He hurled the phalanx against the wall, and upon impact, it exploded, creating a gaping hole. Impressive, Jun Lin murmured. He gathered all the black bones scattered on the ground. His gaze fell upon the remnants of corpses amid the refuse. These remains were colossal, towering 3 to 4 meters, likely belonging to some monstrous entity. Undeterred by the filth, Jun Lin meticulously sifted through the debris. He waded through the putrid blood, thrusting his hands into the decaying flesh, unearthing one bizarre organ after another, variously shaped viscera, and an array of muscles and connective tissues in hues of red and yellow. With a sudden squelch, he crushed an eyeball, splattering its vile liquid across himself. Tossing aside the repulsive water, he seized another object. It appeared to be a gastric sac, roughly the size of an oversized garbage bag. As he sliced through its wall, a foul, black substance oozed forth. Within the sack, something glimmered momentarily. Jun Lin reached inside, and upon withdrawing his hand, he discovered a gem shimmering with a cerulean light, a magical memory crystal. A smile spread across his face. The magical memory crystal is a versatile artifact capable of storing, releasing, and enhancing magic, readily available in the system shop. Though not classified as dimensional equipment, it remained a valuable treasure. Just as his excitement peaked, an icy chill surged through Jun Lin's core. Instinctively, he lunged forward as a shimmering energy spear whizzed past his head. The spear embedded itself deeply into the refuse before him. Without waiting to rise, he rolled on the ground to evade any potential follow-up attack. However, a second strike did not come. Instead, a deep, sinister laughter echoed around him. Humans! Jun Lin ceased his rolling, instinctively crouching low like a leopard, peering ahead into the shadows where 3 dark figures loomed. Standing in the obscurity, they resembled specters. At the forefront, a young man with long, flowing hair and clad in black wielded a curved dagger, his face etched with malice. The 2 figures behind him bore a similar demeanor. Jun Lin found them somewhat familiar, yet their identities eluded him for the moment. The long-haired man wielding a knife exclaimed, "Oh, a contender." Upon hearing these words, Jun Lin was momentarily taken aback. He was speaking in Korean. Thanks to the system translation, Jun Lin could comprehend the language, yet he still discerned that the other party was indeed speaking Korean. The familiar visage and arrogant demeanor evoked memories of a certain entity, Volcano High, Zhongliang. Volcano High is a South Korean film characterized by its extreme exaggeration, portraying the school as a martial arts realm where students engage in relentless combat. Jun Lin happened to have watched this film. Zhang Liang is the antagonist in Volcano High, serving as the captain of the weightlifting team, possessing immense strength, though ultimately destined to be crushed by the protagonist. Jun Lin had not anticipated encountering a fantastical being so soon after entering the central region. Moreover, he was free. "Shut your mouth," Zhang Liang, visibly enraged at the mention of Volcano High, retorted, "We are a real existence. You scoundrel, prepare to meet your end." With that, he lunged at Jun Lin. Die. Amidst the shouts, the dog-legged knife glimmered ominously in the night as it descended towards Jun Lin's head. "It seems you are having difficulty accepting reality," Jun Lin remarked. And with a powerful push from his legs, he sprang backward like a coiled spring. Zhang Liang's strike missed its mark, yet the momentum of his blade did not wane, continuing its arc toward the ground where Jun Lin had just stood, unleashing a shockwave. Among the 2 who remained still, one raised his right hand, and a short spear materialized in his grasp, aimed directly at Jun Lin. The spear gleamed like a deadly shard in the darkness. In the instant the spear soared toward him, Jun Lin contracted his abdomen and tilted his head, allowing the spear to skim past his face. Zhang Liang roared as he unleashed a left punch, his fist swelling like a hammer, the sheer force generating a powerful gust of air. Jun Lin positioned his axe defensively, and the iron fist collided with the axe's surface, sending a shockwave back toward him. In a violent clash, Jun Lin was propelled several meters away, resembling a cannonball struck by a fist. Zhang Liang retracted his left fist, which had returned to its usual form. He then stomped the ground, his left leg swelling to the size of an elephant's, and with a powerful kick, the earth cracked like a spider's web. Utilizing the tremendous recoil, Zhang Liang propelled himself toward Jun Lin like a cannonball. Just as Jun Lin prepared to evade, the spear-wielding man launched another spear, forcing Jun Lin to dodge, momentarily slowing his movement. Zhang Liang swung the dog-legged knife downward, Boom. Jun Lin blocked with his axe. Yet the force sent him airborne, and before he could land, he hurled his battle axe forward. At that moment, one of the bystanders suddenly reached out, halting the spinning axe mere inches from the spear wielder's head, creating fissures in the air before him, first one, then two, then three, like a spider web spreading endlessly. As if struck by bullets. Bang! An invisible wall of energy exploded. The battle axe lost its momentum and fell before the spear wielder's forehead. Jun Lin landed and instantly accelerated toward the spear-wielding man. His speed and reflexes clearly surpassed those of Zhang Liang, who was caught off guard as Jun Lin countered from behind, shouting, "Be careful." The energy wall erupted at that moment, countless fragments of energy scattered like shards of glass, refracting beams of light that illuminated Jun Lin's figure. In the darkness, he resembled a ferocious beast, poised to devour its prey, charging forward with incredible force. He leaped and pounced onto the spear-throwing man. The two of them entangled as they were propelled backward. Simultaneously, Jun Lin's left hand gathered a substantial amount of lightning, aiming to pierce the mouth of the spear thrower. The lightning sphere detonated within the man's mouth, instantly enveloping his entire body. The spear thrower convulsed uncontrollably as Jun Lin soared into the air, distancing himself from the man's body. Chapter 19, Volcanic High School, Part 2. The spear thrower bent his body like a giant shrimp, launching himself into the air. Releasing his final burst of brilliance before plummeting back to the ground, the scent of charred flesh rising from his body. No. Zhang Liang watched in rage as his companion perished before his eyes, charging forward with a furious roar. As Jun Lin evaded, Zhang Liang lowered his head, his long hair shooting out like arrows. Jun Lin could not escape this time. Countless strands of hair pierced his body like wires, leaving him with an innumerable array of wounds in an instant. Though these wounds were shallow, the concentrated agony they caused nearly sent him into unconsciousness. Jun Lin looked down to see a patch of chest hair suddenly sprouting, accompanied by blood gushing forth, instantly staining his body crimson. He collapsed to the ground. Zhang Liang strode toward Jun Lin, as aflame with fury. "Discharge? If you have the capability, do it again. You never expected this, did you? I possess two abilities. I am invincible." After releasing his hair, Zhang Liang had become bald, yet his fierce presence remained undiminished. Approaching Jun Lin, he delivered a powerful kick to his chest. The moment his foot struck, it enlarged, sending Jun Lin hurtling backward with a resounding crash. This blow inflicted significant damage, and as he sat on the ground, Jun Lin frantically threw whatever he could grasp: debris, shattered willow boxes, discarded armor, and broken knife handles, all hurled toward Zhang Liang. At first, Zhang Liang dodged a few projectiles. But soon he ceased evading altogether, allowing Jun Lin's desperate flailing to strike him, as if he were observing the final, futile struggles of a dying man. Amusement gleaming in his eyes. Upon reaching Jun Lin, he stepped on his foot and raised his dog-leg knife, declaring, "You should not have come to this world. Perhaps it is you who should not have come." Jun Lin's gaze suddenly turned icy. Grasping a bone with his right hand, he thrust it upward. The leg bone shimmered with a metallic luster, deeply embedding itself in Zhang Liang's abdomen, and in the next moment, it exploded with a thunderous sound. "Ah!" Zhang Liang emitted a deafening roar, staring in disbelief at the gaping hole in his stomach. Jun Lin felt a pang of regret. He had missed the largest black skull bone, for had he seized it, this fiend would surely have met his demise. Nevertheless, Zhang Liang was in no better condition. He glared at Jun Lin. "You are not the only one with two abilities." Jun Lin replied coldly, releasing his grip. With his left hand, he viciously struck Zhang Liang's leg, summoning lightning once more, rendering Zhang Liang momentarily paralyzed. Jun Lin seized his leg and lifted him high, slamming him down hard against the ground. The impact caused Zhang Liang to spit blood, and with his left hand growing larger, he forcefully struck the ground to propel himself upward, thrusting his dog-leg knife with ferocity. With a dull thud, the knife pierced Jun Lin's chest, sinking 3 inches into flesh. But it could penetrate no further. Jun Lin's hand clamped around the knife, blood seeping through his fingers. Zhang Liang realized, to his shock, that with his own strength, he could not drive the blade deeper. The opponent's power had surged dramatically. "You?" he gasped, staring in horror at Jun Lin. The might emanating from Jun Lin's arms surged forth, causing the dagger to gradually retreat from his body. Zhang Liang discarded his weapon, his iron fist expanding once more as he struck towards Jun Lin. Simultaneously, Jun Lin relinquished his knife and collided headlong into Zhang Liang's face, leading to a fierce struggle between the two. The man wielding the energy shield grasped Jun Lin's axe, attempting to swing it, yet hesitated, fearing harm to his allies, leaving him unable to find an opportunity to strike. At last, a colossal bolt of lightning erupted between the two, forcing them apart as they tumbled to the ground. Jun Lin spat a mouthful of blood, lying incapacitated, while Zhang Liang was drenched in blood. His body was embedded with various debris, fragments of paper, strips of cloth, withered leaves, and stones, each transformed into razor-sharp weapons in the hands of that terrifying individual, inflicting numerous injuries upon him. Zhang Liang began to comprehend the situation. His opponent possessed an ability that grew stronger with each battle. He laughed maniacally. I thought you were a weakling, but it seems I've encountered a formidable foe. Fortunately, I have 3 companions. We shall triumph in this battle. He shouted to his comrades behind him. What are you waiting for? Finish him off. That guy can't get up anymore. He spoke the truth. If his previous state had been a fade, now Jun Lin was genuinely unable to rise. The man with the energy shield gazed at Jun Lin, extending his left hand slightly, summoning a crystal-clear energy shield, with shield in his left hand and axe in his right. He approached Jun Lin, his gaze narrowing, clearly less zealous about killing than Zhang Liang and unable to disregard life in the same manner. Lying on the ground, Jun Lin regarded him calmly and said, I do not know who you are or your name, but I hope you understand what you are doing. Do you truly intend to take the life of someone who has not wronged you? The energy shield man was taken aback. Zhang Liang shouted from the ground, Shut up. All electors should die. Do not forget their mission is to hunt us down. He bellowed at the man with the energy shield. The latter trembled at his words, slowly raising his battle axe. Jun Lin sighed. Do you think I advise you in hopes that you won't kill me? The energy shield man was momentarily stunned as Jun Lin continued. No, I want you to survive, alas. As his words fell, a flicker of fear suddenly appeared in Zhang Liang's eyes, and he shouted with all his might. Get back. The man with the energy shield felt a sudden, intense pain at the back of his neck. He cried out and swiftly turned, swinging his battle axe. Yet struck nothing. A gasp echoed before a woman's figure emerged from the void, holding a pot of cacti. An invisible ally. The energy shield man realized that the opponent had assistance. Just as he was about to speak, an unbearable itch erupted at the back of his neck. He reached back, pulling forcefully, revealing a syringe with a half-filled vial of green liquid. His heart began to tremble with realization. The itching at the nape of his neck was swiftly transforming into excruciating pain. As he reached back to touch it, he inadvertently tore away a substantial piece of flesh, stained with blood. No, he screamed in horror. Though he could not see it, Jun Lin, Zhang Liang, and Yi Qingxian could clearly observe that a large expanse of flesh at his neck was rapidly decaying, with chunks continually falling away, first from his neck, then spreading across his entire back and even to his head. Due to the proximity of the toxin to his brain, before his body could completely disintegrate, his mind had already been ravaged, sparing him some agony. For as the toxin reached his lower body, his upper half had entirely dissolved into a putrid mass, collapsing down, leaving only his legs submerged in blood, still rotting away. No, no, no. Zhang Liang, slumped on the ground, was nearly engulfed by despair. He screamed in a frenzy, unable to accept such a fate. Fortunately, Jun Lin assured him, Do not worry, we shall not employ that toxin against you again. You are incapable of rising. Using poison would be a waste. Turning to Yi Qingxian, he commanded, End his life. Chapter 20. The test. The 14th strike of the dog-leg knife cleaved through Zhang Liang's neck, ultimately severing his head from the lifeless body, leaving it a bloody pulp. This was a demand from Jun Lin, who was distinctly displeased by the fact that Yi Qingxian trembled at the thought of taking a life. Casting aside the severed head, Yi Qingxian leaned against the wall, gasping for breath as beads of sweat trickled down her forehead. I have killed, she uttered. Indeed, Jun Lin lay motionless on the ground. Not just killing, but dismembering as well. How does it feel? Yi Qingxian pondered for a moment before replying. Initially, I was terrified, feeling utterly nauseated. However, it became somewhat easier thereafter. Jun Lin, dissatisfied, remarked, Yet I saw no sign of your improvement. You trembled like one afflicted with malaria while dismembering that fellow. Yi Qingxian rolled her eyes. It's much better than I anticipated. The books all say one is supposed to vomit and weep the first time they kill. Do not heed the authors of such writings. Do you believe they have ever taken a life? Most of them likely have never even witnessed death. If their assertions held true, this world would not be rife with murderers and wars. Trust me, death can sometimes be less terrifying than it seems. If you are unafraid of death, then causing the demise of others becomes less daunting. All that is required is adaptation. Is that so? Yi Qingxian murmured, glancing down at the heap of putrid flesh and foul liquid, wrinkling her nose. Regardless, I cannot adapt to this. It is truly revolting. Should you find adaptation impossible, then endure it, Jun Lin asserted suddenly as he sat up with effort. He struggled to stand, and when Yi Qingxian moved to assist him, he gently pushed her away. Grasping her hand, he instructed, Remember, as long as you possess even a shred of strength, do not allow yourself to lie down. Sometimes, you may feel you have reached your limit, yet the reality is you are far from it. The closer you draw to your limits, the more readily you can elevate your potential. Yi Qingxian gazed at Jun Lin, unblinking. Is this the reason for your formidable strength? It is why I survived the onslaught of 3 ruffians, Jun Lin replied. I thought I was the reason for your survival, she jested. How naive. I owe you no debt of gratitude for saving my life, he retorted. Yet his eyes sparkled with mirth as he regarded Yu Qingxian. At that moment, their gazes locked, and they both erupted into laughter, as if sharing an unspoken bond. If Yu Qingxian had previously been merely an assistant for Jun Lin to cultivate, everything had irrevocably changed following this battle. She had demonstrated her worth. Though still modest, it was sufficient to earn respect. Jun Lin nodded. Well then, regardless of the circumstances, your performance today was commendable. Do you know what I feared the most while battling that scoundrel? It was not that you might flee, but rather that you would rush in, screaming, in a panic, making the most foolish choices. Yu Qingxian had refrained from a frontal assault at the first opportunity. Yet this was indeed the wisest course of action. Her strength was insufficient. A direct confrontation would have been tantamount to seeking death. She needed to wait for the perfect moment to strike decisively. At last, she had not disappointed Jun Lin's expectations. A sweet smile blossomed on Yu Qingxian's face. So, does that mean I performed rather well? She inquired. Indeed, with but a minor misstep. Jun Lin pointed to the pot of cactus. What do you intend to do with that? Yu Qingxian asked. I thought it might be of use to you. I assumed you meant to wield it as a weapon. No, this is an exception, Jun Lin replied, taking the cactus. I require it for my research on how to apply blade transformation techniques to living beings. As he spoke, the pot of cactus suddenly gleamed with a metallic luster. Yu Qingxian understood. She rolled her eyes. That hardly qualifies as a mistake. That's not what I meant. What do you mean? Yu Qingxian asked, slightly taken aback. Examine the battlefield for any feigned deaths, Jun Lin commanded. Without further ado, he turned and flung the cactus, which arced through the air and struck the man wielding the energy spear. Astonishingly, he was still alive. Just as the energy spear coalesced in his grasp, the cactus crashed into him like an iron ball, causing his brain to splatter and sending him crashing to the ground. Yu Qingxian's gaze settled on the cactus. You succeeded. Quite the contrary, Jun Lin replied, the cactus shattering into countless fragments. The primary distinction between applying the transformation to living and non-living entities is that a weapon, once transformed, cannot sustain damage. Otherwise, it is akin to self-harm. At that moment, both Jun Lin and Yu Qingxian heard the system's notification. Mission accomplished. Acquire the magical gem of the Fran. Earned 200 points. Defeated 3 fantasy creatures. Total of 750 points earned. Additional reward. Method of using the magical gem. Goodness. Are you certain this qualifies as an additional reward? Jun Lin remarked, rolling his eyes and collapsing limply. Upon awakening, Jun Lin found himself lying in a dilapidated building. On the cabinet beside his bed sat a bowl of something dark and mushy. He cautiously picked it up and sniffed. Fortunately, it bore no foul odor. Tentatively, he licked a bit with his tongue and savored the flavor. Just then, Yu Qingxian entered and, upon seeing him, asked, Awake? Jun Lin propped himself up, leaning against the headboard, and raised the bowl. What is this? Food scavenged from a rubbish heap, Yu Qingxian replied, dragging a stool over to sit by his bedside. How does it taste? Jun Lin sighed heavily. Coarse, dry, nearly unpalatable. It feels as if I am consuming a lump of mud. Are you certain this won't cause me to suffer a gruesome demise? If you don't eat, I will discard it, Yu Qingxian said, trying to snatch the bowl. Jun Lin withdrew his hand, but Yu Qingxian swiftly reached for it. Their arms collided, causing her to stumble slightly, nearly losing her balance. Hey, Yu Qingxian exclaimed. Jun Lin was taken aback. I apologize, it was not my intention. He glanced down at his arm, extending his fingers. He grasped the iron frame of the bed and pulled it forcefully, producing a creaking sound as the frame bent under his strength. Evolved? Yu Qingxian whispered. Yes, Jun Lin affirmed. I have ascended. With the addition of a strengthening potion and the effect of defeating the tattooed man, his attributes now stand at 10, 9, 8, and 9, significantly surpassing those of an ordinary individual. How strong is he? Yu Qingxian inquired. Jun Lin glanced at the iron plate on the bedside and effortlessly grasped it, causing it to warp. With such strength, participating in an arm wrestling competition back on Earth would certainly pose no challenge, Yu Qingxian remarked with a smile. Let us test my speed, Jun Lin suggested. I'll fetch the timer, Yu Qingxian responded. The timer brought from Earth was rendered useless, but fortunately, they had discovered a technological device from this plane that was still operational. No, Jun Lin interjected, halting her. We don't need that. Yu Qingxian looked at him, somewhat astonished. Jun Lin grinned. You and I will race. All right, Yu Qingxian replied, raising her chin defiantly. How shall we measure it? Jun Lin pointed ahead. Do you see that building? Following his gesture, Yu Qingxian observed, the one next to the black iron tower? Yes, whoever reaches the rooftop first wins. As he spoke, Jun Lin had already begun striding forward. Realizing his intent, Yu Qingxian exclaimed, You don't mean to jump across from here, do you? Jun Lin loosened his arms. The distance from this building to the one opposite is no more than 3 meters. With our current leaping ability, clearing that space is utterly feasible. What do you say? Interested in giving it a try? Routes and methods are unrestricted. With that, he stretched his legs and then suddenly accelerated towards the opposite building, resembling a cheetah in full sprint. As he neared the edge of the building, he forcefully pushed off the ground, creating cracks beneath him as he soared into the air. With arms and legs flailing, he flew towards the other side. Boom! Amidst a tremendous sound, Jun Lin landed firmly on the opposite side, bending his legs and supporting himself with one hand, reminiscent of the agents pursuing Trinity in the Matrix. Rising slowly, he glanced back at Yu Qingxian. "Your turn," he called out. Taking a deep breath, Yu Qingxian shouted, "We're on the 16th floor. What if I accidentally fall?" A faint smile appeared on Jun Lin's face. "Then we shall test your vitality." Chapter 21. Awakening. Standing at the pinnacle of the towering edifice, Yu Qingxian gazed downwards, her vision swirling with vertigo. She took several steps back and shook her head at Jun Lin, exclaiming, "No, I cannot do it." "Do not be afraid," Jun Lin shouted. "You must believe in yourself. This distance poses no challenge for you." With determination, Yu Qingxian clenched her teeth and retreated to a position 10 meters away. She stared into the abyss before her, hesitating to take the leap. "Imagine a demon is pursuing you, and there is no retreat," Jun Lin bellowed. "The only path to survival, the only future, lies in leaping across." "The only path to survival lies in leaping across," Yu Qingxian murmured, closing her eyes. After a moment, she opened her eyes, revealing a gaze filled with resolve. She gathered her long hair into a ponytail, securing it with an elastic band. Slightly bending her body forward, she began to run. At first, it was merely a jog, but soon her pace quickened. As she approached the edge, she leaped with all her might, her ponytail flowing gracefully through the air, tracing a long arc before landing with a thud not far from Jun Lin. To dissipate the impact, she rolled on the ground. "I made it," Yu Qingxian exclaimed with joy, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Jun Lin. He stepped back, stating, "This is just the beginning." Then, he turned sharply and sprinted towards another building, leaping high as if soaring through the skies. "Keep up with me. Remember, this is a race," he shouted. "Scoundrel," Yu Qingxian fumed, stamping her foot. Nevertheless, emboldened by her recent success, she followed Jun Lin's lead and charged forward. The confidence she gained from her leap invigorated her spirit. She charged, leaped, and once again glided through the air like a hawk, traversing the distance between the buildings and landing on the rooftop alongside Jun Lin. If Jun Lin's jump resembled a cannonball's impact, Yu Qingxian's form was nothing short of exquisite. "Now, this is more like it," Jun Lin laughed as he sped ahead, darting swiftly across the expanse of interconnected structures. "Do you truly believe I cannot catch up?" Yu Qingxian shouted, closing in on him. She moved with the grace of a cat, swiftly navigating the rooftops until she overtook Jun Lin. As she zipped past him, she made a playful face, declaring, "Prepare to eat my dust." With that, she accelerated forward, making a daring leap to the adjacent floor. Jun Lin chuckled. "Do you really think speed alone can solve everything?" With those words, he abruptly veered towards another direction. Yu Qingxian paused momentarily, glancing at him before realizing and shouting in anger, "You cheat." Jun Lin's chosen path was a direct line towards the Black Tower. Although this route was shorter, the gap between the two buildings was considerable, approximately 5 meters. This distance posed a formidable challenge for Yu Qingxian, leaving her no choice but to detour and leap from the adjacent building. However, with Jun Lin's current prowess, he could easily bridge the gap, significantly shortening his journey. Jun Lin laughed heartily. "I told you, the route is not restricted, nor is the method." As she watched him leap into the air, Yu Qingxian gritted her teeth, her eyes darting, and changed direction towards a nearby building. Jun Lin glanced back, his expression shifting slightly. "Qingxian, no, that building is too tall. You cannot jump up there." At that moment, Yu Qingxian also opted for a shortcut. But the opposing structure loomed 2 stories higher than hers, making it impossible for her to reach the top with her jumping ability. Yet, Yu Qingxian merely smiled faintly. "Who says I must land on the rooftop?" With that, she sprang into action. She soared through the air, crashing into the window of the opposing floor. Crash! Amidst the cascading shards of glass, Yu Qingxian rolled inside the corridor. Jun Lin stood frozen, realizing that a miscalculated leap could have sent her crashing into the wall, resulting in a dangerous fall. Yu Qingxian swiftly regained her footing, casually plucking a shard of glass from her face, and stood at the window, defiantly flashing Jun Lin the middle finger. "You possess strength, I possess precision." With that, she dashed down the corridor. "Wow," Jun Lin whistled, chuckling. "Have you finally embraced the notion of risking everything for victory?" A true fighter must embody such fundamental qualities. Motivated by Jun Lin's provocation, Yu Qingxian's competitive spirit surged. In that moment, she transformed from the previously timid and delicate girl into a burgeoning warrior, rapidly evolving amidst the crucible of iron and fire. The two of them chased each other relentlessly, leaping between towering edifices. They sprinted with unparalleled speed, neither willing to lag behind, as if they were 2 cheetahs in a fierce pursuit. Yi Qingxian dashed forward, navigating the uneven heights of the buildings, soaring through the sky. Relishing the thrill of flight, she spread her arms wide, allowing the wind to caress her face, embracing the fervor that speed ignited within her. Something within her seemed to ignite, rapidly fueling her entire being, filling her with an exhilarating sense of power. Since her arrival in this wretched world, she had never experienced such feelings, an exhilarating sensation akin to flight. A fiery passion surged within her. She felt an urge to scream, to shout out loud. Her ponytail danced wildly behind her as she leaped over one skyscraper after another, as if vaulting over chasms. The future, here I come, she cried, leaping into the air and rolling onto the roof of a tall building. Looking up, the black tower loomed clearly in sight, and not far away. Jun Lin was also sprinting with fervor. He showed no signs of conceding. With a sudden leap, he soared to the opposite floor, pulling ahead of Yi Qingxian once more. Turning back to her with a hearty laugh. I will win. No matter what, I cannot lose to you, at least not in this challenge. Watching Jun Lin's soaring figure, a fiery zeal flashed in Yi Qingxian's eyes. Speed was her forte. She could not allow herself to be outpaced by Jun Lin. In that moment, she regarded him as an adversary, a mountain to conquer, an object of her ambition to surpass. To surpass him, to outpace him. To become the embodiment of her deepest desires. As she stood on the rooftop, an inexplicable voice seemed to roar within her. Leap forward. Trust yourself. You can do it. This voice resonated powerfully in her mind, and a hint of crimson appeared in Yi Qingxian's eyes. She sprang into action, charging towards the rooftop where Jun Lin stood. In that moment, she chose to heed the intuition of her heart. Seeing Yi Qingxian rush towards her, Jun Lin momentarily froze, his expression shifting in alarm. No, no, no. It's too far for you to jump directly. Go around. The distance between Yi Qingxian and her building was approximately 7 meters. A span that felt daunting even to Jun Lin. I can do it, Yi Qingxian shouted defiantly. With every ounce of strength, she sprinted forward, her strides growing more powerful. As she approached the edge of the rooftop, she made a bold leap into the air. Damn it, Jun Lin exclaimed in frustration. At that moment, he could not stop Yi Qingxian. He could only muster his voice to shout, believe in yourself. You can do it. Curse it. The absolute truth was not in effect. Like a soaring eagle, Yi Qingxian's body traced an exquisite arc through the air, swiftly closing the distance to the building. Just as she was about to reach the opposite side, however, her momentum faltered, and she briefly hovered in midair. No, Jun Lin cried out in despair, fully aware of what this meant. But then, an astonishing scene unfolded before his eyes. Yi Qingxian did not fall. Instead, she suddenly accelerated, continuing her flight. Jun Lin watched in awe as she soared over his head, executing a graceful roll before landing elegantly on the ground behind him. Goodness! Jun Lin was left speechless. He glanced at Yi Qingxian, then back at the adjacent building, murmuring, do you realize how far you just jumped? Damn it, that was at least 12 meters. 12 meters. I know, Yi Qingxian replied with a smile as the fervor subsided, her clarity returning. She closed her eyes, seemingly savoring the essence of the wind. After a moment, she spoke again. I have acquired a second ability. What did you say? Jun Lin asked, bewildered. My second ability, enhanced jumping, allows me to elevate my leaping prowess. When did you gain this? Just now. As you said, new abilities can only be unlocked at the brink of life and death. Jun Lin fell silent, contemplating. After a pause, he remarked, not including seeking death. As you said, jumping over means there's a future, Yi Qingxian responded, unyielding. Compared to their first encounter, she now exuded greater confidence and was more willing to assert herself. Gazing at Yi Qingxian's resolute expression, Jun Lin finally fell silent. Their eyes met, and suddenly, they erupted into laughter. In that moment, through her own efforts, Yi Qingxian truly earned Jun Lin's respect. She crossed her arms, striking a deliberately haughty pose. So, what now? Do you still want to compete? Jun Lin shrugged. No need. I concede. Faced with the agile Yi Qingxian, Jun Lin found himself outmatched in speed. At that moment, a rumbling sound echoed from the distance. Chapter 22. Passion on the distant street. A convoy of military vehicles rumbled past, carelessly crushing a carcass that lay in its path. Oblivious to the need to avoid it, soldiers huddled within the vehicles, clutching their rifles, clad in tattered military uniforms, appearing utterly exhausted as they slumped in the back. At the forefront, in a jeep, sat a man of imposing stature, reminiscent of a bear. Strangely, trailing behind the convoy was a candidate, his hands bound, sprinting desperately to keep pace with the vehicles. From a rooftop approximately a block away, Yi Qingxian lowered her binoculars and handed them to Jun Lin. It's a soldier under white too, she remarked. Indeed, Jun Lin replied. The convoy was headed towards a military camp, their assembly point. If night belonged to the invading creatures, then daylight was the domain of the natives. How intriguing, Yi Qingxian mused. We are hunting the invaders, while they slaughter the natives, and the natives in turn hunt us. Is this not a display of ingratitude? In the face of self-interest, what is gratitude worth? Jun Lin responded. Self-interest? Is it as you say, that killing us grants them power? Yi Qingxian inquired. Indeed, for them, gaining power is secondary. The primary concern is the potential to awaken their inherent abilities, Jun Lin explained. Yi Qingxian scoffed. Nicholas certainly knows how to play the game. Nicholas does not coerce anyone into action. He merely creates an environment and allows freedom of choice. For their own gain. The voters assault the invaders. For their own gain, the natives hunt the voters. It all resembles a food chain in nature. Once the chain is established, Nicholas can relinquish control. In such circumstances, to elevate oneself, one must not only learn to pursue the enemy but also to evade danger. How about that? The thrill of the Central District is quite intense, isn't it? Jun Lin chuckled. Yi Qingxian retorted dismissively, I've never sought thrills. Hey, you don't intend to cause trouble for them, do you? As the convoy disappeared from view, Jun Lin stated, their killing us benefits them. But our killing them yields no advantage. As long as they do not provoke me, I can hardly be bothered. Upon returning to his room, Jun Lin retrieved the magical gemstone. Through the instructions provided by the system, he learned that the gemstone contained a spell known as Eblin's Guardian. Jun Lin was unfamiliar with this Eblin. Yet he recognized that within the realm of the sinister battle, certain magical civilizations indeed favored naming their spells after themselves, often branding them as new magic with merely slight variations or innovations in pronunciation. As a result, there was a period when the various magical lands were inundated with spells bearing personal names. Eblin's Guardian was likely similar. When Jun Lin attempted to unleash it, he discovered it manifested as a crystalline magical shield. However, since magic is a planar ability existing solely within the realms of magical civilizations, and abandonment is a technological realm, the utility of this magical gemstone was significantly diminished here, capable of only achieving 20% of its intended effect. Yet, despite this, Jun Lin unleashed over 10 punches against the protective barrier before finally shattering it. Unfortunately, this magical gem can only release its power once a day, requiring a full day to restore its energy. Jun Lin had initially intended to fashion it into a ring to adorn his hand, but Yi Qingxian had a different perspective. She intricately tied the gem to its base with fine threads, covered it with a cloth, and fastened it to her clothing, thereby transforming it into a button. She remarked, I understand that treasures in games often take the form of rings, necklaces, earrings, or bracelets. However, regrettably, we are not in a game, but in the real world. This magical gem may not withstand heavy impacts, and crafting it into a ring would render it susceptible to damage. If one day we find ourselves in a fierce battle and a punch sends shards of gems flying, it would indeed be a cause for lament. Then why turn it into a button? Especially here? Jun Lin pointed at his collar. Not only did Yi Qingxian convert the gem into a button, but she also fashioned it into a decorative fastening on his collar. The gem needs to be on the outside for easy access whenever you wish to utilize it, she explained. However, being exposed also invites the risk of damage. The throat is a vital area that requires protection. By placing the gem here, you safeguard both yourself and the gem, allowing you to remain focused without distraction. Moreover, this gem button is relatively large, making it less conspicuous when nestled beneath the collar. If you wish to activate the protective barrier, a simple adjustment of your collar will suffice, since the barrier is transparent, with a stroke of luck. Your opponent may not even notice. Jun Lin chuckled, adjusting my collar in the heat of battle. Isn't that a tad pretentious? Life is a matter of attitude. Even in the act of taking a life, one must maintain a sense of grace, Yi Qingxian replied, as she began to drape the well-arranged clothing over Jun Lin. Once she had dressed him, Yi Qingxian appraised him from head to toe and smiled. You look quite dashing, as long as no one grabs you by the throat. There should be no issues. Jun Lin found a mirror and observed that indeed, the gem was cleverly concealed within the collar, as long as he did not flip it up. It remained unseen. He mimicked the action of adjusting his collar in the mirror, his thumb resting on the gem, creating an effortless appearance. He chuckled softly, about to speak, when suddenly he froze, staring vacantly into the mirror. Yi Qingxian, puzzled, inquired, what is the matter? Gazing into the mirror, Jun Lin murmured, I feel as though I have aged a little. Aged? Yi Qingxian paused, scrutinizing Jun Lin's youthful and spirited visage, marred only by a hint of unshaven stubble along his jawline. It was difficult to associate him with the notion of aging. Yet, upon witnessing the expression in Jun Lin's eyes, her heart fluttered, and she began to understand. Gently caressing his face, she said, You have not aged. It is merely your heart that has grown weary. Merely weary of the heart? Jun Lin was taken aback. Had his mindset truly transformed? Indeed, since entering the Forsaken City, every day had been a struggle for survival, battling monsters, and contending with humanity. Witnessing so much life and death, how could his heart not become weathered? Upon reflecting on this, Jun Lin let out a sigh, acknowledging the inevitability of change. One must adapt to survive in this world. Indeed, Yi Qingxian replied softly. Yet, it was not only Yi who had transformed. Yi Qingxian herself had undergone a similar metamorphosis. Recalling the terror she felt upon her initial arrival and the fervor she experienced during the rooftop confrontation, Yi Qingxian realized that she was no longer the person she once was. The two exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with an unusual brilliance, as if something profound was stirring within their hearts. However, in the next moment, Jun Lin took a step back. Thank you for your button. In that instant, the passion that had just ignited waned, and Jun Lin reverted to his former, icy demeanor. A flicker of disappointment stirred within Yi Qingxian's heart. Chapter 23, a gamble by the way. I recall that you accrued quite a few points previously. Why haven't I seen you utilize any system equipment until now? Once regaining her composure, Yi Qingxian inquired of Jun Lin. Nicholas hopes I pursue the path of self-evolution, Jun Lin sighed, recounting the essence of Nicholas's words to him. Yi Qingxian was taken aback. Are you saying that Nicholas can contact you at any moment? Indeed. Why? Aren't you able to? Yi Qingxian shook her head. From the very first day we entered, no matter how we called out to Nicholas, he would not respond. It was only after encountering you that he would appear unbidden, even without our summons. I initially thought it was merely a coincidence related to him issuing tasks. But it seems he regards you with a special consideration. Being able to converse at any time hardly qualifies as special treatment, Jun Lin dismissed. Yi Qingxian chuckled. Yet, you must possess something extraordinary. Jun Lin hesitated, remaining silent. Not wanting to pry, Yi Qingxian remarked. If it's inconvenient, you needn't share. It's not that. Since we are to be comrades, we should be somewhat candid, Jun Lin replied. He then briefly explained the concept of absolute truth. So, the words you utter casually often have the potential to manifest? On the rooftop, upon hearing Jun Lin's account, Yi Qingxian burst into laughter. I never expected you to be so unfortunate. Endowed with an exceptionally powerful talent that is, however, capricious. Good things often fail, while bad things succeed. And even the occasional good fortune comes at the cost of your lifespan. Are you certain this is a boon? Indeed, so you must exercise caution. If one day I were to say you were actually a man, and it came true, that would be quite disastrous, Jun Lin laughed in return. Yi Qingxian guffawed. Being a man isn't so bad. If nothing else changes, would you accept merely growing that appendage down below? Yi Qingxian shot him a sharp glance. You might want to be more mindful of your wording. Jun Lin made a cross with his hand. May the god of harmony bless me. Then he added with a grin. Fear not, based on the current circumstances. My path of truth has not reached that level. I hope to gain control over it before that happens. Before you can make me grow that appendage? Jun Lin was at a loss for words. Very well, if that is the case, it seems your points will only suffice for potions and fragments in the future. Could you do me a favor? I lack the authority to access the shop. Please assist me in purchasing a piece of equipment, Yi Qingxian requested. After a moment's contemplation, Jun Lin suggested, how about a gamble? A gamble? Yi Qingxian questioned, puzzled. Yes, a roulette bet. For equipment, Jun Lin responded with a smile. The system features a roulette. Each attempt costs a mere 100 points. Yi Qingxian understood his intention to leverage his absolute truth, hoping to achieve a stroke of luck. She asked, are you sure it will work? We must at least try. Yi Qingxian grinned. Then let us wager. Thus, Jun Lin staked his points and spun the wheel. He activated absolute truth. I shall acquire an epic piece of equipment. This was the first time he felt such anticipation as he willingly sacrificed his lifespan. The wheel gradually came to a halt. 4 grand characters emerged. Thank you for participating. The roulette spun repeatedly. And both Jun Lin and Yi Qingxian's hearts rose and fell with each turn. Yet, the results were either thank you for participating or wish you good luck. Was there any distinction between the two? Could it be that Zero also possessed levels? Naturally, one would occasionally receive some worthless items, those trivial things worth merely 10 points, which hardly qualified as equipment. 2 pairs of shoes, a single belt, and 3 garments, devoid of attributes. Their only advantage was their resilience against damage. Granted, they were not utterly destroyed. Furthermore, they would not occupy the so-called equipment slots, allowing one to wear several without issue. Yi Qingxian had exhausted her points, leaving Jun Lin to continue investing. From the initial heartache, she gradually grew calm. Sitting with her knees hugged, she tilted her head to observe Jun Lin. I never imagined you to be a gambler. I am not a gambler. I simply believe it necessary to attempt it. The application of truth should benefit all aspects, Jun Lin replied with a smile. I shall acquire a rare piece of equipment. After numerous failures, he lowered his expectations from epic to glory, and then from glory to rare quality. As the roulette spun once more, it still declared wish you good luck. Yet Jun Lin remained motionless, gazing at the empty wheel, a smile curving his lips. Nicholas, you have gone too far, he exclaimed. Yi Qingxian, astonished, asked, what do you mean? Jun Lin explained, your lifespan has been deducted. Just moments ago, after he had lowered his requirements to rare, He had succeeded, yet the roulette displayed nothing. Thus, Jun Lin realized that Nicholas was meddling. Nicholas appeared. A rare quality bronze equipment requires 9,000 points. Under normal circumstances, you would not have this chance. But that is my talent. Is it not meant to be utilized? Jun Lin countered. Yet you know I do not wish for you to grow stronger through the system. Nicholas replied. It is not for me, it is for my companions. But she will fight alongside you. Her strength, in a sense, is your strength. However, you cannot stifle my or my partner's growth merely to test me. Nicholas stated, on the contrary. I am ensuring that your path to growth will not be stunted by external forces. So, what you mean is, as a means of growth that does not align with my expectations, I may utilize it, but only once. This time I can grant it to you, but thereafter, you may not employ the roulette method again. Agreed, Jun Lin decisively affirmed. He had not truly expected this. He merely wished to assist Yi Qingxian in her swift development. Nevertheless, he added, but you must elevate this rare item to epic for me. Equipment is categorized into 5 qualities: ordinary, exquisite, rare, glory, and epic. However, the latter 2 require permissions or tasks for advancement. Since this was the only opportunity, Jun Lin intended to make the most of it. This does not conform to the procedure. Nicholas remarked. Jun Lin chuckled. Which of the things you have done to me has ever adhered to the procedure? I have invested so much. Is it unreasonable to propose a few conditions? Nicola replied. I can only assist you in promoting this weapon to glory while preserving its eligibility for future ascension to epic without requiring any permissions. Very well, Jun Lin acquiesced. In the next moment, a dagger radiating a golden luminescence appeared in Jun Lin's hand. Curse blade, bronze tier glory quality dimensional weapon. Base damage, 20 points. Attribute bonuses, strength 2. Agility 2, constitution 1. Attached skill 1. Curse. When attacking a target with this blade, there is a 3 chance to inflict a debilitated state upon the target, reducing their attributes by 3 for each activation, stacking up to 10 times, with a duration of 3 days. The effectiveness diminishes against targets of higher tier than Xian Iron. Attached skill 2, high-frequency oscillation, can be activated actively, generating up to 30 high-frequency oscillations upon striking the target, dealing weapon damage without attribute bonuses. This damage cannot stack with the curse effect. It does not consume stamina and has a cooldown of 3 minutes. Remarkable. Instantly, Jun Lin acquired 2 additional skills, 5 attribute points, and 20 points of damage. With a smile, Jun Lin handed the dagger to Yi Qingxian. This weapon quadrupled Yi Qingxian's damage capability. Furthermore, being a law weapon, it holds value across any dimension. Yi Qingxian eagerly accepted it, exclaiming, let us find a target to test it out. They promptly exited the building and sought out a dark bowl for combat testing. Yi Qingxian activated stealth and charged, wielding the cursed blade and initiating high-frequency oscillation. In a fleeting moment, as the blade grazed the bull's hide, although it was merely a single strike, dozens of wounds appeared upon its body, as if it had been subjected to 1,000 cuts, eliciting a painful roar from the creature. Though it remained alive, it was frenziedly intent on attacking Yi Qingxian. Utilizing her stealth and agility, Yi Qingxian deftly evaded the bull's assaults, eventually abandoning stealth altogether and instead gracefully soaring around the dark bull. As the curse effect accumulated, the bull grew increasingly feeble, ultimately collapsing in a lamenting howl. Observing this, Jun Lin shook his head, remarking, no wonder Nicola sought to intervene. Shall I harvest this bull? Yi Qingxian elegantly twirled the dagger and inquired of Jun Lin. Too effortless, Jun Lin replied candidly. The only path to ascension is through arduous battle. If the fight is too easy, one cannot achieve awakening or promotion. As he spoke, Jun Lin approached, retrieving the cursed blade from Yi Qingxian's grasp and placing it back in her bag, subsequently handing her the bull's horn spear. In the future, it is best to utilize this unless absolutely necessary. Do not wield the cursed blade until the final moment. Are you certain? Yi Qingxian exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. I never intended to pursue a path of self-evolution. Yet that does not imply one should stagnate completely. Jun Lin responded. Of course, you may object. You can leave with this blade now if you wish. I will not stop you. Yi Qingxian took a deep breath. Have you realized something? While you detest Nicola's methods, you are unwittingly gravitating towards him. Jun Lin paused, contemplating, and indeed found there was some truth to her words. He must have brainwashed me, Jun Lin lamented. Chapter 24. The Trap, Part 1. In the ensuing days, they resumed their routine of rigorous training, both experiencing rapid growth. During this period, Jun Lin encountered several other candidates. They maintained a courteous demeanor, with little interaction among themselves. Perhaps the recent incident had shattered their hopes for the inherent goodness of humanity, leaving only a vigilant adaptation to the harsh reality of despair. After sweeping through a street, they departed the familiar area, following the road until they arrived at a building. The structure, only 5 stories tall, appeared to be a shopping mall. As suggested by its expansive glass facade, and surrounding windows. However, the glass wall facing Jun Lin and the others was so shattered that hardly a whole pane remained, rendering the building reminiscent of a toothless old woman, riddled with gaping holes. From the highest floor hung a row of corpses, 4-level dog-headed ghouls, 5-level wraiths, 6-level specter spiders, and humans. This suggested the potential presence of a fantastical creature within. Yi Qingxian muttered, "To hang the bodies out here is rather audacious." Jun Lin replied, "Have you ever owned a dog? Puppies tend to bark more than larger dogs. Timid little ones often bark frantically and even attempt to pounce at the sight of larger dogs. They are inherently fearful, and it is this very fear that drives them to project an image of ferocity." Yi Qingxian retorted, "All I know is that among those corpses hangs a 6-level entity." Jun Lin commented, "This implies that the opponent's strength may well be limited to this." Yi Qingxian shrugged, "Fine, you're the leader. Your word is law. Let us proceed inside." Stepping into the mall, Jun Lin mused, "Since this place has been claimed, it should yield a greater abundance of resources. Perhaps we might even find some delectable food." Yi Qingxian's eyes brightened. Although they had scavenged a fair amount of food from refuse, the taste of that charred muck was truly dreadful. She strode confidently into the building. Observing her vigorous stride and self-assured silhouette, Jun Lin couldn't help but chuckle softly. Food grants us courage, amen. Creak. The sound of their feet crunching on the thick shards of glass echoed unpleasantly. Jun Lin cautiously led the way, his gaze surveying the chaos around them. The first floor of the mall resembled a scene from a world war, littered with shattered glass, toppled counters, and strewn merchandise, primarily cosmetics, jewelry, watches, jade artifacts, and leather bags. Once the most dazzling treasures of the old world, these items now lay quietly on the ground, covered in a thick layer of dust, neglected and forgotten. Continuing onward, they reached the second floor, which housed a supermarket, a frequent target for looters, leaving it nearly empty. The third floor, designated for clothing, was similarly in disarray, though a few garments lay scattered on the floor. "There are clothes," Yi Qingxian exclaimed in an excited whisper. "Having spent an extended period in the Forsaken City, I have yet to discover any suitable replacement garments." Coupled with the relentless and brutal battles, even the so-called self-repairing clothing provided by the system has succumbed to wear and filth. In the old world, we would resemble beggars. Yi Qingxian exclaimed in delight as she tossed several pieces of men's clothing to Jun Lin. "Shall we find a place to change now? One at a time. You go first, and I'll keep watch. Don't forget, there are still fantastical creatures lurking within this building." With a playful smile, Yi Qingxian replied, "There's no need for that." Huh? Jun Lin paused momentarily, only to witness Yi Qingxian's form gradually fading away, disappearing entirely, leaving behind only the tattered garments suspended in midair. An invisible hand tore them from her body and discarded them on the ground, followed by a few new garments that floated upwards, enveloping the unseen figure. Observing this scene, Jun Lin couldn't help but chuckle softly. It was indeed a clever idea, but Yi Qingxian had evidently overlooked one detail: she had not made the clothing vanish as well. Thus, Jun Lin beheld a white lace panty slowly ascending into the air, settling delicately below her waist, with a slight bulge ahead that hinted at a shadowy silhouette. Next, a pink bra floated into view, its straps trailing behind. Jun Lin maintained an impassive demeanor, scanning the surroundings with feigned vigilance while sneaking glances. C-cup, not too shabby. Jun Lin was not one to favor mere size. He believed that suitability was the true measure of beauty. When Yi Qingxian reappeared before Jun Lin, she donned a form-fitting blue jacket paired with jeans, exuding a strikingly dashing aura. "How do I look?" she inquired. "Quite well, neat and crisp," Jun Lin replied. "Your turn." Yi Qingxian gestured toward a small door behind them, resembling a refuse chamber. "Remember to switch the gem buttons too." "Got it," Jun Lin acknowledged, selecting a few garments as he approached the refuse chamber. After a moment's contemplation, he abruptly halted, turning back to say, "I think while white and pink are visually appealing, black is rather alluring as well, and it blends more seamlessly into the surroundings." Yi Qingxian, realizing her oversight, tossed a piece of clothing at Jun Lin. "You scoundrel." Jun Lin deftly dodged and laughed as he entered the door. "When you come out, I'll give you a proper lesson." "Oh please, it was just a few pieces of lingerie," he quipped. "Don't get too worked up. Stay vigilant." Inside the refuse chamber, Jun Lin began changing clothes as he spoke. "Understood," Yi Qingxian replied, glancing around, suddenly sensing an eerie stillness in the atmosphere that sent a shiver down her spine. Biting her lip, she urged, "You'd best hurry. I have a feeling something is off about this place." The two fell into silence, the soft rustle of changing garments the only sound that filled the air. Moments later, Jun Lin emerged, clad in a trench coat over a blue shirt, topped with a rather flamboyant tie, looking quite dapper. Approaching Yi Qingxian, he asked, "Everything all right?" Yi Qingxian whispered, "I can't shake the feeling that something is watching us." Jun Lin gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her, "Do not worry. I am here to protect you." The fourth floor of the mall was dedicated to dining, sports equipment, and sanitary supplies, a veritable hotspot for looting. After numerous raids, it had deteriorated to the point where not even a single spoon could be found. However, in the sanitary supplies section, they stumbled upon an abundance of shampoo, laundry detergent, and soap carelessly piled on the floor. "Huh, this is splendid," Yi Qingxian exclaimed as she unceremoniously filled her bag with shampoo and soap. Finally, she could enjoy a proper bath. "Look at this." Jun Lin paused as they turned a corner. Yi Qingxian approached, intrigued. "Wow, you've struck gold." Ahead lay the sports equipment section, overflowing with a variety of fitness gear, including treadmills, dumbbells, weight plates, arm strengtheners, and stationary bikes, all haphazardly strewn about. Yi Qingxian was right. Everything here could be transformed into a weapon, proving to be immensely useful. If only there were a bow, Jun Lin mused. In the realm of battle dimensions, individuals possessing dimensional law abilities are categorized into 6 classes: the brutal, the immortal, the controller, the redeemer, the divine punisher, and the counterattacker. Collectively referred to as the 6 sacred professions. If one were to classify them within a gaming context, the brutal and immortal are akin to melee warriors, with the former focusing on offense and the latter on defense. The controller and redeemer represent the mages, with the former specializing in elemental magic and the latter in life manipulation. The divine punisher and counterattacker can be likened to archers and assassins. Nevertheless, these classifications are merely conceptual. There are no absolute barriers. A brutal could wield elemental powers if they so desired, albeit with diminished effectiveness due to a lack of supportive enhancements. Typically, individuals of the 6 sacred professions also acquire some planar abilities. For instance, a controller may learn planar magic, while a brutal might study combat skills to enhance their capabilities. Yi Qingxian's trajectory seemed to point towards either the divine punisher or the counterattacker. Yi Qingxian crossed her arms and rolled her eyes. "Your abilities are superior and far more versatile. Isn't it always the case that one's spouse possesses the better version of law abilities?" Jun Lin teased. He envied the ability of invisibility, but considering Yi Qingxian's awakening method, he doubted he would ever achieve such a feat. "Indeed," Yi Qingxian replied with a dismissive glance. The 5th floor of the mall housed a children's entertainment center, along with furniture and art exhibition areas. The entertainment center had been reduced to ruins, likely the site of a fierce battle, littered with debris. Beyond the entertainment area lay the art exhibition, perhaps the best preserved section of the mall. The paintings adorning the walls and the displayed sculptures had suffered minimal damage. To the survivors, these artifacts held little value. Yet, setting aside practical considerations and viewing them purely for aesthetic appreciation, this area stood out as the cleanest and most orderly part of the entire mall. The floor was nearly devoid of trash, and the artworks were visually appealing. Jun Lin and Yi Qingxian strolled through the exhibition hall, taking in the sights. Suddenly, Yi Qingxian halted and gazed at a painting in the distance, which depicted a silver-clad scene of the broken bridge under residual snow. "What is the matter?" Jun Lin inquired. "It's nothing. I just felt a bit sentimental," Yi Qingxian replied with a wry smile. It dawned on Jun Lin that Yi Qingxian hailed from Linen, and the broken bridge under snow was indeed one of the 10 scenic views of Westlake. "What a pity. Perhaps I shall only behold my homeland within these paintings for the rest of my life," Yi Qingxian murmured softly. She approached and carefully tucked the painting away. "Don't be so melancholic. You might still return," Jun Lin shrugged and remarked. "Everyone is entitled to pose a question to Nicola, yet regrettably, not a single person inquired about the possibility of returning. All opted for the most pragmatic considerations, with questions stemming from survival. Consequently, upon emerging, they discovered their inquiries were remarkably similar, rendering the exchange of information rather futile." At that moment, Jun Lin stood beside a statue of Venus, caressing the sculpture's breast. "It's astonishingly lifelike." "You are indeed correct," Yi Qingxian chuckled, just as she lifted her leg to stride forward, inadvertently kicking something. Looking down, she exclaimed, "It's a music box." Prodding the music box with a spear and finding it unresponsive, she picked it up. With a gentle press, a dancing doll emerged from within, accompanied by a melodious tune as it twirled. "How delightful, it produces sound," Yi Qingxian remarked. "It will serve as a perfect keepsake." She then stowed the music box into her bag. "By the way, did you notice something peculiar?" "What?" "If I recall correctly, the music box should belong to the gifts." "Correct?" "Indeed. But the gifts are on the 4th floor. Why is it found on the 5th? Who knows? Perhaps someone intended to take it but ultimately abandoned the idea when they couldn't manage it." They conversed as they traversed the exhibition hall. As they departed, the statue of Venus slowly turned its head. Chapter 25. The Trap, Part 2. On the 5th floor of the shopping mall, in the furniture exhibition area, Yi Qingxian threw herself onto a large bed made of white poplar wood. She tumbled a few times on the resilient mattress and then remarked, "I've looked everywhere and haven't seen anyone. Perhaps that fellow has already fled." "Perhaps, who knows?" Jun Lin replied, leaning against the railing and gazing downwards with a calm expression. Yi Qingxian frowned. "I believe we should not linger here any longer." Jun Lin shook his head. "Do you not see this as a splendid opportunity?" "Opportunity? What opportunity?" "The chance to awaken our investigative abilities," Jun Lin responded. "You may not fully comprehend it yet, but I have a thought. I believe that our awakened abilities are intrinsically linked to our current state of being." "You mean the laws respond?" Jun Lin affirmed. "The dimensional laws themselves lack cognitive ability. They do not inherently know who requires what power. One must articulate this need, which is what is termed a clear objective. Achieving this necessitates a profound mental stimulus. Essentially, it requires the concentration of will to summon the laws. For instance, when Yi Qingxian leaped from the rooftop, her singular thought was to make the jump. Failure meant death. In that moment, the dimensional laws sensed her determination and bestowed upon her the ability to leap. If Jun Lin were to jump, his thoughts might be quite the opposite, focused on the imperative of surviving the fall. In such a scenario, while both experienced an awakening of abilities, Jun Lin would not gain the power of agility, but rather the ability to survive a fall from great heights. Conversely, if we consider the tattooed man whom Jun Lin had slain, his instinct during the jump would compel him to reach out with his arms to grasp the opposite side to survive. In this case, even if he were to fall to his death, he would not awaken any abilities, for he had no need to rely on newfound powers for salvation. He merely needed to utilize his existing skills effectively. His failure was his own shortcoming, and the laws would not make exceptions for him. As time progresses, it becomes increasingly challenging for the law bearers to awaken new abilities, one reason being that when existing abilities, regardless of the means employed, irrespective of whether those abilities meet the standards, suffice to resolve issues, reliance on new methods becomes difficult. This phenomenon could be termed the exclusion effect, where pre-existing abilities inherently occupy a significant position, thereby crowding out the potential emergence of new abilities. Thus, the birth of new powers primarily arises from fragments of loss, new crises, and emerging needs. This is also why Nicola forbids the use of system equipment. Superior gear comes with inherent skills, and the more skills one possesses, the lower the probability of awakening. Conversely, subpar equipment lacking skills is permissible, allowing Jun Lin to wield swords and axes without restriction. However, should a particular weapon possess exceptionally high base attributes, Nicola would impose limitations, believing it would similarly hinder one's evolution. At this moment, Jun Lin softly stated, "You know there might be someone lurking in the shadows, watching you. You must either kill it or be killed." This is destined to be a confrontation of surveillance and counter-surveillance, dependent on who possesses greater patience and skill. What could be a better opportunity than this? Why would you choose to flee? But what if you were to die here? Then let it be, Jun Lin replied, reflecting on the fact that he had already been ambushed 3 times. The tattooed man, along with Zhang Liang from Huashan High School, and now you make it a 4th. In the shadows, countless eyes were fixed upon him, and it remained uncertain how many such encounters awaited them in the future. Without awakening our reconnaissance abilities, we would inevitably fall victim to treachery. With a smile, Jun Lin remarked, "I am unlike others. I do not seek death, nor is a life of peril my ambition. Yet, this time, I must take the risk." Why take the plunge now? Because the environment provided by Nicola is arguably the best opportunity for evolution for newcomers. Should we miss this chance, such favorable conditions may never arise again. Furthermore, I have always believed that the impoverished should strive for advancement, while the affluent should exercise caution. Currently, we are all impoverished. If we do not seize this opportunity to earn our first pot of gold, the path ahead will be fraught with difficulty. Will success guarantee a smooth journey thereafter? Jun Lin thought of Nicola and smiled wryly. Perhaps not, but that cannot serve as a justification for our surrender. Yi Qingxian remained silent. The decision was made, and whether she liked it or not, she had no choice. That night, the two stayed in the same place. The night was tranquil, devoid of any sound. However, Yi Qingxian found herself unable to sleep. With her eyes closed, she tossed and turned, occasionally flipping over. Suddenly, a sound echoed nearby. Yi Qingxian swiftly sat up, her hand grasping the cursed blade, only to see Jun Lin standing a short distance away, observing her. "Can't sleep?" he inquired. Yi Qingxian's cheeks flushed as she lowered her weapon. "I'm just a bit anxious, feeling that an ambush might occur." Jun Lin chuckled. "I'm just headed to the restroom. With your constant fidgeting, any potential assailant would be scared away. That makes things easier for me." Yi Qingxian huffed in annoyance, lying back down, yet still clutching her blade as if it were her only source of comfort. Lying on her bed, Yi Qingxian's bright eyes shone like stars in the night sky. Suddenly, she spoke. "Jun Lin." Jun Lin responded, having returned to his bed. "Why are you not afraid of death?" There was a brief silence. After a moment, Jun Lin's voice broke the stillness. No one is truly unafraid of death. The distinction lies in the fact that monsters and fantastical creatures do not equate to death. They are akin to beasts in the wilderness, possessing their own needs and fears. The more you fear them, the more ferocious they become, the less you fear them. The further you distance yourself from death. They are not harbingers of death, merely pitiful creatures in this forsaken city. Yi Qingxian fell silent. And after a long pause, she remarked, to call terrifying monsters pitiful creatures is intriguing. She turned to Jun Lin and asked, could you tell me a story? One about slaying demons and monsters. Jun Lin scratched his head. That might pose a challenge. How about Journey to the West? That works. Yi Qingxian murmured in response. And thus, Jun Lin began to weave his tale. However, perhaps the tale was too cliché, for Yi Qingxian felt herself growing drowsy. Her eyelids became increasingly heavy. Despite her efforts to remain awake, she eventually succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, with a start, she sat up to find a faint glow emerging from the distant window. Morning had arrived. Yi Qingxian slapped her forehead. She had dozed off. Jun Lin, carrying a basin, approached from the other side. It seems I indeed possess a hypnotic ability. The moment I recount a story, you fall asleep. Did I fail to awaken your innate potential? Yi Qingxian shot him a sidelong glance, such as hypnosis? Jun Lin shrugged. I used the absolute truth 18 times last night, yet not once did it succeed. Perhaps the stimulation was insufficient. They exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Yi Qingxian then rose and said, well, it appears nothing transpired last night, and perhaps that creature has truly departed. Shouldn't that be good news for you? She walked towards the window, peering outside. The world beyond was eerily quiet, save for a few corpses dangling from the building. There was nothing else. For some inexplicable reason, Yi Qingxian felt an unsettling sensation, though she could not pinpoint its source. Pondering this, she casually remarked, for me, the emergence of a monster last night that attacked and harmed you is a matter of concern. Fortunately, I intervened in time to slay it, rescuing you from its jaws and providing you with a vivid lesson on the perils of playing with fire. Now that is truly a fortunate occurrence. Jun Lin regarded her with a teasing expression and chuckled lightly. He said, the washroom on the right is still usable. Go freshen up, change your clothes. And then we shall hunt. Since there are no monsters within the building, we must venture outside. Slaughter or being slaughtered is the eternal fate of candidates. Understood. Yi Qingxian picked up the basin along with the facial cleanser and a face mask she had found the previous day and headed straight to the washroom. You still use that thing? Jun Lin remarked, visibly astonished. Meticulously caring for one's skin is a virtue every woman should uphold, Yi Qingxian replied. Then I suggest you wear a face mask into battle. Why? Because when women don that item, they resemble the dead. It might just frighten the monsters away, Jun Lin laughed. The dead? At the wash basin, while washing her face, Yi Qingxian suddenly halted. It seemed a thought had struck her. She dashed out of the washroom and rushed to the window where she had previously stood. Her expression turned grave. What's wrong? Seeing her rush out, Jun Lin approached and inquired. Yi Qingxian stared out the window, slowly raising her hand to point outside. Those corpses. There's an additional one. A new corpse had appeared among those hanging from the building. It was that of a ghoul, swaying in the wind, as if mocking the humans who fancied themselves safe. This ghoul's body had not existed the day before. Jun Lin glared intensely at the corpse for a moment. It seems he is unwilling to remain in solitude. Grabbing his battle axe, Jun Lin ascended the stairs. The footsteps echoed in the vast hall, resonating with a low, muffled sound. The battle axe handle rotated in his grip as Jun Lin's gaze, sharp as lightning, swept across every corner. From the 5th floor to the ground, and back again. He conducted a thorough search thrice, yet not a single ghostly figure emerged. Yi Qingxian could not help but voice her concern. Perhaps he truly isn't here? He is certainly present, Jun Lin replied. He might even be watching us. This statement sent a chill through Yi Qingxian's heart. She glanced around. Can he also become invisible? Perhaps. Jun Lin mused, his eyes landing on a treadmill not far away, a sense of alarm surging within him as he shouted, "Get down." He abruptly turned, pushing Yi Qingxian to the ground. Boom. The treadmill erupted, countless parts, springs, screws, bursting forth like a tempest, sweeping through the entire space. Lying on the ground, Yi Qingxian heard the wind above her roar like a tsunami, accompanied by Jun Lin's pain groan. Jun Lin, she cried out. Yet, he merely pressed her head down, preventing her from rising. As the storm subsided, Jun Lin's hand gradually loosened its grip. Yi Qingxian lifted her head, and the surroundings appeared as if ravaged by a hail of gunfire, utterly devastated. A plethora of screws, copper pieces, and iron bars had struck the walls, leaving them pockmarked. While some powerful components had penetrated the thick 30-centimeter wall, revealing the steel and concrete within. Yi Qingxian was taken aback by the scene. A muffled grunt escaped Jun Lin, and his hand fell limply to the side. Only then did Yi Qingxian react, grabbing him. Are you all right? A faint smile of pain crossed Jun Lin's face. I suspect my new clothes are ruined. Yi Qingxian quickly turned him around, and what she saw shocked her. Jun Lin's back was embedded with numerous parts from the treadmill, blood staining his entire back a deep crimson. Heavens, you look like a beehive, Yi Qingxian exclaimed, attempting to staunch his bleeding. At that moment, a distant point of light flickered. Be careful, Jun Lin shouted. Yi Qingxian ducked her head just as a beam of light grazed her scalp, striking the nearby wall and sending dust swirling. Before she could turn her head, Yi Qingxian yanked Jun Lin aside just in time to hear a loud bang, as the spot where he had stood erupted in a cloud of smoke. Yes, over there, Jun Lin yelled, pointing to a distant corner from whence the attack had originated. Yi Qingxian raised her hand, yet found nothing. The next instant, a flying dagger suddenly appeared, aimed at the obscured dark corner. A sharp, piercing sound filled the air. With a flurry, several great projectiles surged forward. Yi Qingxian had no time to evade. Gritting her teeth, she threw herself onto Jun Lin, feeling 3 stone spikes pierce her legs and arms, drawing forth crimson streams. Get away, Jun Lin roared. I will not abandon you, Yi Qingxian shouted back. She pressed down on Jun Lin's body with her left hand, and with a swift motion of her right, another knife flew forth. However, this time, the assailant lurking in the shadows had evidently learned to be cautious. The flying dagger sliced through the air, embedding itself in the wall, leaving only the tail of the blade quivering slightly. Nevertheless, this strike momentarily halted the onslaught from the darkness. Yi Qingxian quickly pulled Jun Lin behind a pillar, urging, quickly, activate the gem. No, Jun Lin replied, I am too gravely injured. I can feel those objects lodged within me, hindering my recovery. You must extract them. If you activate the gem, you won't be able to treat my wounds. But that fiend won't give me the chance. Yi Qingxian gritted her teeth, exclaiming, I'll handle it. Jun Lin declared through clenched teeth. My hand can still move. I can occasionally play the role of the divine punisher. Understood, Yi Qingxian retorted sharply. You're truly insane. She reached behind Jun Lin's back, retrieving a spring and gently lifting it upward, exposing a wound that bled profusely, jagged like an infant's tiny mouth. With a decisive flick, Yi Qingxian discarded the spring. Jun Lin grasped it tightly. Once again, a stone spike shot forth from the shadows, crashing against the pillar and sparking a shower of embers. Simultaneously, Jun Lin raised his hand, and the spring emitted a brilliant light as it shot forth, striking the wall and rebounding, eliciting a piercing shriek from the darkness. Yet this sound was not human. It resembled that of some monstrous creature. It's right there, Jun Lin whispered as Yi Qingxian's left hand probed again, sending forth another jet of blood from his back. A small screw ejecting from his body and rolling to rest before Jun Lin. With a delicate flick of his fingers, the screw glimmered briefly before silently launching into the air, landing like a nail on the ground. Moments later, a chilling cry pierced the air. It was the sound of the adversary stepping on the screw. Clearly, they had not anticipated such fierce resistance from an already severely wounded opponent, compelling them to adopt a more cautious approach. Behind the pillar and around the corner, it was as if 2 gunslingers were exchanging fire, the stone spikes relentlessly striking the pillar while the components from Jun Lin's body flew out one by one. Damn it. What on earth is that creature? It doesn't seem human, Jun Lin remarked. Nicholas never mentioned that fantastical beings were all human. There are too many fantastical creatures. Humans can traverse realms, and monsters can surely do the same. It appears that this being is not of human origin. I can't see it, Yi Qingxian shouted in a flurry. It might be invisible. Not likely, Jun Lin replied loudly. If it were invisible, it would not be hiding in the shadows but would come forth to attack from various angles. Ouch. Be gentle. Apologies, Yi Qingxian shouted back. She continued to extract parts, blood flowing incessantly as if it would never run dry. If there were a life bar above Jun Lin's head, one would witness his vitality dwindling bit by bit. Initially, the descent was rapid. However, as Yi Qingxian meticulously removed the debris from Jun Lin's wound, the flow of life gradually decelerated, though the threshold of mortality loomed ever closer. Fortunately, the activation began to manifest its effects. Had it not been for the remarkable enhancement in his vitality brought about by the activation, he might have succumbed midway through the procedure. Even more fortunate was the fact that Yi Qingxian was oblivious to any life indicators, leaving her unaware of just how perilously close Jun Lin was to death. That nerve-wracking, oscillating contest with mortality transpired in the depths of existence, beyond her comprehension, causing her to miss the pivotal drama of life and death that unfolded before her. She continued to swiftly extract the foreign objects, her voice a constant stream of encouragement. The 12th item, a nut, was deeply embedded, but I have successfully retrieved it. Consider yourself fortunate, for I possess the eyes of a divine adjudicator. The 23rd item, a metal rod, my heavens, it narrowly grazed your heart, nearly penetrating it. If it had shifted just a fraction more, your fate would have been sealed. Hold on, Jun Lin, you shall prevail. The 25th item, a shard of liquid crystal, is lodged in your spine. Removing it may inflict immense pain, or worse, could prove fatal. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Stay awake, respond to me. I am speaking to you. Yes, there are no alternatives. I must place my faith in your resilience, hoping your constitution is as formidable as you claim. The 32nd item, what has become of your absolute truth? Why does it falter at such a critical juncture? The 34th item, a spring, almost penetrated your skull. Had that occurred, I would have been unable to extract it. Yet again, a close call. 12 brushes with death after a single assault. What extraordinary fortune must one possess to experience such a phenomenon? Your luck is truly remarkable. Indeed. I affirm that this is a stroke of good fortune. I will not concede that this is due to Nikolai's intervention. Well, I too am nearing my limit. That wretched creature, where does it procure so many stones? Damn it, once I finish treating you, it will be your turn to attend to me. Yi Qingxian felt a wave of dizziness as she continued her work, having endured at least 3 assaults herself during the treatment. The 36th item, the final one, was extracted with a pin. A needle. She remarked, your body resembles a treasure chest, containing all manner of things, but why is there even a needle? At this moment, her tone had noticeably lightened. Once the last foreign object was removed and Jun Lin was still breathing, Yi Qingxian realized he had surpassed the most perilous phase. His remarkable constitution was reclaiming him from the clutches of death, and vitality began to resurge. Simultaneously, the attacks from the shadows ceased. As the adversary seemed to recognize it had missed its opportune moment and chose not to prolong the conflict, it retreated. A narrow escape. Regrettably, no awakening abilities. Lying on the ground, gasping for breath, Jun Lin remarked, fortunately, my recovery speed has improved. Due to the activation, Jun Lin found it challenging to awaken any healing abilities in such a state. However, the effects of the activation would slightly intensify. Your absolute truth is rather unreliable. It is not meant for combat. Jun Lin groaned. Show me the needle. Yi Qingxian handed it to him. It was a long needle that had already broken. Seemingly intended for acupuncture, the front part had vanished, and the remaining piece was twisted and deformed. Were it not for the needle's conspicuous appearance, Yi Qingxian might not have even recognized it as such. Jun Lin gazed at the needle for a while before stating, there is residual energy reaction at the fracture. It was severed. Perhaps this explains the explosion of the treadmill. Yi Qingxian was taken aback. It took her some time to reply, do you think that monster is behind this? But can a single needle really cause such a powerful explosion? Jun Lin pondered for a moment and shook his head. If that were the case, this creature wouldn't need to hide in the shadows. However, he glanced at a pile of components that Yi Qingxian had removed and picked up a few, saying, these also exhibit energy reactions. You mean, the treadmill was tampered with, internally infused with a substantial amount of energy, and a single needle could trigger a fierce explosion, the magnitude of which we have witnessed, simple yet effective. Clearly, our adversary possesses not only claws and teeth but also intellect. As Jun Lin previously stated, this is a trap. Cunning creature, Yi Qingxian gritted her teeth. Quite normal. One cannot expect every opponent to be a fool, Jun Lin replied as he stood up again. Despite the significant blood loss rendering his complexion pale and his legs somewhat unsteady, he managed to rise after sustaining such severe injuries. You are like an indestructible cockroach, Yi Qingxian remarked in awe. Jun Lin headed towards the location of the earlier attack by the monster. The assault originated from a corner of the staircase. The creature must be lurking in this vicinity, utilizing the shadows of the environment for a surprise attack. Standing at the staircase's entrance, Jun Lin surveyed his surroundings. The remnants of battle lingered, including traces of Jun Lin's attacks, Yi Qingxian's flying knives, and a plethora of debris and dust. Judging by the previous assault methods, apart from the stone spikes and buried mines, the creature seemed to lack other offensive capabilities. Its strength is mediocre, so once we locate it, victory in this battle will be ours. Yi Qingxian surveyed the area and asked, the question is, where is it? Perhaps you should inquire what it is, Jun Lin said leisurely, picking something off the ground. It was a flying knife, the very one Yi Qingxian had first thrown. It bore some foul-smelling dark viscous substance. The slime was not easily noticeable, but upon closer inspection, intermittent trails of it could be observed extending upwards. Following the slime, Jun Lin and Yi Qingxian cautiously ascended the stairs, with Jun Lin voraciously consuming food as they progressed. Consuming sustenance is the most effective means of replenishing expended energy. A unique constitution renders the candidate's conversion of energy from nourishment remarkably efficient, with each morsel consumed. Jun Lin's vitality is restored incrementally. He can sense a notable enhancement in his recuperative powers. The 5th floor of the shopping mall remains eerily silent, an expanse of desolation. They traverse the mall in tandem, cautiously scrutinizing every nook and cranny. In light of the lessons learned from the treadmill explosion, Yi Qingxian meticulously tests the proximity of any object with a longhorn spear before approaching it. As they proceed, they find themselves once more in the art exhibition hall. The trail of slime comes to an abrupt halt. The hall is stark and deserted, populated solely by paintings and sculptures, with nothing else in sight. It is not present here. Yi Qingxian scans the area, finding no trace of the creature nor any additional slime. Perhaps it merely excels at concealment, Jun Lin responds. You mentioned it would not be invisible. Indeed, but invisibility is not the sole method of hiding. Jun Lin's gaze lingers upon the nearby statue of Venus. He observes the sculpture. And suddenly, with a swift motion, his axe blade glimmers with silvery light as it sweeps across the statue's neck. Chapter 26. The shapeshifter, the plaster head of Venus, soared gracefully through the air before crashing to the ground, shattering into countless fragments. Yi Qingxian glanced at it and murmured, "At least it's not this." With a swift gesture, she sent another sculpture nearby into a state of ruin with her battle blade. In mere moments, both of them unleashed their fury, reducing all the statues to mere rubble. Amidst the swirling dust, they stood still, entirely focused on the impending assault. Though no monsters emerged, an uncanny sensation arose within them, a simultaneous feeling that a creature lurked nearby. This sensation was peculiar, manifesting in both yet differing in nature. Yi Qingxian perceived danger, an inexplicable sense of crisis flooding her being, suggesting that the hidden monstrosity still hovered in proximity. Jun Lin, on the other hand, experienced a thrill, a pulse of excitement akin to the anticipation of an impending battle, a primal desire burning within him. These were two wholly distinct sentiments. Yet they converged upon a singular target, instilling an unspoken threat in the creature concealed in the shadows. However, it remained steadfast, enduring, and searching for an opportunity. This was a war of patience, a war of perseverance. After a prolonged silence, Jun Lin remarked, "It's right here. I can feel it, watching us." Yi Qingxian scanned her surroundings, her impatience brewing. Where could that damned creature possibly hide? Yet, excitement danced across Jun Lin's face. "Don't rush. Savor the experience. Feel it deeply." "Feel?" Yi Qingxian echoed, slightly taken aback. "Indeed, haven't you noticed? This endurance grants us strength," Jun Lin replied slowly. "By attuning ourselves, we can awaken." The flower of truth quietly began to bloom once more. Yet, Jun Lin's vitality showed no signs of waning. Yi Qingxian inhaled deeply. "Yes, I can sense it. Danger approaches. It is near." She nearly shouted the last sentence, bolstering their confidence. She was beginning to grasp the significance of Jun Lin's approach. "It's even better with your confirmation." Jun Lin surveyed the area, his eyes gleaming with fervor. He murmured, "No matter how clever you are ultimately just a monster." With that, he reached into his backpack and retrieved an object, a music box. Jun Lin adjusted his collar, a motion that sent a shiver through Yi Qingxian. He gently wound the key of the music box, and a beautiful melody began to emanate, causing the doll atop it to twirl. He placed it on the ground, filling the exhibition hall with the soothing strains of music. Suddenly, Jun Lin lifted his foot and stomped forcefully on the music box. With a sharp crack, it shattered into pieces. Yi Qingxian, momentarily stunned and about to question Jun Lin's actions, felt an overwhelming surge of dread. "Be careful," she cried out. A piercing shriek echoed throughout the exhibition hall. The piercing shriek echoed like an air raid siren, haunting, sharp, and immensely powerful, nearly shattering the eardrums of the two individuals. Simultaneously, a shadow descended from above, howling with a chilling intent to kill. Roaring, Jun Lin unleashed a wild cry. His battle axe swung through the air, instantly igniting a brilliant flash of thunderous light. In that moment, light and darkness clashed, unleashing a formidable force that illuminated the entire fifth floor of the mall. Jun Lin's figure soared amidst the explosive wave of light, crashing forcefully against the wall, while the shadow that had surged from above was swept back down to the ground. Under the stimulation of the lightning and flames, it writhed like a mass of mud, elongating and flattening, its shape and color shifting rapidly. Were it not for the entwining lightning that hindered its escape, it would have vanished before their very eyes. It resembled a shapeshifter from The Witcher 3. Upon seeing this creature for the first time, Yi Qingxian finally grasped the means by which it concealed itself. What is The Witcher 3? Jun Lin was oblivious. A game, and you, a man, have never played it? Yi Qingxian shot him a glance. Jun Lin retorted, incredulously, "You, a woman, have played it?" They both huffed simultaneously. Yi Qingxian remarked, "This is a shapeshifter. Though it appears to have mutated upon arriving in this world, differing from its original form. Who cares what it looked like originally?" Jun Lin snapped. "How did you know that the music box is significant to it?" Yi Qingxian aimed the cursed blade at the shapeshifter. The ability to transform does not imply invisibility. Once locked onto, it becomes impossible to deceive the opponent's eyes through transformation. The gifts that should have been on the fourth floor inexplicably appeared on the fifth. Do you not find that strange? It must have a fondness for it, akin to a child with their toy. Is that the only clue? Certainly not. But intuition is crucial. Intuition? Yi Qingxian couldn't help but roll her eyes. Are you joking? No, it is not a jest. It is a gift, Jun Lin replied nonchalantly. Yi Qingxian paused, finally understanding. You mean you have awakened? Not yet, but I have evidently brushed against its threshold, and you have as well? Jun Lin smiled. Indeed. Yi Qingxian laughed. Your undeniable truth? She was certain the creature was here precisely because she too had grazed the edge of a third ability. Perhaps. But without shortening our lives, we primarily rely on ourselves, Jun Lin responded, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Thanks to activating the Eblin Guardian, Jun Lin remained unscathed. Gazing at the creature, he said, Buddy, the real show has just begun. Hiss. The shapeshifter roared. Its form suddenly surged, unleashing a multitude of mud projectiles in an instant. These projectiles rapidly solidified in the air, transforming into sharp stone spikes. Be careful. Yi Qingxian brandished the cursed blade to block. I do not need to be cautious of this. As Jun Lin charged forth, the stone spike struck his body, yet halted mere half an inch from his skin. Shattering into fine dust, his figure surged toward the grotesque creature, and with a swift swing of his battle axe, he left a long trail of shimmering light across the monster's form. Amidst the swirling luminescence, a viscous substance erupted, and the swamp beast emitted a piercing cry of agony. However, in the blink of an eye, the wound began to heal rapidly. Hissing in fury, it unleashed a furious roar. Yi Qingxian's blade plunged into its sludge-like body, pulling forth a stream of dark, sticky liquid, yet simultaneously, a force seized her weapon, rendering her unable to withdraw it. As a torrent of muck surged along the blade, it advanced menacingly toward her. Jun Lin shouted, Let go. Yi Qingxian relinquished her weapon, which the slime creature promptly devoured. My blade, she cried out. Even the glorious weapon was not invincible. It had been countered by this creature. Jun Lin reassured her, Do not worry. We can reclaim it once we slay it. This beast possesses a third ability, capable of corroding and consuming others. Do not allow it to ensnare you. The prospect of retrieval eased Yi Qingxian's tension. Yet, time was of the essence. Prolonged exposure could lead to corrosion. With a deafening roar, the shapeshifter's form swelled, producing an unprecedented bellow, as one of its tentacles morphed into a blade-like shape resembling a cursed dagger. This creature could assimilate the weapons it consumed, utilizing them to its advantage. Truly, a fascinating being, Jun Lin thought, his eyes gleaming with sharp intensity. It must possess something of great value to justify its formidable identity. The creature continued its cacophony, its voice growing louder, its power reaching its zenith. While its sludge-like form rendered its defenses mediocre, its regeneration was formidable, with no assault capable of inflicting fatal wounds. When necessary, its very body served as its finest weapon, and the tentacles augmented by the cursed dagger became increasingly powerful. In that moment, it howled, a mass of sludge surging violently toward Jun Lin. Observing its approach, he retrieved a peculiar item, a finger bone derived from a black skeleton. He regarded the slime creature and declared, I know your fear. With a flick of his fingers, the bone pierced the creature's body. Its viscous form failed to impede the bone's entry. In the next instant, a tremendous explosion erupted from within its body, sending a cascade of muck flying. The shapeshifter emitted a deep, resonant roar, its cries morphing into something entirely different. The grievous wound twisted and contorted its form, rapidly reshaping into countless manifestations. Witnessing this, Yi Qingxian ceased her assault. She understood that Jun Lin had discovered the means to confront this foe. When the method is correct, everything becomes deceptively simple. How did you know how to deal with it? She inquired. Jun Lin replied, It is evident. We both excel at seeking answers. The distinction lies in your focus on defense, while I concentrate on offense. Yi Qingxian paused, recognizing this as the perfect description of the new abilities they were about to develop. Amidst the cacophony of voices, several phalanges were hurled into its form, resulting in a violent explosion. A piercing roar echoed as more sludge was violently dispersed, and the grotesque creature continued to morph, resembling a desperate struggle with no hope of recovery. I never anticipated its capacity for such transformation, Li Qingxian marveled, reminiscent of the T-1000 from Terminator. Indeed, Jun Lin murmured. If only it understood English. Why? Li Qingxian inquired, surprised. Then it could shift into Nzat one moment and A-B next. To Jun Lin's astonishment, a remarkable scene unfolded. The sludge writhed and astonishingly transformed into the very characters he had described. Uppercase Sam materialized before their eyes. Jun Lin paused, suddenly enlightened. The absolute truth had indeed come into play. Damn it, he exclaimed, relieved that this time it hadn't cost him any lifespan. Chapter 27. The newcomer having slain a fantastical creature, they earned 400 points, which would be distributed evenly among the participants. The system's enhancement notification resonated in the air. Upon hearing this news, both individuals exhaled in relief. The system acted as a silent observer, indifferent to the unfolding events. Regrettably, it did not alert them to every target. Beyond points, there was another reward: crystals. In contrast to the tainted corpses, the crystals from the shapeshifters were noticeably purer. Yi Qixuan inquired of Jun Lin, "What purpose do these serve?" "They can be utilized to restore energy. To put it simply, using our rule-based abilities consumes energy, akin to mana," he explained. "So, they function like blue potions?" she ventured. "One might say so, although they require processing first. The core contains a substantial amount of negative energy, and direct absorption could result in the infiltration of this energy into one's body, leading to various fatal consequences. Only after purification can it be safely absorbed. Then they are essentially useless," she remarked, "as they will not undertake the processing." "Not necessarily. At the very least, they possess another function, simple, convenient, and quite practical." Suddenly, Jun Lin flashed her a mysterious smile, then tossed the crystal core into the air. It fell back down into his mouth, whereupon he bit down hard, shattering it into fragments, which he then expelled. He held the crystalline shards in his palm, where flecks of phosphorescence began to dance, twinkling like fireflies around him. In an instant, Jun Lin's complexion turned ashen, and he groaned before collapsing to his knees, trembling uncontrollably. "Jun Lin, what is wrong?" Yi Qixuan gasped, rushing to support him. "The negative energy from the core is infiltrating my body, corroding both my flesh and will," he managed to reply, straining against the discomfort. "But you expelled it all, did you not? There will always be some residual traces. Fear not, it is not substantial enough to be fatal. I will merely endure some pain and weakness for a time." "Why would you do such a thing?" Yi Qixuan questioned, bewildered. Jun Lin explained. "When individuals come into prolonged contact with toxic substances, their bodies naturally develop antibodies in response to the influence. A similar phenomenon occurs with energy reactions, under continuous energy erosion. Those endowed with rule-based abilities gradually evolve their own resistance. This is known as energy resistance. Energy resistance is a crucial form of resilience, diminishing the impact of most energy attacks. To simplify, it is akin to magical resistance of a transdimensional caliber. This is currently recognized as the simplest and most effective method to enhance magical resistance. With that, he raised the remnants of the crystal core, now reduced to countless shards of varying sizes. What Jun Lin was enduring was the negative energy released during the core's rupture, not an excessive amount, but sufficient to afflict him for a considerable duration. Yi Qixuan regarded him thoughtfully and finally remarked, "But this also means you will remain in a weakened state for an extended period, does it not?" "Indeed," he acknowledged. Jun Lin did not deny it. There is no need for concern, as candidates must undergo life and death trials to grow. Thus, what determines our growth is not the might of our adversaries, but the intensity of the battle itself. To some extent, diminishing oneself can indeed be a commendable form of cultivation. "Indeed," Yi Qixuan murmured, "you are merely banking on the idea that I will protect you." Jun Lin smiled faintly. "Not every crystal core can be utilized to enhance energy resistance. It purely depends on its fundamental requirements. The core in Jun Lin's possession, obtained from a shapeshifter, possesses a high degree of energy purity, making it suitable for augmenting magical resistance. Should it be an ordinary core, the cost would be significantly greater, potentially leading to losses that far outweigh gains. As for the cores provided by the putrid corpses, those would only lead to self-destruction. It is precisely because such fine specimens are rare that Jun Lin decisively chose to diminish the recklessness of newcomers, which is inevitably higher. Today marked a routine patrol. As they proceeded, distant howls could be faintly heard. Those were the cries of a wolf pack. The corrupted wolves drifted like phantoms through the forsaken city, typically roaming in small groups of 3 to 5, rarely forming larger congregations unless lured by a grander target. The sounds emanated from nearby. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously headed towards the source. Crossing the lengthy street, they reached the origin of the sound, where, under the dim yellow light, a gathering of individuals occupied an open space. There were more than 10 people, armed with various weapons, forming a perimeter, while several women stood at the center, encircled by a dozen corrupted wolves. These candidates were presently besieged by the wolf pack, their eyes glowing with an eerie green light as they took turns charging at the group. The individuals fought desperately against the onslaught of the corrupted wolves, but the situation appeared decidedly grim. Suddenly, one of the corrupted wolves leaped several meters high into the throng, instantly inciting chaos, accompanied by screams. A burly man retaliated with a flurry of strikes, slaying the wolf, but in doing so, he inadvertently created a gap in his defenses, through which another wolf seized the opportunity to slash at his back. "A group of novices," Jun Lin muttered. This was the most inept assembly of candidates Jun Lin had ever witnessed. Yet, precisely because of their ineptitude, they seemed to exhibit a remarkable sense of unity. Unity is the power of the weak. They banded together due to their feebleness. And it was this very unity that rendered them weak. The individuals before him exemplified this. Their capabilities were minimal, with many yet to awaken their powers, relying solely on their numbers. Leading them was a bearded man, wielding a crude blade with fervor, attempting to fend off the corrupted wolves while shouting, "Eliminate them. Kill them all. Fear not, we will survive." However, this rallying cry did little to uplift his companions. Instead, it attracted even more corrupted wolves. Yi Qingxian glanced at Jun Lin, and he understood her unspoken words. "I will go. You stay here and ensure they remain unaware," he instructed. Yi Qingxian nodded in agreement. Only then did Jun Lin slowly emerge from the shadows. His pace was unhurried, akin to a leisurely stroll. As he disregarded the blood splattering before him and the throng of wolf beasts, his expression tranquil. "Look." A young man was the first to notice Jun Lin's presence. "Don't come over. Can't you see the wolf pack? Hurry and save us. Be careful." Amidst the crowd, a cacophony of shouts erupted simultaneously. Some urged him to leave, others pleaded for help, some cautioned him to be wary, while a few remained silent, merely observing. At that moment, the essence of humanity radiated in strikingly diverse hues, and Jun Lin beheld the myriad responses of those around him. A decayed wolf was the first to sense Jun Lin's approach. It turned its head, regarding him with a gaping maw from which oozed a putrid, viscous fluid. Then, with a sudden pivot, it lunged at Jun Lin. He unsheathed his battle axe. With a swift motion, a flash of white light sliced through the air. The corroded wolf arced gracefully through the sky, soaring over Jun Lin's head before crashing to the ground. Moments later, a resounding thud echoed as Jun Lin had cleaved the beast's belly wide open. 0-1, Jun Lin murmured. Even in a state of slight weakness, slaying a level 3 corrupted wolf yielded merely 0-1 points. 2 more corrupted wolves charged forward. With a deft flick of his axe, he dispatched them, their carcasses parting slowly. As he strode along the blood-soaked path, Jun Lin's steps remained steady, leaving the beleaguered onlookers in awe. Initially, there was a heavy silence, a disbelief hanging in the air, which soon transformed into ecstatic cheers, only to revert to a hushed terror and desperate combat. None had come to the Forsaken City unprepared. They were all too aware of the horrors that lurked within this world and the grim rules governing the candidates. The man wielding the axe slaughtered the corrupted wolves with the ease of slicing through vegetables. It was likely that dispatching them was as effortless as it appeared. He advanced without uttering a word, offering no friendly gestures. He might have come to rescue them. Or perhaps he sought to dismantle both the corrupted wolves and the humans alike. Jun Lin continued his unhurried pace. The number of corrupted wolves charging at him had swelled to 7. Nonchalantly, he cast a few recently acquired ghostly nails to swiftly eliminate his adversaries. Not out of fear of being bitten, but rather out of a desire to protect his beloved Jack Jones trench coat. Once he had dispatched the 7 corrupted wolves, the remaining pack finally retreated. Jun Lin positioned himself before the crowd, still silent, his face devoid of any smile, merely gazing coldly at the group. This unnerved them, rendering them speechless, as they were uncertain whether the newcomer was a savior or a harbinger of death. Blood flowed across the ground like a small river, and his boots left crimson imprints on the stained surface. Standing amidst the pool of blood, he scrutinized each individual, counting 14 survivors, 2 gravely injured, the rest sustaining minor wounds, while 6 corpses lay upon the earth. "Who is the leader?" he inquired. The bearded man who had previously shouted responded cautiously, "I am." He eyed Jun Lin warily, tightening his grip on the knife. Though he knew this would likely prove futile against such a formidable figure, it offered him a semblance of reassurance. Jun Lin pressed on. "How many were there initially?" The bearded man pondered the question, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. "Many, perhaps 4 or 5 dozen. Now, this is all that remains." 4 or 5 dozen. Jun Lin reflected, recognizing that such a large assembly seldom appeared in the Forsaken City all at once. "We have come together from the same building." The bearded man stammered. "The entire building just suddenly moved here, along with its inhabitants." "The entire building has relocated?" "Nicola, you truly are something else. Did you manage to move both people and structure at once?" "When did this happen?" 3 days ago." Jun Lin gazed up at the sky. "Nicola, shouldn't you have transported them to another dimension? Or wait until we departed before bringing them over?" Nicola replied, "Under normal circumstances, yes. But there are too few lower dimensions suitable for newcomers. I perceived the potential for you all to bridge this dimension. So I had no choice but to bring in another batch, striving to utilize the resources of this realm. Am I the one who has brought misfortune upon them?" Jun Lin was at a loss for words. He shook his head. "This is against the rules." "I am the rule," Nicola responded. Perhaps feeling a sense of unfairness towards this new group, Nicola added, "That is why I relocated the entire building for them. They are neighbors, familiar with one another, allowing for mutual support at the outset. With a building in place, they will also have access to greater initial resources. Yet this also renders them weaker. Conflict is necessary for development. Nothing is more terrifying than a shameless deity who also engages in philosophical discourse. Jun Lin narrowed his eyes, dismissing Nicola, and turned to the bearded man. Where is the building? The bearded man pointed behind him, replying, over there, but there is no food left inside. I do not require sustenance. Jun Lin followed the direction indicated by the bearded man. The residential building lay at the junction of the periphery and the center, with the exit located on the outer edge. It was evident that the bearded man and his companions had taken a wrong turn, and upon exiting, they had wandered towards the rear of the building, inadvertently entering the center. You have gone the wrong way, Jun Lin sighed. I know, we only learned later. But it's too late to turn back now, the bearded man yelled in desperation, and cries erupted from the crowd. Breaking the sound of weeping was Jun Lin's cold voice. If you continue to cry, I shall be compelled to slay you as well. The cries ceased. This is the advantage of being ruthless. Had he not been sufficiently cold, those people would likely have clung to his legs, sobbing, and his words would have held no weight. Jun Lin rotated his axe, a motion that sent shivers through everyone present. He then said, Nicola, can you allow them to return to the periphery? You must grant them a chance. It is far too difficult to develop here. Are you making a request of me? I suppose so, considering they are newcomers. You wouldn't allow them to perish in vain, would you? I can agree. But you must also consent to one condition. Suddenly, Jun Lin grasped the underlying truth. You have been waiting for me here, haven't you? He began to suspect that Nicola's claim of not wasting the dimension's value might not be the true reason, but rather a means to compel him into action. A challenging task? He inquired. People instinctively gravitate towards benefits and away from harm. Even the seeds I have faith in are no exception. I do not wish to coerce you. Excessive pressure can lead to extreme outcomes. Thus, you have orchestrated this scenario. Do you believe that threatening their lives will intimidate me? It will not suffice, but perhaps adding some bait may be adequate. Jun Lin expressed his confusion. Why not simply issue a seemingly straightforward task? If we remain unaware of the danger, we cannot evade it. Courage is the foundation of everything. A true warrior must bravely confront the formidable. Strength devoid of courage is meaningless. So, you desire our voluntary compliance while simultaneously criticizing our lack of initiative? Indeed. Jun Lin raised his hands in exasperation. I have been quite proactive, even willingly stepping into the ambush of that grotesque creature, fully aware of the trap. How could one easily satiate a god's desires? Nicola remarked, this task is of moderate difficulty. Jun Lin narrowed his eyes. Under such circumstances, I may reconsider. Nicola replied, then it is settled. With that, he fell silent. Jun Lin turned to Big Beard and the others. Did you all hear that? Big Beard and the others looked astonished and nodded in agreement. Jun Lin continued, you may now return to the periphery, but do not blame me for any warnings unheeded. Do not assume that by retreating to the outskirts, you will be safe. In this world, power is the essence of survival. Do not attempt to rely on anyone. Here, sparing your lives is the greatest act of mercy. Jun Lin conveyed the critical lesson of survival in this desolate city with a voice as cold as ice. He spoke slowly, striving to articulate his thoughts as succinctly as possible. No questions were permitted, no interruptions allowed. They could only listen in silence. For he knew that should he display even the slightest hint of weakness or willingness to negotiate, these individuals would cling to him fervently. They would beseech him with tears, snot, pleas, cries, and even blood to compel him to accept them and aid them. There would be no escape. In that moment, he would realize that his only options were to either shelter them or to eliminate them entirely. Jun Lin wished to do neither. There were simply too many of them. While he could care for one or two, it would be a formidable challenge to tend to a multitude. He was incapable of caring for so many, at least not at this moment. Thus, he maintained his stern demeanor, conveying everything to them in the coldest manner possible. This was the greatest assistance he could offer, at the very least. It would allow them to better comprehend the harsh realities of this world. After imparting these words, he cast one last glance at them before turning to leave. Please wait. Big Beard called out. Jun Lin halted, turned back, his gaze frosty. Big Beard's heart quivered, and he finally said, we have two severely injured individuals here. I do not seek your help for ourselves, but I implore you to assist them. He pointed to the wounded on the ground. Genuinely at a loss regarding how to proceed, Jun Lin glanced at the two men and said, they are on the brink of death. How can they be saved? Endure. Jun Lin replied, if they can persevere, they may survive and perhaps even awaken some form of regenerative ability. But what if they cannot endure? Then they shall perish, Jun Lin answered. His gaze swept over the crowd, and he spoke in a languid tone. This is the city of abandonment, a battleground of sins, and you are the contenders. Evolve or perish. Chapter 28. The apartment building. Upon returning to the junction of the central and peripheral regions, the apartment building described by the bearded man was situated at the end of the street. The thoroughfare was not particularly long, and from this vantage point, Jun Lin could faintly discern the silhouette of the edifice. This was an old-style residential building, standing merely 6 stories tall, with an electronic security door at the entrance, though the lock had long since failed, leaving the door ajar. Upon entering, one could observe the layout typical of such buildings, with 4 households per floor and a small courtyard at the center. Perhaps due to their hasty departure, some residents had left their doors wide open. Jun Lin stepped inside and was greeted by a chaotic scene of disarray, with items strewn about haphazardly. As expected, this newly traversed building had yet to undergo the thorough search by candidates and natives alike, leaving behind a variety of supplies. The fleeing inhabitants believed they had taken everything of value, yet only the elderly understood the degree of indulgence displayed by these newcomers. Soy sauce, vinegar, salt, monosodium glutamate, and sugar. Yiqingshuan excitedly collected these luxuries into her bag, having gone far too long without the taste of seasonings. Initially, Jun Lin found cooking utensils in the hotel, but all the condiments had either been taken or spoiled, and the market yielded no such treasures either. Within one of the rooms, Yiqingshuan's eyes were drawn to a quilt and mattress. Although old, they were relatively clean. Jun Lin, on the other hand, was attracted to a lounge chair and a portable wire bed. "We have struck gold," Yiqingshuan exclaimed with a smile. Jun Lin replied, "This is merely one household. Indeed, just one. And this building contains a total of 24 households. 24 households yet untouched by other survivors." An overwhelming excitement filled both their hearts as they began to explore door by door. As anticipated, due to their hurried exit and limited carrying capacity, there were countless items left behind. The abundance of quilts left Yiqingshuan dazzled, with several being brand new. The supply of seasonings was greatly replenished, and Yiqingshuan even stumbled upon a few bottles of Lao Gan Ma, which delighted her immensely. By the time they reached the 4th floor, their bags were laden with dozens of bottles of condiments, over 20 pairs of scissors of varying sizes, more than 10 kitchen knives, and several iron spoons. Jun Lin endeavored to gather as many iron items as possible. The bountiful haul lifted their spirits, providing a sense of relaxation. Stopping before the door of apartment 403, Jun Lin remarked, "I have a feeling that in this room, we shall uncover something unexpected." "How do you know?" "My still developing abilities seem to resonate with matters yet to unfold." "Let us see then." The door to 403 was ajar, and upon entering, they found the apartment to be quite well decorated. A large frame hung on the front wall, displaying a wedding photograph, and amusingly, the groom was none other than the familiar bearded man. The bride was conspicuously absent, presumably having perished long before. The room was in disarray, and as they kicked aside the litter strewn across the floor, they made their way into the inner room. Pushing open the door to the inner chamber, Yiqingshuan's eyes suddenly brightened. "Look," she exclaimed, pointing to the wall opposite them. On the wall opposite hung a bow. A recurved bow of simple design, devoid of ornate embellishments. Beside it rested a quiver containing 10 arrows, their tips blunted. Yet the art of blade transformation bestowed upon them rendered this inconsequential. The unexpected sight of such an artifact ignited excitement in both Jun Lin and Yiqingshuan. Just as they exchanged words, a faint sound suddenly reached their ears, causing them to pause in unison. Jun Lin glanced at Yiqingshuan, who slightly shook her head, indicating she sensed no imminent danger. Their encounter in the marketplace with the shape-shifting creature, although resulting in their abilities not fully awakening, had endowed them with heightened instincts beyond the ordinary, particularly in Yiqingshuan's acute perception of peril. Jun Lin surveyed their surroundings, his gaze settling on the large wardrobe. He whispered, "Perhaps it's just a rat," gesturing towards the window. Understanding his implication, Yiqingshuan handed the knife to him, remarking, "What a pity. Rat meat has become quite a delicacy these days." As she spoke, she nimbly slipped through the window like a dexterous monkey. Perched on the windowsill, she peered down to ensure the coast was clear before gracefully landing on the adjacent balcony, raising her longbow and nocking an arrow, prepared to strike should any other targets present themselves from her vantage point. Now, if a rat were to traverse into the abandoned city, do you suppose it would evolve into a formidable creature, or would it ultimately meet its demise at our hands? Or perhaps it might breed a multitude of its kind. Jun Lin mused slowly before suddenly hurling his battle axe. The axe sliced through the wardrobe with a resounding crash, followed by a piercing scream as a shadowy figure erupted forth, its form indistinct save for 2 glimmering points of light. Instinctively, Jun Lin delivered a swift kick, propelling the shadow against the wall, his battle knife already poised to strike. The figure let out a cry as it collided with the surface. "Human?" The sound startled Jun Lin, and before he could retract his blade, the shadow swiftly contorted, evading his strike. Yet in the next moment, Yiqingshuan's arrow was upon it. This was her inaugural attempt at archery. Her aim faltered, the arrow missing its mark. Yet the shadow emitted an even more piercing wail. The anguished cry echoed through the residential building, the assailant evidently devoid of any concept of silence as he bellowed. His voice sharp and harrowing. Despite sustaining no injury, the arrow had lodged itself in the wall, quivering with violent tremors. The blade of the axe hovered near the figure's face. Even the reflected light from the axe's edge could not unveil the assailant's features, revealing only a pair of luminous eyes that glinted ominously in the darkness. A half-invisible being. No, it was a man of African descent. Jun Lin momentarily froze, then comprehended that the reason he could not discern the man's face was due to his ethnicity. It is not the purest form of black, but rather the diluted shade reminiscent of Vin Diesel or Michael Jordan. Nonetheless, within the dimly lit environment of the Forsaken City, it exudes a unique protective quality, to the extent that Jun Lin could only discern a pair of wide, vigilant eyes and a set of gleaming white teeth. Yu Qingxian gracefully slipped through the window, and upon seeing the black man, he appeared visibly taken aback. Why is he black? The man under the axe's edge voiced his discontent. Time travel isn't exclusive to you Huaxia people. Nicholas, you are impressive. You can speak Chinese? Both Jun Lin and Yu Qingxian grew increasingly curious. Although the system possessed a built-in translation feature, the black man was speaking fluent Mandarin at that moment. He exclaimed, "Indeed. I have lived in Huaxia for several years. Though my skin is dark, my heart is yellow. Do not kill me. There should be no racial division here. We are all Earthlings." This declaration was articulated with such fluency that Jun Lin suspected it was not the first time he had uttered it. He patted the man's cheek, saying, "Well said. It's evident you are no novice. But why are you here?" The black man replied, "I merely came to seek items of personal use. This is something everyone does, correct? However, I did not anticipate your presence. I wish to avoid conflict with you. Hence I have taken refuge here. I swear by the name of God." "Oh no, by the name of Nicholas, I am not one of those crazed individuals. I harbor no intent to harm you." "Swearing by God's name is more trustworthy than Nicholas," Yu Qingxian retorted. "What level?" No name would lead Jun Lin to be gullible. Any individual of sound intellect would not claim, under duress, that their intent in hiding was to commit murder. Level 3. After a moment's hesitation, the black man ultimately spoke the truth. He was uncertain if they possessed abilities to detect lies. In this peculiar world, common sense had long been overturned, leaving only the prudent and the perceptive to thrive. Jun Lin continued, "What is your name?" "Robert. Robert Connor, from Chicago, 21 years old." The young black man promptly divulged all in one breath. He exclaimed, "I adore Huaxia's culture. I know Confucius and enjoy stinky tofu. Huaxia has many splendid cities: Magic City, Imperial Capital, Flower City, Linen." "Yes, Linen, it is the most beautiful city." Noticing a flicker of pride on Yu Qingxian's face at the mention of Linen, he immediately recognized the moment and began to extol the city loudly. Jun Lin, growing impatient, waved his hand to halt the excessive flattery and inquired, "What abilities do you possess?" Upon hearing this question, Robert Connor fell silent. He gazed at Jun Lin, speechless, with only his large eyes glimmering in the darkness. Jun Lin did not press him further. Instead, he handed the knife to Yu Qingxian and approached the wardrobe to inspect its contents. Inside, he found a jumble of clothes along with various scattered items. Among them, he noticed several slender icicles, which had formed at the back of the wardrobe and were beginning to melt, dripping water steadily below. Jun Lin took the ice pillar from the wardrobe and looked at Robert, saying, "If you wish to prove you have no intention of killing us, you must first demonstrate your capability to do so. Show me what you can do." Reluctantly, Robert extended his hand towards the distance, and a sudden beam of white light shot forth from his palm. In the next moment, a shard of ice pierced the nearby wall with a sharp crack. However, the ice shard penetrated only slightly before shattering. Jun Lin chuckled, "So, you are an ice wielder. A splendid ability, yet it appears rather feeble. Such an attack, even if you were to ambush me, would not be fatal. Is that all you have? Surely, you possess more than this. How do you know?" Robert, taken aback, immediately realized he had spoken out of turn. Jun Lin was attempting to deceive him. "Very well," Robert conceded. "I can also do this." With a flick of his right hand, a burst of flames erupted from his palm. Ice and fire dual control. Both Jun Lin and Yu Qingxian exclaimed simultaneously. However, while Yu Qingxian referred to it as ice and fire dual control, Jun Lin described it as the duality of ice and fire. Yu Qingxian regarded Jun Lin with a knowing glance as Robert swelled with pride. Yu Qingxian then urged, "Demonstrate its power." Robert spread his hand wide, and the flame surged, his palm ablaze like a torch. "Can you make it larger and farther, perhaps into a fireball?" Jun Lin inquired. Robert shook his head, evidently revealing the limits of his ability. Jun Lin sighed. "The power is too weak." He set down his axe, and Yu Qingxian also lowered her bow. Their expressions noticeably relaxed, which deeply wounded Robert's pride. Subsequently, Jun Lin began to examine the bundle that Robert held. That's my belongings, Robert shouted. Ignoring him, Jun Lin meticulously inspected each item, some clothing, a fruit knife, a wrench, an art book. As he flipped through the pages, the alluring images prompted him to whistle, in an environment where one's survival until tomorrow is uncertain. You still find time to peruse this? Robert, incensed, retorted. Pleasure is unrelated to life and death. The rhythm of his words felt familiar to Jun Lin, who anticipated a deeper philosophical discourse that never materialized. Tossing the art book back, Jun Lin continued his search, a cup, some tissues, and ear scoop. I say, do you have nothing of value? Jun Lin lifted the ear scoop. The young black man shrugged. My ears have been a bit itchy lately. And garlic? Jun Lin finally pulled out a long string of garlic, chuckling. I had no idea you were fond of this. Robert regarded him with disdain. Garlic can eliminate odors, serve as food, be used as seasoning, and in dire circumstances, even as a weapon. Its pungent aroma is effective against many monsters. Jun Lin and Yi Qixin exchanged glances. You are unaware of this, are you? Yi Qixin remarked softly. That was my oversight. I overlooked garlic twice, Jun Lin sighed. This lad is more clever than I initially thought. Having not further examined Robert's remaining belongings, Jun Lin seized a few cloves of garlic and tossed the bag back to him, stating, You may leave with your possessions. But you are not to return. Why? Robert exclaimed, devoid of any exhilaration from his release, instead glaring at Jun Lin with a defiant expression that seemed to say, What can you do about it? With a sigh, Jun Lin retracted his earlier assessment. The battle axe was once again poised against Robert's neck. And Jun Lin's tone turned grave, because this is my territory. Upon seeing the axe poised at his throat, Robert finally grasped the gravity of the situation. He raised his hands and began to retreat, saying, Okay, I'm leaving. Robert departed. Observing the garlic cloves, Yi Qingxian remarked, Is this what you call an unexpected harvest? Jun Lin shrugged. I have a feeling that once my reconnaissance skills succeed, they may possess an unreliable quality. Then, Jun Lin's expression darkened. The wretched truth had resurfaced. Why am I so adept at cursing myself? Jun Lin felt tears welling in frustration. The search continued. They swiftly scoured the building, finding an abundance of items. Unable to carry everything in one go, they decided to pack the goods and send them back to the marketplace in batches, with their bags brimming. The two made their way back. Just as they exited the residential building, they encountered three individuals, Lu Shiping, Kong Yicheng, and Yu Siwen. Chapter 29. Ambush. Jun Lin had not anticipated encountering Luxiping under such circumstances. The latter appeared equally astonished. Both parties momentarily stood in disbelief. Luxiping then chuckled. Long time no see. It seems you have fared well. Not too shabby, Jun Lin replied with a smile. He observed the trio, Kong Yicheng and Yu Siwen stood side by side, with the latter holding no object but adorned with a multitude of beads on her wrist, one hand absent-mindedly twisting a strand while casting a hostile gaze in his direction. Luxiping, in contrast, boldly positioned himself at the forefront, gripping a black iron pipe. At that moment, Jun Lin spoke, and Luxiping glanced back at the residential building behind him, saying, It appears you acted faster than we did. Would you mind if we also ventured inside to procure some supplies? In this wretched dimension, there's nothing but monsters to contend with daily, along with the incessant struggle for sustenance and water. Jun Lin shrugged. Of course, it's no trouble at all. The resources here are ample enough for everyone for a while. It merely depends on who is quicker. Luxiping smiled and nodded before brushing past Jun Lin. Jun Lin watched him enter. As they ascended the stairs, Luxiping suddenly paused. Oh, by the way, I heard you've been inquiring about my awakened abilities? Yu Mingzu has sold me out. Jun Lin maintained his smile. I was merely curious. Luxiping responded, I have awakened a guardian shield. That hardly sounds like an ability befitting a leader, Jun Lin remarked. Just because one walks in front does not necessarily imply they are the leader. They could merely be a meat shield, Luxiping replied with a laugh. Jun Lin nodded, choosing not to elaborate further as he and Yi Qingxian turned to leave. Watching them depart, Luxiping narrowed his eyes but said nothing, casually pushing open a door. Due to the fact that Jun Lin and Yi Qingxian were only two in number, they had yet to collect most of the resources. Kong Yicheng's eyes gleamed with greed. There are quite a few valuable items here, Luxiping replied with a grunt, and this is merely one room. Yu Siwen remarked coldly, unfortunately. We are not the only ones to discover this place. Upon hearing this, Luxiping pondered for a moment and said, They will return to gather more, won't they? The three exchanged glances and suddenly burst into laughter. Upon returning to the mall, they organized their newfound treasures. Yi Qingxian asked, Shall we continue to transport more? Why not? Jun Lin countered. Luxiping and his companions are over there. Should we relinquish the resources we've discovered simply because they have arrived? Yi Qingxian shook her head. You know that is not my intention. However, I sense their ill intent. That is not surprising, but it does not indicate anything definitive. Jun Lin asserted, grasping his battle axe. There is no reason to retreat. Yi Qingxian refrained from further comment. The two returned to the residential building once more. Upon their arrival, Luxiping and his companions had already vacated the premises. With their collected items filling numerous bags, Yi Qingxian slung them over her shoulder and said, "Let us go." "Wait a moment," Jun Lin interjected. Waiting for what?" Yi Qingxian inquired. Jun Lin, however, remained silent. He merely stepped onto the balcony, extracted a pack of cigarettes, and began to smoke. After approximately half an hour, there was still no sign of movement, and neither Lu Shiping nor the other two arrived. Jun Lin remarked, "Let us proceed. Remember to be as aware of your surroundings as possible." Yi Qingxian understood, nodded, and stepped outside. The street remained desolate and quiet. The two walked at a deliberate and steady pace along the center of the road, their gazes cold and resolute. Countless buildings flanked them like hidden beasts lurking in the shadows, and no one could predict when one might suddenly spring forth to take a bite. Yet, for those truly brave souls traversing this nerve-wracking street, exhilaration coursed through their veins. Suddenly, Yi Qingxian raised an eyebrow. "To the left," she declared. At the instant she spoke, a dark shadow surged forth from the left, lunging toward them. Concurrently, Jun Lin drew a dogleg knife from behind his waist and made a swift slice, cleaving the shadow in two as it soared through the air. It was a ghost bat, severed in half by Jun Lin's strike. The leading half continued to twitch in a pool of blood, emitting a cacophonous screech. Jun Lin approached and crushed it underfoot, saying, "Congratulations, you've made progress. But it would be even better if you could be a bit quicker." Yi Qingxian retorted loudly, "I just didn't have the chance to finish my sentence. It flew too fast." Suddenly, she exclaimed. A peculiar light sparkled in her eyes, as if something within her was sprouting and blossoming. Jun Lin smiled at Yi Qingxian, aware of what was transpiring. The third ability, under their deliberate cultivation and the continuous stimulation of recent days, Yi Qingxian's reconnaissance capability was finally on the verge of emerging. This was a first. They were not acquiring abilities instantaneously through explosive means, but rather through a gradual unfoldment. The air around them grew sharp as the wind whistled softly, causing Yi Qingxian's body to tremble slightly. Jun Lin refrained from interrupting her, observing from the side. At last, Yi Qingxian let out a wild, triumphant howl that soared into the sky, imbued with a fierce intent to kill. Subsequently, she collapsed to the ground. Jun Lin rushed forward to support her, exclaiming, "Qingxian." Yi Qingxian panted heavily, her forehead glistening with sweat, yet her face bore a smile. She looked at Jun Lin and declared, "I succeeded." "I know," Jun Lin replied with excitement. "Tell me what it is." "Malicious detection, a capacity to sense malice, murderous intent, and other latent dangers capable of generating specific danger information under certain conditions. When sufficiently powerful, it could even discern lies and perceive the consciousness within one's heart, though it must be actively employed to be detected. The enhancement primarily pertains to distance, human nature, and clarity, depending on the individual." As for now, Yi Qingxian shook her head, saying, "It's called malicious detection, but I can only sense murderous intent for the time being, and my range is relatively limited. In other words, as long as someone intends to eliminate us, you can detect it now?" "Yes, under active release. I can sense all murderous intent aimed at me within a certain range. However, the consumption is rather substantial with my current energy. I can only sustain this for a fleeting moment. Let me ascertain just how many creatures are lurking in this street, observing us." With that, she closed her eyes and initiated a malevolent detection. In the next instant, her body trembled violently, and upon opening her eyes, her delicate face turned ashen. "What is it?" Jun Lin inquired. Yi Qingxian replied with a quiver in her voice, "We are in trouble." Jun Lin was not taken aback. "Are you implying that numerous monsters are preparing to devour us?" Yi Qingxian shook her head. "Not monsters, but humans. Those natives." "Where?" Yi Qingxian raised her chin. "They have already arrived." Suddenly, from every direction, countless soldiers emerged from the surrounding buildings, raising their weapons towards Jun Lin and the others. Chapter 30. The pursued at least 60 soldiers, their abilities unknown. With a mere glance, Jun Lin discerned the dire situation he faced. In the next instant, he hurled his battle axe with ferocity. The axe soared toward the distant rooftop, which was devoid of any presence. Yet, as Jun Lin launched the weapon, an officer appeared on the rooftop, his face adorned with a smug grin, ready to boast, only to be met with the sight of an axe hurtling towards him. Shit. He barely had time to exclaim before the axe cleaved through his skull, sending him plummeting from the rooftop. This shocking scene left all the soldiers in a state of disbelief. What just happened? Jun Lin grasped Yi Qingxian's hand. "Run." The two bolted to the side, crashing through a wall and into a room. It was only then that the soldiers began to react. Gunfire erupted, but they had already lost sight of Jun Lin and Yi Qingxian, ensuring their shots would miss. Moments later, over a dozen figures leaped into action. Swiftly pursuing Jun Lin, these were the abilities of the survivors. A thunderous cacophony of collapsing walls echoed as Jun Lin emulated a red tank, smashing through barriers and emerging onto another street. Hiss! A sharp whistling sound resonated from behind. Accompanying this wail, ghastly specters appeared in the surroundings. They lurked atop the buildings, nearly merging with the shadows, their eyes gleaming with a chilling light. Behind them trailed a horde of ghoulish dog-headed entities. These cunning creatures, though individually weak, were born spellcasters, capable of unleashing fireballs and other basic spells, making them the perfect companions for the specters. At least dozens of these monsters manifested simultaneously, sending a shiver down Jun Lin and Yi Qingxian's spines. Some of them can control the invading creatures. Yi Qingxian shouted. I know, Jun Lin urged, leading Yi Qingxian to change direction as they continued their frantic dash, the pursuers closely behind. The ghastly horde echoed with wild howls, bounding across the rooftops as if the buildings were colossal trees, navigating through this steel jungle with primal ferocity. While the specters lacked the raw power of the abilities, they surpassed them in agility. If ensnared by these specters, victory would not guarantee safety, as countless abilities and soldiers lurked behind. Thus, the two had no intention of engaging. They fled, bullets raining down behind them. Jun Lin stepped back, shielding Yi Qingxian, causing most of the bullets to strike his back. Although he hastily hardened his clothing, the fabric rapidly tore under the barrage. Yi Qingxian fervently prayed for her acceleration abilities to awaken. Alas, whether due to her propensity for leaping or her invisibility, the dimensional laws seemed to perceive her as possessing life-saving capabilities, thus withholding assistance. They're too fast, Jun Lin shouted as he glanced back. It's your speed that's too slow. Drop the bag, Yi Qingxian retorted loudly. Initially, it was Jun Lin who pulled her along, but now it was she who urged him forward. Go ahead. Jun Lin released Yi Qingxuan's hand and swiftly turned, delivering a powerful punch that sent the ghouls soaring into the air. The impact jolted him back, yet he seized the opportunity to create some distance. Jun Lin smirked, declaring, lacking speed, but at least I possess strength. However, in the next moment, several ghouls swooped down from above. Jun Lin had no intention of engaging multiple ghouls head-on, so he discarded his bag and fled. As he ran, an ominous feeling surged within him, and simultaneously, Yi Qingxian shouted, Get down. Instinctively, Jun Lin leaped forward just in time to hear a whoosh. A massive fireball soared past him, crashing down a short distance ahead and stirring up a cloud of smoke. Turning back, he spotted a grotesque creature, a dog-headed ghoul, grinning menacingly while perched upon a ghoul's neck. Two ability users soon appeared behind him, one of whom was remarkably swift, arriving at Jun Lin's side and lunging at him with a dagger, exclaiming, Die. The blade struck Jun Lin but failed to penetrate. The dagger's edge shimmered with a brilliant light before shattering. In that moment, Jun Lin seized the assailant by the neck, questioning, Is that speed meant to invite death? With a vigorous toss, he flung the attacker onto his back and activated his blade transformation technique. The ability user, far weaker than Jun Lin, was helpless against the transformation and was indeed transformed. As bullets rained down behind them, the transformed user deflected them all, but this exertion weighed heavily upon him. It was evident that employing the blade transformation technique on targets not under one's control would encounter resistance. Observing the lifeless form on his back, Jun Lin discarded the body just as a massive figure descended from the sky. A powerfully built ability user hurled a comrade as if they were a mere stone. The thrown individual gleaming with a metallic sheen, clearly a metal-enhanced ability user. Jun Lin was not confident in dispatching such an opponent swiftly, though he was curious to discover the effects of his blade transformation on a metal-enhanced target. As the adversary plummeted, Jun Lin propelled himself backward, tumbling to evade the assault. The individual crashed to the ground like a meteor, creating a sizable crater. Yet, as Jun Lin stood, a battle knife materialized out of nowhere and struck his metallic form. High-frequency oscillation. The cursed blade sliced through the enhanced user's metallic skin, cleaving half of his body. The knife's high-frequency oscillation was precisely effective against him. The enhanced user let out a desperate cry, Maya, help me. Save your strength, Jun Lin retorted, launching a black skull-shaped projectile into the user's mouth, obliterating his head from the inside out. At that moment, Yi Qingxian also appeared, intercepting a flying dagger aimed at Jun Lin. Grabbing her, he urged her to continue running. Why did you come back? Do you really think I would abandon you? Yi Qingxian replied, exasperated. Fine, in light of your loyalty, I shall show you a way out. Jun Lin shouted. Yi Qingxian chuckled at his jest. You still have the energy to joke at a time like this? This is no jest. We must head to an open area. These ghouls possess remarkable climbing abilities, making it difficult to evade them in densely built environments. However, on flat ground, they lose their advantage. The issue lies in our unfamiliarity with this area. Yi Qingxian exclaimed loudly. Jun Lin shouted, Turn left. Are you certain? Absolutely. Jun Lin yelled in a fit of desperation. Yi Qingxian swiftly pivoted and dashed towards the left street, pursued relentlessly by dozens of vengeful spirits. Behind them, the grotesque canine-headed corpses hurled fireballs with wild abandon, while further back, a hail of bullets rained down upon them. Jun Lin invoked the protection of Eblin, bracing against this onslaught, and simultaneously unleashed a torrent of thunder. This strike harnessed the full extent of his power as the terrifying lightning swept across the long street. Chapter 31. Keen intuition. As the tumultuous storm of lightning surged forth, all the ghostly creatures, the ghoul-like figures, the skeletal canine beasts, and the foremost adept, fell victim simultaneously. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Jun Lin sprinted to the end of the street, arriving at an open expanse. Deprived of the advantageous heights of the buildings, the ghostly figures significantly reduced their speed, and the distance between them gradually widened. You were indeed right. It seems we can finally shake them off. Yi Qingxian remarked with a smile. Don't be too hasty in your joy, Jun Lin cautioned, his demeanor devoid of excitement as an unsettling feeling washed over him once more. In the next moment, Yi Qingxian shouted, "Attack!" Jun Lin instinctively embraced Yi Qingxian and lunged forward, shielding her with his body. Boom! Amidst a sharp, piercing shriek, a stone materialized above them, exploding with a violent force that hurled both of them away. This is... Yi Qingxian felt a chill run down her spine as she shrieked, "Yu Siwen." In the distance, three figures emerged on the ground, Yu Siwen, Kong Yiqing, and Lu Shiping. It was Yu Siwen's ability to craft explosives from any material, while Kong Yiqing could teleport objects directly to their target. Had it not been for Jun Lin's prior awareness and the activation of Eberlin's protection, he and Yi Qingxian might have been obliterated. However, the protective barrier crumbled entirely as a result. Scoundrels! Yi Qingxian glared at them in fury. "Let us go," Jun Lin shouted. The two continued their frantic run. Yu Siwen wished to attack again, but the indigenous survivors were already charging towards them. "Retreat," Lu Shiping commanded. "Those natives won't be courteous to us." With no other choice, Yu Siwen reluctantly followed Lu Shiping's lead. "What now?" Yi Qingxian called out as they ran. "Turn right. There lies our hope of escape," Jun Lin urged. "But that area is filled with buildings," Yi Qingxian protested. "If we run further, won't we re-enter the territory of the ghostly figures?" "Trust me," Jun Lin shouted. Reluctantly, Yi Qingxian veered right. The shadows of the towering structures loomed beneath them, while the howling from behind showed no sign of abating, instead drawing ever closer. At that moment, a hurried voice called out from above, "Over here." Looking up, they saw a black man waving from a rooftop in the distance. "Is that him? Robert?" Yi Qingxian gasped. "Quickly," Jun Lin urged. Both dashed towards Robert's direction. Yi Qingxian propelled herself upwards, landing on the rooftop first. Robert pointed beside him. "Get in." "Get in?" Yi Qingxian hesitated. For Robert was clearly indicating a chimney. Did he expect her to crawl into the chimney? "Hurry," Robert shouted anxiously, realizing there was no time for hesitation. Yi Qingxian leaped into the chimney. At the same moment, Jun Lin rushed up, just as another figure dashed towards him, another adept skilled in speed. A blade was aimed directly at Jun Lin. As Jun Lin turned, he allowed the sharp blade to pierce his body, simultaneously seizing the arm of the ability user and forcefully twisting it until it snapped. The ability user emitted a cry of anguish as Jun Lin shoved him into the chimney. Following suit in a leap, Robert gestured ahead, and suddenly, a thick frost enveloped the bodies of several rushing ghouls, causing their rapid advance to falter. Only then did Robert turn and jump into the chimney, crawling into the ventilation duct upon entering the room. Following Robert's frantic dash, the distant roars of an enraged crowd could still be faintly heard. At last, Robert leaped into a spacious chamber that resembled an underground conduit network, wide and dimly lit. As Jun Lin and Yi Qingxian descended, Robert secured the duct cover behind them, finally exhaling in relief. "All right, now they won't find us." "I say, had it not been for my encounter with you, you would have been doomed." His tone was self-satisfied. "You seem quite experienced in dealing with those fellows," Jun Lin remarked, adjusting his attire and examining the gash in his abdomen, which was visibly healing under the activation effect. "Of course," Robert shrugged. "I've escaped from their clutches 3 times already. How about you?" "Before tonight, I was the one hunting others," Jun Lin replied. "Regardless, thank you, brother," Robert said, patting his shoulder. Brother Robert flashed a bright smile. "I like that title." He turned and ventured further into the passage. "So, are you interested in visiting my place for a while?" Yi Qingxian and Jun Lin exchanged glances and shared a light laugh as they followed Robert. Along the way, Yi Qingxian inquired, "How did you know all of this?" "What?" Jun Lin asked. "The flat square. And this place, how did you know?" "Intuition," Jun Lin answered. "Intuition?" Yi Qingxian was somewhat taken aback, but quickly realized, "Your ability has awakened?" Jun Lin nodded, a look of excitement spreading across his face. "It's called keen intuition." By heeding my inner guidance, I can find answers more swiftly than others. Perhaps it's due to my desensitization to danger compared to you. This intuition is not particularly adept at detecting threats, but it facilitates my pursuit of what I desire, be it combat, power, truth, or something else. Anything I yearn for may yield a clue. Ah, I see. Yi Qingxian understood. Keen intuition, Jun Lin's fourth ability. Since it aligns with one's subconscious, it cannot be employed as actively as Yi Qingxian's malicious detection, and there is even a possibility of misunderstanding. However, its advantage lies in its broad applicability. It can provide hints regarding dangers, benefits, or anything else. Both malicious detection and keen intuition belong to the realm of mental abilities, thus consuming mental energy rather than physical stamina. It was the efficacy of keen intuition that led Jun Lin to discern the location of vitality. Yet he remained unaware of the approach of Lu Shiping and his companions. Keen intuition is not infallible. As they spoke, they arrived in an environment resembling a cave. A quilt hung at the entrance, which could serve as a curtain when lowered. At the deepest part of the cave lay a stone bed, and not far away stood a stove, charcoal, and a large pot, which contained water. "Welcome to my humble abode," Robert proclaimed with pride, as if he were showcasing a luxurious villa. Unfortunately, no one paid him any mind. Jun Lin seized the captive, demanding, "How did you learn of my location?" The ability user spat at Jun Lin. He deftly sidestepped, crushing the man's fractured leg bone beneath his foot with a resounding crack. Ah! The intense pain elicited a wail from the ability user. "Just kill me," he screamed frantically. "Answer my questions, and I shall grant you your wish," Jun Lin said, mercilessly torturing the man. Yi Qingxian and Robert turned their heads away. Robert complained, "Do me a favor and try not to make it too bloody. I don't want to dirty my place." Suddenly, a large splash of blood erupted. "Fine, forget I said anything," Robert muttered. Under Jun Lin's ruthless torment, the ability user finally broke down and cried out, "Someone provided us with information." "So, Lucifin is working with you?" Jun Lin inquired. "I don't know any Lucifin. The information was delivered on a piece of paper using abilities," the man replied. "Do you know Rob Stark?" Jun Lin asked. "Yes. He is at a hotel in the Outer Ring." "Why are you interested in him?" "How would I know? I'm just a Special Forces member." "Then tell me what you know. How many of you came this time?" "2 kings, White Ape and Ghost King," the ability user shouted. "The 3 kings under White 2 are White Ape Xieho, Ghost King Kuo, and Crow Guan. Among them, White Ape possesses abilities similar to that of the tattooed man, with the ability to extend his limbs, but he also has formidable jumping capabilities, making him the weakest of the trio. However, he is an excellent marksman, armed with 2 specially crafted guns. Crow Guan has the ability to spread the Black Death, while Kuo has the power of exorcism, capable of controlling the undead. The previous ghost-like creature was under his control. White Ape is in charge of the Central Ring, while Ghost King Kuo operates in the Inner Ring, which does not face the same obstacles as the passage from the Central Ring to the Outer Ring, allowing for greater convenience and connectivity. This was precisely why Jun Lin was intrigued. Why had Kuo suddenly come to the Central Ring? It seemed he was searching for someone. Who? A lone man. A pair of twin brothers, and another person about whom I know nothing. I heard they sent Cieli to find them, but he hasn't returned. What do they want with these individuals? I don't know. That's the leader's request. How the hell would I know? The ability user was in such agony that he began to weep. "Just kill me, kill me. What is White 2's ability?" "I don't know." That's a secret known only to the captain and vice captain." "Very well, I shall grant you your wish." Jun Lin no longer hesitated, delivering a decisive strike that pierced the heart of the ability user. Suddenly, a system notification echoed. Optional task, counterattack. The local warlord, Bai Tu, had dispatched his forces, intent on avenging their fallen comrades by slaying you. However, this presented an opportunity for you. Go forth and unleash carnage, proving through their blood that you are not to be trifled with. For this mission, you must eliminate at least 5 ability users before the night concludes. The battle is to be fought alone, without the aid of your comrade's equipment, and the use of the system shop is prohibited once the combat commences. Upon successful completion, you may choose one of the following rewards. 1. Earn 500 points for completing the task, with an additional 150 points for each extra elimination. 2. Gain an insight into the laws of the universe. The more adversaries you vanquish, the stronger your understanding of these laws becomes, allowing you to choose your own path. Only one of these rewards may be selected. Currently, you have slain 4 ability users, but this only counts as an additional share. Jun Lin smirked. Do you really have the audacity to label this as an optional task? Chapter 32. The challenge task initially. Jun Lin believed that the encounter he faced tonight was merely a task assigned to him by Nicola. However, he soon realized that this was not the case. Reflecting on the situation, it became apparent that the earlier events were orchestrated by Luxiping and his associates, serving as the toll for his awakened abilities. Now, This was the true challenge he had to confront. With resignation, he examined the task before him. Yi Qingxian, slightly troubled, inquired, "Since this is an optional task, it can still be declined, correct?" "Indeed," Jun Lin replied. "Nicola has granted me the authority to forego it, but I would prefer not to disappoint him." In contrast, Robert remained oblivious to the core of the issue, expressing his confusion. "You previously eliminated 4 of their ability users. It doesn't seem overly difficult? Are you daft?" Jun Lin retorted, exasperated. The 4 he had previously dispatched were due to various exceptional circumstances, and the carelessness of his opponents played a significant role. Even so, he had utilized the Guardian of Eblan, sacrificing a crucial means of self-preservation. Coupled with the lingering effects of debilitation, he was unable to unleash his full potential, especially with Luxiping and others lurking nearby. Under such circumstances, achieving the assassination of 5 superpowered individuals within a large group seemed insurmountable. "Fine. I merely thought you were powerful enough to handle it," Robert shrugged. Once the adversaries were prepared, mere strength would not suffice, Jun Lin stated as he began to strategize. Each king possessed a vice-captain and an aide. Bai Yuan's vice-captain was a metal-enhanced man, while his aide, Maya, was a healer. Jun Lin had previously slain Kovo's aide with an axe, and the vice-captain was the colossal figure known as Quang Lan, a forceful man capable of hurling metal, who they had encountered earlier in a convoy. Now, the opposing faction boasted 2 kings, 2 vice-captains, 1 aide, alongside a special operations team comprised of dozens of ability users and hundreds of ordinary soldiers. The thought of hunting down targets amidst such numbers made Jun Lin's head throb. "Damn Nicola, this is undeniably a task of the highest difficulty. It hardly qualifies as medium," Yi Qingxian lamented. Upon hearing this, Jun Lin's eyes suddenly lit up. "What did you just say?" Yi Qingxian paused. "I mentioned that the difficulty of this task should be classified as the highest level." "Why?" "Precisely. The difficulty of this task should undoubtedly be assessed as the highest," Jun Lin affirmed. "But why does Nicola categorize it as medium difficulty?" Robert, intrigued, asked. "Is it possible that Nicola intends to put you in peril?" Jun Lin shot him an irritated glare, yet internally, he began to piece things together. Without a doubt, this task also harbored exploitable opportunities. Nicola's assignment, laden with explicit testing objectives, would assess courage, willpower, and understanding of human nature. The remaining question was, what else would it test? Jun Lin, closing his eyes momentarily, felt his keen intuition guiding him towards some latent insight. Upon reopening his eyes, a glimmer of excitement sparkled within his gaze. He remarked, "The equipment cannot be borrowed, and the system store is off limits once the battle commences. As an evolutionary being, why impose such unnecessary restrictions upon myself?" "Ah, I see now. I know what to do." He turned to Robert. "Brother, could you do me a favor?" "What?" "Could you lend me some points and, if possible, a few garments to wear?" Jun Lin gestured to his own attire, which had been torn in the previous skirmish. Outside the residential building, a throng of soldiers was bustling in and out, continuously transporting supplies from within. Luxiping and his cohorts had conspired against Jun Lin, yet they did not anticipate that they would not emerge as the ultimate beneficiaries. One could only wonder what they felt about this turn of events. Not far from the residential building, a vehicle was occupied by 2 men and 2 women. The driver was a tall, lanky man with a shock of white hair. He was known as White Ape Xiahou. Beside him sat a woman in a fiery red gown, possessing a striking resemblance to Julia Roberts with her alluring smile. Her name was Maya. In the back seat were a hulking giant, Quan Lan, resembling a bear, and the ghastly-looking ghost King Qiu, whose visage was as pallid as that of a corpse, accompanied by a swarm of ghouls lurking behind the vehicle. The man with the zombie-like face was smiling. Qiu was in an exceptionally good mood, better than ever, because his subordinate had perished. Though he bore no ill will towards his fallen assistant, he found himself more drawn to Maya. He appreciated her capabilities and was equally intrigued by her audacious demeanor. His gaze roamed over Maya's ample bosom and lingered on her alabaster thighs. This woman always dressed so provocatively. Swallowing hard, Qiu addressed Maya. "My subordinate has died, Maya. Why not come and serve as my second-in-command?" He made this proposal in front of White Ape, who had grown weary of the woman who paid him no heed. "Could you move a bit faster? Haven't you eaten?" Maya shouted at the soldiers who were busy transporting materials. Then, crossing her arms, she added, "Apologies, but I have no interest in the deceased." Qiu was not truly dead, yet his appearance was indeed reminiscent of one. His face was gaunt and wrinkled, marred by patches that resembled necrotic decay. These were genuine necrotic spots. Every time Qiu exerted control over an undead creature, he himself faced a gradual corruption. Though still alive, his body was succumbing to the undead plague. It might not be long before he transformed into a true white. "It will get better," Qiu rasped, his voice thin and brittle. "Once White 2's experiment is complete, everything will improve." Maya retorted, her tone sharp. Given your combat style, I find that hard to believe. Kyo remained unperturbed, half dead. His emotions had dulled to mere instinct. It doesn't matter. At least I can still function down below. While I still can, why not indulge me? Get lost. Maya shouted in anger. White Ape chuckled. If she doesn't want me, what hope do you have, Kyo? Kyo replied, that is because you are too polite. If it were me, I would not bother seeking her permission. Then go ahead and try. Maya skillfully twirled the knife, replying, I assure you, I will ensure your half-broken trinket is utterly dismantled. However, Quanglon interjected, we are all allies. There is no need for such hostility. Despite his position as vice captain, he commanded significant respect, leading even Kyo to merely grunt in response without further comment. At that moment, a soldier hurriedly approached, exclaiming, Commander. Kyo turned to regard him. And with his movement, a multitude of spectral figures behind him simultaneously shifted their gaze, their ghostly eyes casting a chilling aura. The soldier, trembling with trepidation, announced, the candidate. He is approaching. Whom do you refer to? Kyo, Maya, and Bai Yuan were momentarily taken aback. He is the very one we were pursuing just moments ago. Chapter 33. I will face 3 on the long street. Jun Lin stood with an air of indifference. He seemed to be preparing for winter. Clad in 7 or 8 layers of clothing, enveloping himself snugly, and even forcing a trench coat that he had liberated from Robert onto his frame. His polished leather boots pressed against the slightly waterlogged pavement, and there he stood, while further down the street, the barrels of several soldiers' rifles were already aimed at him. Yet, Jun Lin merely smiled. Moments later, the figures of Kyo, Quanglon, Mia, and the White Ape emerged. Upon seeing Jun Lin, Kyo's corpse-like countenance registered a flicker of surprise. Could it truly be him? Had this audacious fellow come seeking them out? Jun Lin raised a hand and seized a loudspeaker. I am Jun Lin, the Jun Lin of the world. This is my name. How arrogant. Kyo scoffed. Jun Lin continued. I am aware of your intentions to kill me. Thus, I present you with an opportunity. He extended 3 fingers. 3 individuals. You may send 3 of your number to engage me in combat. Indeed, I shall face 3 of you. Do you possess the courage for such a challenge? Kyo stared at Jun Lin in astonishment. This man had come to propose a 1 versus 3 duel against them? He exchanged a glance with Quanglon, who understood the signal and shouted. We believe it might be better to simply kill you. Jun Lin laughed. If you could have accomplished that, you would have done so already. Should you choose to decline? I shall take my leave. Of course, you may attempt to detain me. However, we both know that what you failed to achieve while surrounding me will be even less feasible now. As he spoke, Jun Lin suddenly picked up a stone and hurled it aside. Boom. The stone shattered against a wall, striking one of the ability users and sending him flying. Jun Lin called out. Do not attempt any roundabout tricks. This is merely a warning. And those 3 on my left, retreat immediately, or do not blame me for taking drastic measures. He declared his intention to flee with such conviction, as though warning them not to provoke him into violence. The few ability users attempting to flank him stood frozen in disbelief, turning back to look. Kyo waved his hand, signaling them to withdraw. Only then did Kyo raise his voice. On what grounds should we believe you are not deceiving us? Jun Lin shrugged. Let the gods be my witness. As soon as he uttered these words, Nikolai's voice echoed from the heavens, I shall bear witness. Once you delineate the battlefield, it will be sealed. Until the outcome is determined, others shall not freely enter or exit. Following the duel's conclusion, should a candidate fail, the victor shall assuredly gain a physical enhancement. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a surge of exhilaration. Nothing could be more enticing. Kyo immediately inquired, where will the battlefield be? Jun Lin responded, once you select your combatants, I shall designate the battlefield. You will choose? Indeed. You have 3 individuals. Surely, I am entitled to some advantage in terrain? Jun Lin smiled. The White Ape interjected, Kyo. You cannot participate. Kyo nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, he could not fight. His own combat prowess was lacking. He was formidable only in controlling the undead. If he were to enter the fray, Jun Lin would undoubtedly choose a confined space, eliminating him in an instant. Kyo turned to Quanglon. You and the White Ape shall compete. Quanglon let out a sound of acknowledgement as he moved to the side and grasped a formidable weapon resembling a Vulcan cannon, its thick barrel adorned with 8 gun muzzles. He began to drape himself in ammunition chains, layer upon layer, giving him the appearance of a heavily armored warrior. Known as a catapult, he possessed immense strength. But to assume he lacked intellect would be a grievous error. Quanglon's temperament was remarkably composed. He resembled an unyielding boulder, never acting impulsively. His reluctance to assume the role of captain stemmed from a desire to avoid the trivialities that would impede his training. Generally, Quanglon eschewed weaponry, focusing instead on honing his own abilities. However, in the face of life-and-death combat, he would not underestimate his opponents. As a heavy artilleryman and a close combat tank rolled into one, Quanglon became a formidable adversary, complemented perfectly by the agile White Ape. Kovo was contemplating a third member when Maya interjected, "Let me be the third." "You?" Kovo exclaimed in surprise, "You're not suited for the battlefield." Maya raised her head with pride. "Though my combat capabilities may be lacking, I possess the ability to heal them. My presence ensures the best possible safeguard." The white ape frowned. "He will kill you first." Konglan chuckled. "With me around, he won't succeed." With a combination of ranged attacks, close combat, heavy artillery, and healing support, it was indeed the optimal team. Observing the selected trio, Jun Lin smiled and said, "Nicholas, the battlefield I have chosen is." His voice suddenly softened, rendering the location inaudible. Yet, in the next moment, Nicholas replied, "Hee, interesting. However, this does not violate the rules. As such, it shall be as you wish." The wind swept by, and the four vanished without a trace. In a blink, Maya found herself standing atop the roof of an abandoned building, flanked by Konglan and the white ape. Looking out, she noticed a protective barrier enveloping the building, firmly sealing off any escape. Was this truly the battlefield he had selected? She had anticipated something far more peculiar. The white ape, who placed great emphasis on the battlefield environment, found the building suitable for showcasing his abilities and was thus somewhat satisfied. Maya, however, was more concerned about their opponent. Jun Lin stood not far from them, smiling and making a gesture across his throat. This incited Maya's fury. "What are you waiting for?" With that, she drew her gun and fired repeatedly at Jun Lin. As she pulled the trigger, Jun Lin also sprang into action, sprinting towards the stairwell. He burst through the iron door and dashed downstairs. Is he attempting to use the terrain to separate us, playing games of special operations? The white ape was astonished. He has truly chosen the wrong adversary. Maya retorted angrily, "You better not underestimate him. He killed that monster in the mall." "I know, but that was because he had that woman assisting him, and this time, we have the divine presence. He cannot cheat," the white ape responded. Maya longed to question whether the divine was truly just, but the distinction between natives and candidates made her hesitate to voice such blasphemous thoughts. Konglan remained ever vigilant. Thus, caution was paramount. One must not forget that Jun Lin did not choose this location without reason, and the reactions of the divine should not be overlooked. In any case, it was imperative that they remain united. Nicola's response alerted Konglan to the likelihood that Jun Lin's chosen battlefield harbored some underlying issue, though he could not yet discern what that might be. As he spoke, he removed his formidable weapon from his person and strode purposefully toward the staircase, his footsteps landing soundlessly. Upon entering the building, the trio positioned themselves back-to-back in a triangular formation, each brandishing their firearms, ever vigilant for any potential threat. Despite the odds being 3 against 1, the trio exhibited an extraordinary level of concentration, embodying the essence of elite soldiers. Upon reaching a corner, Bai Yuan exchanged a glance with Maya. Maya donned a pair of sunglasses and retrieved a small sphere from her belongings, rolling it to the ground. The sphere rolled near the corner, emitting a faint glow that transmitted the surrounding visuals to Maya's sunglasses. She shook her head. "No one." With that, the three continued on their path. Descending 2 floors, the absence of Jun Lin remained perplexing. Was this individual's challenge merely a game of hide and seek? Just then, a distinct sound of footsteps echoed from behind. At the sound, Bai Yuan and Maya instinctively raised their weapons toward a room at the rear, while Konglan remained poised, directing his attention to the corridor ahead. If Jun Lin had deliberately fabricated the sound of footsteps to launch an ambush from the front, he would be met with Konglan's merciless barrage. However, no one emerged from the front. Instead, the door of the room behind them creaked open, and an individual stepped forth. "Open fire," Bai Yuan shouted, and together with Maya, their weapons erupted in a fierce blaze. Chapter 34. Infiltration. The cacophony of gunfire erupted. Bullets surged forth like a torrent of fiery serpents, striking the one who dared to open the door. He stumbled back, crying out in agony, "Enemy attack." In the following instant, a resounding boom echoed as an object hurtled from behind the door. It was unmistakably a loaf of bread. Yet, as it soared through the air, it suddenly emitted a blinding radiance before detonating with a thunderous roar, resembling a cleverly disguised plastic explosive. The ensuing shockwave violently propelled 3 individuals away. How could this be? Maya gasped in disbelief. Though it was merely a fleeting glimpse, she discerned that the one struck was not Jun Lin. Astonishingly, there were others within the building. Before she could fully process this revelation, a barrage of debris came hurtling toward them. Wine glasses, watches, strings of beads, cigarette cases, and even a skewer of grilled meat, all raining down before erupting in a chaotic explosion. The powerful blast inflicted harm upon the trio, yet their robust physiques spared them from death. Simultaneously, Maya activated her healing abilities, placing her hands upon the white ape and Konglan to mend their wounds. Konglan swiftly redirected his firearm, unleashing a fury of bullets toward the entrance. 8 barrels whirled in unison, conjuring a massive fire dragon that burst through the door, penetrating the wall and unleashing a relentless barrage upon the rear. Concurrently, a formidable beam of light descended abruptly upon Quang Lan. As though he had been struck by a battering ram, he was flung into the air, his heavy artillery disintegrating, sending countless fragments piercing into his body. Maya rushed to his side, employing her powers once more to expel the shards from his flesh. "The one inside is not Jun Lin," she cried out. But before she could finish her sentence, a sudden crack resounded above, and a section of the ceiling collapsed. Jun Lin descended from above, charging into the room upon landing. The white ape bellowed, firing his weapons. One was named Thunder, a formidable hand cannon capable of devastating single shots, though it required reloading after each discharge. The other, Gale, was less powerful but boasted a rapid firing rate. At this moment, he wielded Thunder, and the furious bullets struck Jun Lin's back. His thick clothing absorbed the impact, creating a sizable breach and scattering torn fabric, yet Jun Lin emerged unscathed, only propelled forward with greater speed into the interior. Inside, Kang Yiqing lay prone, shouting in agony. His body bore a multitude of bloody wounds. The assault had come as a complete surprise, catching him off guard and resulting in significant injury. Fortunately, his resilient constitution allowed him to survive, albeit severely wounded. Lu Shiping stood beside him, gripping the peculiar black iron pipe that had unleashed the earlier blinding beam. Yu Siwen pressed one hand against Kang Yiqing's wounds while incessantly hurling explosives from her other hand, each projectile a bomb. "They are natives. Hurry, take us away," she shouted. Kang Yiqing shook his head in despair. "No, I'm too injured to activate." Just then, Jun Lin burst into the room. "Jun Lin?" Lu Shiping exclaimed in astonishment, instinctively redirecting the iron pipe toward him. At that moment, the sounds of gunfire erupted once more from Mia and the white ape as Jun Lin rolled skillfully along the ground, with every bullet aimed directly at Luxiping. With a startled cry, Luxiping manifested a sphere of white light around him, shielding himself from the onslaught. However, in that brief instant, Jun Lin had already closed the distance, raising his hand to launch two flying knives simultaneously towards Yu Siwen and Kang Yiqing. Yu Siwen, taken aback, attempted to evade while hurling a glass bomb, yet Jun Lin remained unfazed, charging forward relentlessly. The glass shattered explosively, sending fragments striking Jun Lin's body and face. But he seemed impervious to the pain, even taking a moment to smile at Yu Siwen, remarking, "Your skills are commendable, but the potency is inadequate." Having previously experienced the power of Yu Siwen's bomb, he understood that its effectiveness was contingent upon the quality of the materials used. As he spoke, he lunged towards Kang Yiqing, producing a pin that he thrust towards Kang's throat. "No!" Kang Yiqing shouted in despair. The pin pierced through his windpipe, and with a swift motion, Jun Lin slashed open Kang's neck entirely. Without pausing, Jun Lin charged forward, crashing through the wall with the agility of a monkey, vanishing in an instant. Yet, he did not forget to return the bloodied pin, which struck Yu Siwen's shoulder, leaving a gaping wound. Jun Lin laughed heartily, declaring, "You will greedily pursue me, yet you are destined to be unable to trust one another." What does that mean? Just as Luxiping and Yu Siwen were taken aback, a furious roar resonated from outside. Suddenly, an enormous figure came crashing through. Deprived of heavy machine guns, the raging Quang Lan finally exhibited the characteristics of a tank, charging ahead. "Retreat!" Luxiping shouted, as he and Yu Siwen dashed through the breach created by Jun Lin. In their minds, they believed Jun Lin had allied with the natives to attack them. However, upon entering the room, Quang Lan did not launch an attack. Watching the two flee, Quang Lan surveyed the bodies on the ground and remarked, "He was not killed by bullets. Jun Lin is the one who murdered him." Mia and the white ape rushed in as well, halting simultaneously at Quang Lan's words. "So, they are not Jun Lin's accomplices?" the white ape inquired. He then called out to the heavens, "O magnificent supreme deity, why do others appear on the battlefield?" Nicola responded, "The conditions of the battlefield proposed by Jun Lin are precisely where these three individuals are located. Given the nature of their relationships, I do not perceive this as cheating. Hence I acquiesced." "What?" The three were taken aback. Mia began to grasp the situation. These three, they had previously ambushed Jun Lin. They are not his allies, but his enemies. Quang Lan was stunned. "Are you suggesting that this fellow could not find three candidates to ambush him, and thus sought them out by selecting the battlefield?" "That seems to be the case," Mia replied. The white ape shook his head. "That cannot be right. If that were the case, it would imply he is not facing three opponents, but rather six. Indeed, six. We need not contend with the remaining two. This is our battlefield against Jun Lin, and we can certainly negotiate peace with them." "Precisely." Kang Lan nodded. "This fellow seeks to exploit our conflict with his adversaries for his own gain." Mia scoffed. "Such a naive notion. This approach only invites trouble upon oneself." Bai Yuan remarked, The issue lies in the fact that the other party remains unaware of this. It is quite straightforward. Konglon then bellowed, "Candidates over there, heed my words. We are not here to hunt you down. By the grand design of the Almighty God, we are to engage in a confrontation with Jun Lin. He has deliberately entangled you in this battle, aiming to leverage your opposition to achieve victory. However, between us, though we are not friends, we need not be adversaries today. If you are willing, we can certainly unite and vanquish Jun Lin." Konglon's voice resonated powerfully, echoing throughout much of the building. He ensured that both Luxiping and Yu Siwen could hear him as he walked and shouted. Chapter 35 The Consequences of Greed. Lu Shiping and Yu Siwen indeed heard the commotion, concealed within a secluded room, listening to the tumultuous roars. Yu Siwen softly remarked, "So this is how it is? No wonder Jun Lin suddenly sought us out. What do you think, Shiping?" Lu Shiping remained silent. Yu Siwen, taken aback, asked, "Why the silence?" Lu Shiping shook his head. "Do you not find it peculiar? If what that loudmouth said is true, Jun Lin is indeed attempting to exploit the misunderstandings between us to his advantage, yet he has inadvertently created complications. While it is true that Yi Chung has perished, on the battlefield, he has only taken 1 life, whereas we have gained 2. Is it a 1-to-3 scenario or a 1-to-5? Yu Siwen opened her mouth, contemplating before responding. Perhaps his initial plan was to annihilate us all at that moment? Lu Shiping scoffed. "You have interacted with Jun Lin on 2 occasions. Does he strike you as someone so naive? Furthermore, after killing Yi Ching, he did not even pause but departed immediately, showing no intention of total annihilation. If he truly planned to resolve matters in 1 battle, he would not have left so decisively. What is your perspective then?" "There is something amiss," Lu Shiping asserted. "That loudmouth may not be speaking the truth. It is possible that they have colluded with Jun Lin to lure us out. Jun Lin has no reason to ally with the natives." "Why not?" Lu Shiping countered. "What is the loudmouth proclaiming now? Is it not cooperation?" Yu Siwen fell silent once more. Indeed, if they could collaborate with Konglon, why could Jun Lin not have forged an alliance with them prior? The rationale for such cooperation would naturally be Jun Lin assisting them in eliminating the candidates. Both Lu Shiping and Yu Siwen were astute individuals, yet their intelligence rendered them wary of placing trust in others' words. After all, the natives benefited from slaying candidates, and the advantages of eliminating 3 candidates were evidently greater than those of eliminating just 1. "Nevertheless, I believe it is worth a try," Yu Siwen proposed. "Since they have made their intentions clear, we should be cautious during our next encounter. Let us refrain from immediate aggression. Upon sighting Jun Lin, we strike him first." Lu Shiping nodded in agreement. "I share your sentiment, but we must first extend our greetings." With that, Lu Shiping stepped out of the room. The corridor was eerily quiet, devoid of any presence. The shouts of Konglon echoed from a location not too distant. Lu Shiping took a deep breath, aimed the iron pipe toward the source, and shouted, "If collaboration is your desire, it may be challenging to fight side by side. We do not trust you. Let us each form our own groups. Upon sighting Jun Lin, we attack, and upon seeing one another, we withdraw, maintaining a safe distance. Is that clear?" "Understood," came the immediate response from Konglon. Feeling a sense of relief upon hearing their agreement, Lu Shiping turned to Yu Siwen. They consented. "How is your condition?" Yu Siwen's complexion appeared somewhat pale. "I exerted too much power earlier and feel quite fatigued. I need to rest for a moment." Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Yu Siwen had unleashed her abilities recklessly, resulting in considerable exhaustion. Lu Shiping shook his head. "Rest cannot be afforded now. We must relocate immediately. The earlier shout has inadvertently revealed our location. Now, Jun Lin must undoubtedly be aware of where we are. We must leave at once." Upon hearing this, Yu Siwen's expression shifted slightly. Jun Lin's recent display of power had made it painfully clear to her that his strength far surpassed her own. Should Jun Lin pursue them, their combined abilities may not suffice to fend him off. "Let us go." Regardless of her exhaustion, Yu Siwen urged. However, just as they stepped out of the room, a figure dashed forth from the corridor ahead. It was Jun Lin. Upon spotting them, a smile spread across Jun Lin's face as he charged forward with remarkable speed. Lu Shiping and Yu Siwen were taken aback. "Run." Instinctively, they fled towards Konglon, with Lu Shiping shouting, "Jun Lin is here." The 3 members of Konglon, hearing the commotion, rushed over as well, no longer concealing their presence. Their footsteps thundered, unmistakably loud, while Mia and Bai Yuan readied their firearms, aimed resolutely ahead. Jun Lin called out, "Do not fire. The next one is mine." At this proclamation, Lu Shiping, Yu Siwen, Konglon, and Mia were momentarily stunned. Lu Shiping and Yu Siwen's immediate thought was one of dread. It's true, they are indeed allied. Meanwhile, Konglon and Mia realized simultaneously, he intends to elevate his own standing by hunting candidates. In that instant, it became clear to everyone why Jun Lin had recklessly entangled 3 candidates in this predicament. Hunting candidates could enhance his own abilities. If Jun Lin were to eliminate these 3 candidates, his strength would undoubtedly soar. At that point, the outcome of the confrontation would be uncertain. Regardless of the circumstances, Jun Lin must not succeed. In the next moment, the 3 appeared at the opposite end of the staircase, with Mia and Bai Yuan simultaneously firing at Lu Shiping and Yu Siwen. Get down. Lu Shiping pushed Yu Siwen aside, and they both evaded to the sides. Bullets whizzed between them, aimed at Jun Lin, who remained undeterred, lunging at Yu Siwen. Undoubtedly, Yu Siwen was a far easier target than Lu Shiping, who possessed a protective white shield. Throwing knives flew from Yu Siwen's hand, striking her back with 2 blades. Quanglan! Mia screamed. Quanglan seized Mia and hurled her forward. In midair, Mia brandished a knife, aiming for Yu Siwen's throat. She intended to secure the kill. Simultaneously, Jun Lin rushed in, wielding a steel pipe that glimmered ominously, also targeting Yu Siwen. In that moment, the 2 were vying for the same prize. Although Mia was initially farther away than Jun Lin, Quanglan's throw propelled her ahead, allowing her to reach Yu Siwen first. The speed was astonishing. Yu Siwen could not evade in time. Thud. The knife pierced her throat, pinning her against the wall. Success. Elated by her kill, Mia felt a surge of vitality coursing through her. She was ascending. An indescribable exhilaration filled her heart. But amidst it all, she heard Quanglan's terrified cry. Be careful. What? Mia turned in shock, only to see the steel pipe slice through her neck. Swish. Mia's head was severed from her body. No. Both Bai Yuan and Quanglan cried out in anguished disbelief. In that moment, they finally comprehended the grim reality. From the very beginning, Jun Lin's objective was never to pursue Yu Siwen. He had his sights set on Mia instead, with Yu Siwen merely serving as bait. With a swift motion, Jun Lin propelled himself off the wall, crashing through the adjacent barrier, narrowly brushing past Lu Shiping's form as he tumbled into the room. In midair, his face briefly intersected with Lu Shiping's astonished expression, and he even managed to smile at him, uttering, "This is the fate of greed." With a thunderous impact, Jun Lin fell into the room, only to vanish once more without a trace. Chapter 36. Stalemate. Lu Shiping and the White Ape could never have imagined that all their actions were foreseen by Jun Lin. From the very beginning, Jun Lin had deliberately crafted this scenario, calculating not only against his adversaries, but also in accordance with his own absolute truth. During this period, Jun Lin had gained insights into this absolute truth. In simple terms, it is the principle of thriving through alignment. The more one conforms to reality, the easier it is to achieve one's goals, and the lesser the cost incurred. Thus, when he stated that they would greedily pursue him, bound by an inevitable lack of mutual trust, he was merely appealing to their innermost nature. The potential for an alliance between Lu Shiping and the White Ape was already present, and the absolute truth rendered this possibility an ironclad reality, requiring no cost to actualize. However, the essence of their greedy pursuit inherently meant they could never unite sincerely. Using Yu Siwen as bait, Jun Lin successfully orchestrated a lethal opportunity. Now, the situation had reverted to a 1 against 3. Yet Jun Lin's strength had increased slightly after eliminating Kong Yicheng, granting him enhancements in both physique and agility. The dynamics had returned to a 1 against 3, comprising Quanglan, the White Ape, and Lu Shiping. Jun Lin was uncertain whether Lu Shiping had officially allied with Quanglan and the others. If Lu Shiping were wise enough, he would choose to flee and join forces with the indigenous people, effectively walking into a den of wolves. However, even if they did join forces, it mattered little. For Lu Shiping was not Mia. Their collaboration could never embody the same sincerity and trust that existed between Mia and them. In summary, the current 1 against 3 was vastly improved compared to the previous scenario. Nevertheless, Jun Lin's calculations had reached their limit. It would now be considerably more challenging to exploit the opponent's discord to achieve victory. Regardless, it was inconsequential. Schemes could only serve as supplements, while strength remained paramount. Am I not correct, Nicola? Nicola chuckled. Indeed, I am pleased that you have come to this realization. In light of this, allow me to divulge some information. Lu Shiping has officially allied with Quanglan and the others. Such worthless intelligence. Do you dare present it as a divine gift? Jun Lin raised an eyebrow. And don't tell me this has anything to do with you. It is indeed due to my influence. I assured them that mutual harm during this confrontation would lead to a loss of points. Of course, this is not favoritism. It was Lu Shiping who voluntarily accepted a challenging task aimed at you, thereby formally proposing his request to me. However, considering his current advantageous position, the penalties for failure in this challenging task are significant, while the rewards for success are minimal. Simultaneously, I will inform you of this fact. It seems this fellow is indeed quite astute, Jun Lin mused with a smile. What Lu Shiping desired was not a task, but rather the potential for collaboration. Rewards were of little consequence. But would this be effective? The system's task ensured their cooperation, yet the absolute truth guaranteed that their collaboration could not be harmonious. However, the system's task lacked enforceability. Very well, what lies ahead is a fierce battle. Who shall be my next target? Jun Lin contemplated. On the other side of the building, Lu Shiping, did you all hear the voice of the divine? It seems we can now cooperate sincerely. Quanglan and the White Ape responded affirmatively. With the confirmation from the Supreme Deity, the feasibility of collaboration has significantly increased. Holding a black tube, Lu Shiping continued, however, Jun Lin will undoubtedly prioritize killing me. My shield is temporarily unusable, and should I perish, his power will only augment. Quanglan, with a booming voice, reassured, rest assured. We shall not allow him to slay you. Despite Quanglan's insistence on protecting Lu Shiping, the latter harbored no illusions. He was acutely aware that if Jun Lin sought his demise, Quanglan and his companions were more likely to seize the opportunity to eliminate Jun Lin rather than safeguard him, or perhaps even strike him down before Jun Lin could act. Naturally, he refrained from voicing such thoughts, instead taking the lead as a decoy, fulfilling his duty. Meanwhile, he discreetly accessed the system shop, possessing one final opportunity to utilize it. Unfortunately, having previously purchased the black tube, his remaining points were scant. Given the peculiar circumstances, even wastefulness was unavoidable. Thus, after considerable deliberation, Lu Shiping ultimately selected a defensive item. With limited points, he opted for the least effective yet most economical option, capable of thwarting a single critical attack before shattering. If Jun Lin intended to kill, he would undoubtedly pursue a lethal strike. Having taken care of this matter, Lu Shiping felt a slight sense of reassurance. They continued their quest, seeking Jun Lin's whereabouts, yet he remained elusive, akin to a specter, lurking within the edifice, quietly awaiting the opportune moment. Quanglan furrowed his brow. I have a question. Speak. Lu Shiping replied, fully aware that the inquiry was directed at him. Quanglan posited, is it possible that, after executing 2 kills, Jun Lin has opted not to confront us further, instead choosing to prolong the encounter? Lu Shiping shook his head. That is unlikely. Jun Lin would not challenge you without cause. If my conjecture holds true, he must have accepted a mission from Nicola. This individual has always displayed remarkable audacity upon our arrival in this world. He was the sole one to undertake the extreme challenge. Extreme challenge? At this, Bai Yuan's eyes narrowed. So, Xie Li was murdered by him? Having not seen Xie Li for several days, Bai Yuan had surmised his fate. Given the circumstances, it was probable that Xie Li had sought out the strongest candidate at that time. I am unaware of any Xie Li, Lu Shiping replied. Quanglan inquired. Such a mission must yield substantial benefits, correct? Lu Shiping responded. One would acquire certain information pertaining to this dimension. I am not privy to further details, but considering the current situation, it is evident that Jun Lin has also undertaken a mission. As long as a mission exists, he will undoubtedly devise a means to eliminate both of you. Aren't you in the same position? Bai Yuan questioned. I am different, Lu Shiping answered. I accepted an optional mission. Even in failure, I shall not face death. My purpose in undertaking the mission is not for victory, but to facilitate a harmonious collaboration with you. Bai Yuan scoffed. Humans from another dimension, devoid of compassion. We have slain your companion, and yet you shed not a single tear, swiftly turning to cooperate with us. Lu Shiping retorted with a cold smile. You are no different. No need for introductions. We are all human beings, sharing the same essence of humanity. Quanglan remarked, enough of this. Bai Mao, what purpose does it serve to dwell on such matters now? Our focus must shift to discerning the next move of Jun Lin. Lu Shiping, being somewhat acquainted with Jun Lin, was asked about his insights. He shook his head. My understanding is rather limited. I know this individual is audacious, possessing both the art of blade transformation and the power of lightning. However, I suspect he harbors a third ability. 3 abilities? Bai Yuan and Quanglan exchanged glances. Lu Shiping nodded. The candidate possesses a high-sensitivity physique, with a willingness to take risks. Early abilities tend to manifest rather readily. Furthermore, I am aware that Nicola responds to his every inquiry. He is a seed highly valued by Nicola. In such circumstances, having a third ability is not surprising. It is quite challenging to predict his actions without comprehending all his capabilities. Wait, Lu Shiping's eyes sparkled with realization. Did I not observe Jun Lin donning numerous garments? Quanglan nodded in agreement. His blade transformation not only sharpens objects, but also renders them resilient. Under his influence, those garments function as bulletproof vests. While they may not be exceptionally rigid, wearing multiple layers provides sufficient protection. However, during our previous confrontation, his attire sustained damage. Lu Shiping murmured thoughtfully before suddenly exclaiming, I know where he has gone. He must be heading to the clothing counter. Both Quanglan and Bai Yuan perked up. Do you know where a substantial amount of clothing can be found? Indeed, Lu Shiping asserted with determination, this is my domain. Chapter 37. Internal strife on the second floor. The there once stood a supermarket. The clothing selection was rather limited, predominantly consisting of ordinary garments. Yet for Jun Lin, it sufficed. He exchanged his tattered attire for fresh layers, donning each piece with care. Most of the clothing was not shredded by bullets, rather. The process of blade transformation inherently damaged the objects subjected to it, with the more fragile items being particularly susceptible to destruction. However, as Jun Lin's mastery of the blade technique advanced, the extent of this self-damage diminished. Now clad in warm garments, Jun Lin casually seized a shopping cart and began to fill it with various items: rotten vegetable leaves, moldy smoked meat, and putrid fish and shrimp marinated in decay were all collected without disdain, his movements graceful and unhurried, as if he were acquiring rare treasures. Suddenly, his gaze brightened upon spotting a bag of chewing gum not far off, which he unceremoniously swept into the cart. He even discovered half a bottle of beverage, although undrinkable. He still stowed it away. He meandered, pausing intermittently, until the hurried sound of footsteps echoed from afar. Jun Lin halted, standing still. The figures of Quang Lan's trio emerged at the staircase. Finally arrived? He mused with a smile. Lu Shiping hesitated, instinctively sensing that this could be yet another trap laid by Jun Lin, and thus refrained from advancing. Behind him, the white ape sprang into action, agile as a monkey. Swiftly climbing the wall to a vantage point, raising his weapon to take aim at Jun Lin. Simultaneously, Quang Lan launched his assault. Removing the heavy bullet chain from his person and hurling it towards Jun Lin, the bullets erupting from his hands with terrifying ferocity, akin to being fired from a gun. Jun Lin flung himself onto the cart, gliding away like a skater, as bullets whizzed past him, some striking his reinforced clothing. With a swift motion of his right hand, he crushed a container of chewing gum, sending a shimmering cascade of gum into the air. The three adversaries reacted instinctively, evading the onslaught. A surreal scene unfolded, resembling a stylized gunfight, as the air filled with flying projectiles. In this moment, all four displayed the prowess expected of seasoned combatants, skillfully dodging and retaliating. Amidst the continuous shattering and collapsing of shelves, Lu Shiping, having engaged the least, crouched cautiously at the staircase, peering outside. "Why don't you take a shot?" the white ape exclaimed, returning to the staircase after a brief charge, thwarted by the three salted fish thrown by Jun Lin. One fish struck his shoulder, causing minor injury, but the rancid aroma momentarily disoriented him. Lu Shiping retorted, "My energy tube attacks require a charge time. It's difficult to lock onto a target." "Utterly useless," spat the white ape. Lu Shiping smirked inwardly. It was clear that he had risen to be the leader of the trio comprising Kong Yicheng and Yu Siwen for a reason. His methods were far from simplistic. Yet he refrained from voicing this. Quang Lan and the white ape remained oblivious to the depth of Lu Shiping's capabilities. He understood all too well that Jun Lin was a formidable opponent, and most crucially, he was uncertain of Jun Lin's other abilities. In this scenario, he would not casually reveal his cards. Yet, Quang Lan declared, "I will create opportunities for you." Very well. If it were possible to eliminate Jun Lin without exposing his own hand, Lixiping would certainly be inclined to agree. Quang Lan swiftly turned and forcefully shattered the wall beside him, dismantling an iron door, brandishing the iron door like a colossal shield. Quang Lan charged forth, protecting the tube behind him, while Lixiping seized the moment to sprint out, the black tube aimed squarely at Jun Lin. Radiance began to coalesce upon the black tube. Observing Quang Lan's approach, Jun Lin picked up half a bottle of beverage from the cart and squeezed it into the air, manifesting a jet of water. The water arced in a parabolic trajectory, bypassing Quang Lan's iron door shield and descending upon him. Baiyuan gasped in alarm, "Get out of the way." Quang Lan raised his hand to shield his head. The water collided with his palm, penetrating through, and in the next instant, a tremendous thunder erupted. "Ah!" Quang Lan let out a pained roar as one hand was obliterated by the electrified water jet. He was capable of applying the blade transformation technique to liquids and merging it with lightning? Lixiping's pupils dilated. He comprehended all too well what this signified. It indicated that Jun Lin's development of his abilities had ascended to an entirely new level. Damn it. Lixiping had no time to charge the black tube to its maximum. He activated it immediately. Boom. A thick black beam struck Jun Lin with ferocity, swift and unparalleled. Even the hardened fabric of Jun Lin's attire could not withstand it, sending him crashing against the wall and creating a substantial hole. "Well done," Baiyuan exclaimed excitedly, rushing over to support Quang Lan. "Are you all right?" "I am fine." Quang Lan angrily shoved Baiyuan aside, sorrowfully glancing at his right hand, which was nearly rendered useless. Nevertheless, being the tough man he was, he resolutely declared, "Let us go." The three pressed cautiously towards the breach in the wall. Quang Lan held the shield with his left hand, wary of a sudden ambush from their adversary. Upon reaching the opening and seeing Jun Lin motionless on the ground, they collectively exhaled in relief. Baiyuan drew his firearm and unleashed a barrage upon Jun Lin, causing his body to convulse under the onslaught. Several bullets struck Jun Lin, with one piercing directly through his forehead. Such an injury would surely be fatal, yet. Bai Yuan continued firing until the ammunition was exhausted. Finally, he turned to Lixiping and said, "You, go check." There was no response. Bai Yuan and Kuang Lan exchanged bewildered glances, only to find Lixiping had retreated behind them, the black tube aimed at both. If he is indeed dead, then the next challenge you face will be me, correct? Bai Yuan hesitated. So you intend to strike now? No. Lixiping replied, I merely believe it would be prudent for you to inspect the body, and for me. The best course of action is to maintain my distance from you. Wouldn't you agree? As he spoke, he began to back away. Bai Yuan and Kuang Lan exchanged glances. Bai Yuan coldly scoffed as he loaded his gun, while Kuang Lan began to lower his shield and uncoil the bullet chain. Don't move. Lixiping warned, shaking the black tube threateningly. Do not load your bullets, or you will regret it. The white ape ceased its motion of reloading, coldly remarking, Do you truly believe this will suffice to confront us? Just as he was about to say more, Lu Shiping's expression suddenly shifted as he glanced behind them. Jun Lin, the white ape, Kuang Lan, simultaneously turned around, only to find Jun Lin still lying motionless on the ground. This was a trap. Boom. A ferocious beam of concentrated light was unleashed. Move aside. Kuang Lan shoved the white ape aside, but he himself was caught by the beam, resulting in half of his body beginning to melt away, revealing a gruesome display of shredded flesh and exposed innards. Kuang Lan let out a cry of agony. Kuang Lan, the white ape shouted in distress. He turned to Lu Shiping, fury in his voice, You seek death. With a sudden leap, he lunged at Lu Shiping, knowing that Lu Shiping's dart pipe required energy accumulation. Thus he could not afford to grant him a second chance to strike. To his astonishment, Lu Shiping displayed an unprecedented agility, accelerating his form to deftly evade the white ape's attack. The white ape, having missed his strike, stared at Lu Shiping in shock, finally comprehending the truth. So, you possess two abilities? Lu Shiping sneered, I am the boss. With that, he retreated once more, his movements both peculiar and elusive, rendering him nearly impossible to capture. Bastard! The white ape exclaimed, leaping after him. Chapter 38. The resilience of Lixiping. As the white ape pursued relentlessly, Kuang Lan collapsed in despair. He struggled to tear his remaining clothing to bandage his wounds, but the injuries were too extensive to be adequately covered. Yet, despite the overwhelming odds, Kuang Lan refused to surrender. He urged himself to endure, to hold on, to return. In the next moment, a voice resonated behind him, quite tenacious, aren't you? Kuang Lan froze in his actions. Slowly, he turned to see Jun Lin propped up, his eyes wide with disbelief. This is impossible. It cannot be. Yet, what he witnessed was Jun Lin, akin to a wolverine, with bullets erupting from his body. An immortal being? An invulnerable form? Kuang Lan finally comprehended the reality, a state induced by a deathlike potion. Jun Lin chuckled. The deathlike potion is a concoction from the system, allowing the user to enter a state of apparent death, rendering them immune to lethal damage, albeit at the cost of reducing their vitality to its bare minimum. After the phase concludes, one remains in a state of bleeding, requiring time for recovery. Moreover, if dismembered during this phase, one still meets their demise. It is a perilous gamble, a test of courage from Nicola towards me. However, had it not been for Jun Lin's activation of absolute truth, such a maneuver would have been impossible. Nicola had stipulated that he could not utilize the system shop during combat, yet such a restriction was superfluous for an evolving entity. Thus, this served as an implicit reminder he could employ non-enhanced items during battle. Nicola did not articulate this directly, it was for Jun Lin to discern on his own, necessitating prior preparation, as decisions made upon entering the battlefield would be futile. In essence, it was a trial of his ability to recognize opportunities and devise strategies. With limited points at his disposal, this was the only resource Jun Lin could exploit at this juncture. Kuang Lan, engulfed in despair, glared at Jun Lin as he swung a fist. Jun Lin effortlessly evaded, swiftly pinning Kuang Lan's left hand to the ground with a blade. I have a question. Without Mia, is it still worth holding on? Does this not imply that among your ranks, there exists someone who can save you? Kuang Lan shot Jun Lin a venomous glare. You will not extract anything from me. Unperturbed, Jun Lin continued. The reward for accepting the extreme challenge task grants me access to all relevant information in this realm, barring a few critical details. As far as I know, apart from Mia, there are no other medical type abilities among you. So what fuels your persistence? Sweat trickled down Kuang Lan's face as he remained silent. Jun Lin smiled. Even without your words, I can surmise, it's by two, isn't it? A jolt of shock coursed through Kuang Lan. Observing his expression, Jun Lin knew he was correct. He nodded. Bai Tu's ability is enigmatic, absent from my records. It seems he possesses a capacity to prevent others from perishing easily. Quite fitting. To wield control over life makes one more suited to command. Kuang Lan bellowed. You. Crack. Jun Lin had already snapped Kuang Lan's neck. Rising to his feet, Jun Lin strode outward, Apologizing, I am pressed for time and cannot engage in lengthy conversation. He understood well the perils of verbosity that often befell villains. Thus, upon grasping the situation at hand, he promptly resorted to violence. Just as he stepped through the doorway, a brilliant white light surged in once more. However, at the moment the light manifested, Jun Lin swiftly veered aside, his keen instincts finally aligning. He collided with the wall, pushing off it to propel himself outward. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets struck behind him, ricocheting off the protective barriers surrounding the building, sending sparks flying. The white ape and Lu Shiping had burst in. Remarkably, these two had allied once again. A tempest of emotions surged within him as he beheld the lifeless bodies strewn upon the ground. The white ape roared in anguish and fury, casting a fierce glare at Lu Shiping. This is all you're doing. Enough chatter. Lu Shiping aimed his black tube at Jun Lin. As Jun Lin shifted his position, he deftly scattered a handful of iron nails. Both Lu Shiping and the white ape evaded, with Jun Lin taken aback by Lu Shiping's speed, now thrice as swift as before. Indeed, you have concealed your capabilities well. Tell me, how did you ascertain that I was still alive? Need I spell it out? The mission remains unfinished. Lu Shiping unleashed another beam of energy. The concentrated dark beam did not require prolonged accumulation but rather quick strikes that significantly diminished its potency. Just as I suspected. Jun Lin laughed as he crashed through the adjacent wall, returning to the supermarket. Undoubtedly, during the chase, Lu Shiping realized that the system had not indicated mission completion. Finally grasping that Jun Lin had survived. This was primarily due to his status as a nascent candidate. Seasoned candidates received direct judgments from the system regarding relevant missions. Even if an opponent was reduced to pulp, as long as the system did not declare death, vigilance could not be lowered. Lu Shiping was quick-witted, yet his experience was evidently lacking, and he had to remain wary of the white ape, which delayed his realization of this critical issue. As for the white ape, they were entirely devoid of system notifications, thus could not possibly know. Upon returning to the supermarket, Jun Lin casually hurled a shelf aside. Lu Shiping evaded with ghostly agility, while the white ape leaped into the air, firing several rounds. However, at this juncture, Jun Lin's vitality waned to its limits, yet his physical prowess surged to its zenith, allowing him to evade with a speed not far inferior to Lu Shiping's. Lu Shiping was taken aback. Could his third ability be speed? Yet, upon witnessing Jun Lin effortlessly hurl an entire marble countertop towards them, Lu Shiping suddenly comprehended. I see now. His third ability is linked to his vitality. The more grievously he is wounded, the stronger he becomes. We cannot engage him in a war of attrition. His abilities may also encompass regeneration. Now fully enlightened, he understood that Jun Lin's audacity to feign death, to engage in direct confrontation, and to endure was rooted in his capacity to grow stronger the more he suffered. This implied that should they enter a war of attrition, their defeat was all but assured. Upon hearing this, the white ape charged forth with a screech. Yet at that very moment, Jun Lin's powers reached their pinnacle. He dashed into the rear counter, seizing a trench coat. Bullets struck the coat, all deflected harmlessly away. Indeed, as his own strength augmented, the efficacy of his blade transformation technique also significantly improved. However, what is even more terrifying is that Jun Lin evidently had no intention of confronting them head-on. He was genuinely resolved to prolong the encounter. Thus, after the white ape exhausted all its ammunition, Jun Lin surprisingly refrained from launching a counterattack. Instead, he continued to increase the distance and flee. He was stalling for time, recuperating his strength, engaging in a war of attrition that Lu Shiping most dreaded. Lu Shiping was struck with shock. Fighting was futile, killing was impossible, and outlasting was even less viable. What to do? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed in his mind, and a fierce glint appeared in Lu Shiping's eyes. He raised his black tube and concentrated all his energy. Boom! The energy beam surged forth, but instead of targeting Jun Lin, it veered toward the back of the white ape. The white ape, caught off guard by Lu Shiping's betrayal, was struck directly, howling as it fell, only to be kicked towards Jun Lin by Lu Shiping. Jun Lin was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that Lu Shiping would execute a counterstrike against the white ape at that moment. Acting purely on instinct, Jun Lin raised his hand, and his coat billowed out, spinning through the air like a windmill as it sliced through the white ape's body, cleaving him in two. Yet, in that instant of action, Jun Lin realized something, his expression shifting in alarm. This is bad. Ding. A system prompt sounded. You have successfully killed the target. The duel is over. The protective shield has been lifted. As the notification resonated, the protective barrier surrounding the building vanished. Lu Shiping laughed heartily as he charged towards the exit. He was slightly faster than Jun Lin, and at that moment, he launched himself with all his might, crashing through the window with a resounding bang. Soaring through the air like a bird, landing in the adjacent building. Upon landing, he executed a roll, and with swift precision, 3 straws pierced the ground where he landed. Then he activated his full power, vanishing in an instant.